Hello. Tick, tick, tick. Hello. This. Tick. Tick. Hello. This. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. This. Hello. Mic testing. One to check. Hello. 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 Check, hello, hello. Test.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you as part of the 5th Assembly of the International Solar Alliance. A warm welcome to this high-level conference on new technologies and clean energy transition. May I request all of you to please be seated. A polite reminder to all of you to please keep your mobile phones on silent. And a polite request to the honorable ministers of the other member states and also ambassadors may I request you to kindly take the front sofas. Honorable ministers and ambassadors, may I request you to kindly take the front sofa. And let's all be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Request you to please be seated. We're going to be starting very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin with the inaugural session. And so I urge you to please take seats so that we can get in order. We're going to be beginning very shortly. Thank you very much. We request the honorable ministers and ambassadors to kindly take the front sofa seats, please. Thank you very much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to reiterate the housekeeping announcements. May I request you to please ensure that your mobile phones are turned to the silent mode. I'd also request the honorable ministers and ambassadors to come and be seated on the couch in the front row. And we're going to be starting shortly with the inaugural session. On your screens, you'd be able to see the Wi-Fi login credentials, ladies and gentlemen. The user ID to choose would be ISA, and the password is ISA@2022. May I invite you to be seated, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As part of the 5th Assembly of the International Solar Alliance, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this high-level conference on new technologies for clean energy transition, hosted by the International Solar Alliance in partnership with the Asian Development Bank and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. May I request you to please take seats, and a polite reminder once again to keep your mobile phones on silent. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed privileged to have in our midst for the inaugural session of this conference His Excellency Shri Raj Kumar Singh, Honorable Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Gracing the dais, ladies and gentlemen, we have Shri Indu Shekhar Chaturvedi, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Mr. Takio Konishi, Country Director, India, Asian Development Bank, and Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, may I urge you to please put your hands together and welcome our esteemed dignitaries gracing the dais. The International Solar Alliance is a global platform for cooperation amongst member countries to help achieve the common goals of increasing the use of solar energy in a safe, convenient, affordable, equitable, and sustainable manner. At the intersection of various SDGs, particularly SDG 7, which is ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all, and SDG 13, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact, ISA, ladies and gentlemen, works to improve energy access, accelerate the low-carbon energy transition, and ensure energy security. We now begin with the inaugural ceremony, and now to set the context and render the welcome address, I take the privilege of inviting Director General, International Solar Alliance, Dr. Ajay Mathur. Please help me welcome him to the podium with a big round of applause.
Honorable Union Minister for Power and Renewable Energy, Shri R.K. Singh, Shri Indu Shekhar Chaturvedi, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Mr. Konishi, the Country Director of the Asian Development Bank, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you, and I have great pleasure in welcoming all of you to this conference on new technologies for solar energy as part of the clean energy transition. I'm encouraged to see so many high-level dignitaries and experts here, and this, in a sense, reflects the fact that solar energy is increasingly becoming the preferred choice for energy for a number of reasons, including cost competitiveness. To accelerate this pace, we need the right information to reach the right leadership. And this conference is intended to do exactly that. We would like to ensure that the latest information is available to all people who are in the sector, including policymakers. You know, the fact that we have policymakers, we have technology providers, we have stakeholders who are interested in this as a business in this room would not have been possible a decade ago. This has occurred because of the central role solar has taken in providing electricity. What we see is that we have impressive capabilities for technology which must be exploited, for technology beyond solar, but now these need to be exploited for solar as well. And this means we need innovation at all scales, from grassroots to high-tech applications. We also need fundamentally new approaches to energy finance. Establishing the next generation of solar energy infrastructure requires expanded finance, because one of the key issues is that the capital cost increases, whereas the operating cost decreases. At this conference, we will launch the 3 flagship World Solar Reports around the issues of solar technologies, solar markets, and solar investments. We look forward to making this an annual event, and the Minister directed yesterday that we should provide updates, at least as far as data is concerned, on a more regular basis. In the technical sessions today, we look at deepening the understanding to address the challenges to technology, investments, and markets working more efficiently. We hope that this will serve as a basis for dialogue amongst all of us in order to move to issues of national importance as well as of global imperatives of climate change. As I said, this conference is a beginning, and we look forward to use this as a springboard for regular and deeper conversations about collaborations with each other on solar technologies, on markets, and on investments. Again, I welcome all of you here today, and I'm delighted that we have gathered here to talk of the future of enhancing and accelerating the deployment of solar technologies. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for setting the tone of this high-level conference on new technologies for clean energy transition. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to invite to the podium for the special address, Mr. Takio Konishi, Country Director, India, Asian Development Bank. Please help me welcome him, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, and also ISA Assembly, Mr. Rajat Kumar Singh. Secretary MNRE, Mr. Chaturvedi. Also Director General ISA, Dr. Ajay Matthew, and member of the delegation, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It has been a great honor to be here this morning with such a face-to-face meeting and gathering. This was not unthinkable 2 years, 3 years ago, and it's a privilege to be here to have a face-to-face gathering in such a forum. The past 3 years has been challenged the world and also challenged all of us individually, and also particularly India, particularly the second wave when it hit in 2021. Of course, a lot of topic and a lot of challenges has posed since then also. But today's theme session resonates in one of the biggest challenges that we face today. That is the climate change, which is getting worsened every year. Over 225 million people have been displaced in Asia and the Pacific due to the natural disasters in the last decade alone. At the same time, we are witnessing continuing growth in global energy demand and continued reliance on the fossil fuel. This increase in energy demand and specifically fossil fuel consumption is leading to a more greenhouse gas and other pollutant emissions which aggravate climate change. Yet, access to energy remains a critical poverty alleviation, and around the world there are still hundreds of millions of people without access to reliable, modern energy services. Now, the solution lies in transitioning to clean and affordable energy, and the clean energy transition is a call to action for climate change mitigation while alleviating poverty through access to clean and affordable energy. There has been various studies and has been established that the clean energy can stimulate economic growth, create more job opportunity, employment, and have a positive impact on the local environment and health. On the encouraging note, the costs of clean energy are at the historical low and continue to decline, especially the solar energy system. Clean energy transition is not an easy task, but not an impossible one either, and it could and would, however, need immense collaboration, action from each energy sector to transform the global economy sector from fossil-based to net zero in the next decade. And this gathering today is a test to that the technology transfer and knowledge transfer could enhance this process. Now, the direct use of solar energy is attractive because it's available everywhere and it's abundant and offers potential for democratization of energy services. At the same time, solar offers the perspective of eliminating the price volatility associated with fossil fuel market. Now, eliminating fossil fuel price volatility is one thing, but eliminating fossil fuel use altogether is more daunting challenge. but absolutely necessary to address global climate change and biodiversity crisis. So it gives me immense pleasure to be part of this high-level conference on new technology for clean energy transition and bring together stakeholders from ISA member countries, government agencies, private sector, research institute, and academia today. Such fora enables international collaboration through exchange of knowledge and valuable partnership, which is vital to reach global climate change goals. We are proud to be partnered with the ISA and Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, in organizing this conference today. And I welcome and congratulate all of you who are participating in this conference. By being here today, that alone adds value to the dialogue on clean energy, but also reinforces the deep intent to fight climate change as one. I also congratulate the ISA for developing the World Solar Report, highlighting the evolution in technology, investment, and market scenarios in the renewable energy sector. Such reports are immensely important to analyze our action in the past and to present us with the compass for a better path in the future. ADB recognizes the increase in urgency for affordable energy, and we are working together supporting the energy transition through multiple renewable energy projects in the development member countries. We are also engaged in our partner organization like the ISA through knowledge and support technical assistance to facilitate large-scale deployment of solar energy in ISA member countries. Now, innovation in technology are the key to accelerate climate change. The importance of the climate change and climate technology has been well recognized in Article 4 of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and multiple initiatives on several international and national bodies. The International Solar Alliance, with its focus on solar technology, is the leading example. However, we also acknowledge that the developing new technology is not enough unless these technologies are made available to those who need the most. As we all know, climate change affects the developing and the least developing world disproportionately. We also, ADB recognizes the need to bring innovation, technology, and business models to our developing member country to accelerate the clean energy transition. While there are no one silver bullet in terms of new technology, there are potential advances to be made in upgrading existing infrastructure, public services, and digital monitoring and control systems such as the smart grid technologies. To this end, ADB created a new investment program called ADB Venture, which provides equity and seed funds for early-stage companies in 4 specific market segments. First one is the clean technology, not just the energy generation, financial technology, and agricultural technology, and healthcare technology. ADB Venture has invested in more than 40 companies so far, and the combination of finance plus knowledge and technology is critical for accelerating the investment in the clean energy transition and broadly economic transformation required to address the climate change. Our president, President Asakawa, committed by 2030 $100 billion for climate financing for Asia and Pacific in our DMCs, development member countries. It is important for the global institution and technology developer to enable the transfer of the new technology to other countries along with financial support for a large-scale application, and ADB stands ready to support this endeavor. ADB's Energy Policy 2021 focuses on applying our resources in developing and financing renewable energy projects, particularly in the region more vulnerable to climate change, to address energy security, energy sustainability, environmental sustainability, and equitable human development. And I hope this conference will provide this platform to all stakeholders to initiate and develop valuable and long-lasting partnership to promote new technology for clean energy transition in India and beyond. And we hope, we're honored to be part of this conference and maintain a strong support to Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, ISA, and other partners in this mission to bring about affordable clean energy to all. So thank you very much, and once again, welcome to this conference.
Thank you very much, sir, for reiterating the long-standing partnership with India and the International Solar Alliance, that of the Asian Development Bank. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, for another compelling special address, I'm going to take the privilege to invite to the podium Shri Indu Shekhar Chaturvedi, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Please help me welcome him with a big round of applause.
Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Power and Renewable Energy, Shri R.K. Singh, Director General ISA, Shri Ajay Mathur, Mr. Takio Konishi, Country Director ADB. So the theme for today's event is New Technologies for Clean Energy Transition. So I'll make a few broad points on this theme. So I begin by saying that RE is an evolving area. It will see changes, and it will see rapid changes for several years going forward. I remember a celebrated economist saying that technologies converge like they have done in the case of airplanes. So I think we'll see convergence, but it will be several years before we see that convergence. The second point I wish to make is that governments across countries have done a remarkable job in both promoting RE and in building awareness about RE. We sometimes tend to underestimate and understate the role of public policy, and that's not only in India, that's across countries. But RE is an area where governments can claim success. And the good thing is that even those major countries which had shied away from their responsibilities in fighting climate change have now come on board. The third point I want to make is that proactive public policy support for emerging areas is a must. And there can be several ways of such support. There can be regulatory measures, there can be inbuilt features and design of schemes, and of course, there can be direct financial support. Two examples which I can cite from India's case are the rewards for higher efficiency modules, which is inbuilt in our PLI dispensation, and the approved list of models and manufacturers in solar technologies, where I think we are moving towards, under Honorable Minister's guidance, to a point where we would stop enlisting modules which are below a certain threshold of efficiency. This proactive public support, the case for proactive public support is, I think, very well established in RE technologies. After all RE was an emerging area once. Solar efficiencies were 15% in 2010, they are now 22%. And both in wind and solar, the initial support caused the scaling up and the lowering of costs. And we should also not shy away from the case for direct subsidies to emerging areas. And emerging areas like hydrogen, like offshore wind in India's case, will need such support. The next point I want to make is that the case for international cooperation is very strong. And two examples again: building resilient and diversified solar supply chains, and cross-country trade in hydrogen technologies. And I think the coming years would see greater international, should see greater international cooperation, because without that, this sort of leveraging of each other's strengths will not be possible. Then the case for technology and funds transfer to countries which are not developed, which are not as economically endowed as some other countries. And I think there is an established case in economics that you can clean up only when you have reached a certain level of per capita incomes. That's called the Kuznets curve in economics. And one of our former prime minister has been known to say that poverty is the greatest polluter. So the point I want to make here is that in RE technologies, particularly in emerging areas, I think support from the developed world and honoring of their commitments is a must. Decentralized solar is an area where we are going to see a rapid evolution of technologies. I remember in a conference 2 years back, there was a split opinion whether the future was large utilities scale solar projects with good grid integration, or the future was decentralized solar. So I think it's not a case of either or, but decentralized solar is going to play a major role, and we'll see a rapid evolution of technologies there, and that is where public policy support should focus on. Last, I'll give some examples from India where technologies are emerging, where we are thinking of strong support to these technologies. And one example is solar manufacturing, where we have already declared support, we have already provided support, we are in the process of providing more support. Hydrogen technologies, where we are yet to start implementation in a big way. Storage technologies, where a beginning has been made with the SECI's tender. And the challenge which lies ahead, the recycling of solar waste. We have already started work, but that challenge is going to come several years later, but we should be prepared for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for leaving us with the hope that the coming years will see greater international cooperation, and receiving support from the developed world will be imminent, and collaboration and synergy among stakeholders will lead the way. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and my privilege to invite to the podium His Excellency Shri Rajkumar Singh, Honorable Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, and the Honorable President of the IST Assembly. Please help me welcome him, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Mr. Indusekhar Chaturvedi, the Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Mr. Takio Konishi, the Country Director, Asian Development Bank. Mr. Ajay Mathur, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. What we have gathered here to discuss here today is something which is now becoming central to our lives. And as we go forward into the future, it will become more and more central. We are stepping forth into a brave new world. We are changing the world. And this world needs changing. We are a part of that change. And we are driving that change. The International Solar Alliance is driving that change. The dark days of COVID, which we have just navigated, and the disruptions which followed have only emphasized the need for change. We had the dark days of COVID. We had the disruption in the supply chains. After COVID waned, you had a spurt in the price of energy. You had cartels curtailing production. The prices of all forms of energy went through the roof. Was it because the demand had grown rapidly? Hardly. The world was just coming out of the slump induced by COVID. It's still just emerging. So what happened? What happened was that untrammeled market dynamics combined with cartels thought that this is a good time to make money. This is what happened. Now, unfortunately, what happens is that you see, and this is you'll see across history, that it is the very people who take advantage of a particular situation who actually accelerate change. And what we have just been through, where the prices of gas have gone to such levels, $50, $60. The price of coal has gone to, the price of coal went up to $150 a ton. The petroleum prices went up, and they are still going up. Gas, all this is driving the change towards renewable energy, and that is good for the world. If they were wiser, if those who controlled the levers of production, if they were wiser, they would not have hyped the prices so high. But what they have done is they have actually increased the movement towards renewable energy. So today, if I am thinking of renewable energy, it is because of climate change. We started thinking of renewable energy because of climate change. But today we think of renewable energy not only because of climate change. Today I think of renewable energy as a very viable substitute to fossil fuels. And I think that that is the future. And I'm telling you as a policy maker, that earlier when we started off, and we started off quite early, because as I keep saying, we believe in the environment, we believe in the environment, we believe that there's only one planet, we don't have any alternative. We have to make it healthy, and therefore we shall take whatever steps are necessary to be taken to preserve the environment. But that's how you started out. But today, my renewable energy is also the best alternative in my eyes. There are a couple of hurdles though. And there are a few points which we need to keep in mind. One, of course, is that renewable energy by itself will not give you a base load. The sun doesn't shine at night, you still need energy. The wind doesn't blow when it doesn't blow, but still need energy. So you need storage. Storage is expensive. And it will remain expensive unless we add volumes, all of us together. Now, I am adding volumes. I just had a bid for 1,000 megawatt hours. I'm going to come out with another bid for another 1,000 megawatt hours. I'm adding volumes in the, and I'm also setting up storage manufacturing capacities. So I believe that we add volumes, we set up more manufacturing capacity, and then the prices will come down. But we need to continue working it, and we need the whole world to join it. We need the whole world to start setting up capacity for storage, making storage. And we also need to diversify. We need to diversify from lithium ion to other chemistries, because we need to diversify our supply chains. Now that is another lesson which COVID taught us, diversifying our supply chains. So this again, because of the disruption of the supply chain, again sent us a good message that the supply chains are skewed, they are concentrated in one or two countries, they need to be dispersed. Now we are taking steps to do that. We are taking steps to disperse it, and this needs to be done even for storage. We are taking steps to disperse the supply chain insofar as solar is concerned, as my colleague Indu mentioned. We already have, about 20 gigawatts of capacity, cells and modules. We are setting up almost, I think by 2030, our capacity for manufacturing of solar cells, modules, etc., right from polysilicon onwards, would be somewhere in the region of 90 gigawatts. So you have a lot of capacity under construction and a lot of capacity which is being planned. So now that we induced by taking policy measures, by providing a market and telling them that if you set up manufacturing here, you will be able to access our market. We provided a market, we provided a production-linked incentive. So you have instruments, you can make things happen. And so we are making it happen. Similarly, we need to diversify the supply chain for lithium. We need to move away from only lithium to other chemistries, and we need to have more manufacturing, because without storage you can't have a total transition to renewable energy. People talk about nuclear energy being the new base load away from gas, or I think it is wishful thinking. You can't multiply nuclear capacity so rapidly. It takes a lot of time. Nuclear fuel processing, reprocessing also takes a lot of time, a lot of investment. Most countries will not be able to afford it. And storage of the waste is also a challenge. So basically storage, battery storage, pumped hydro. And we have to exploit all our hydro, whatever hydro capacities we have, because hydro gives you the ramp up and ramp down capability at a rapid pace, so that it complements renewables. So when the wind stops blowing, you can switch on hydro immediately. When it starts blowing, you can switch it off. Immediate ramp up and ramp down. That is why hydro is essential for energy transition. So we are exploiting all our hydro capabilities. We are exploiting all our pumped hydro capabilities. And of course, we are constructing a battery manufacturing, and we are adding storage. That is the path which we have taken for transition. But as I said, we are at the beginning of this journey. This journey, we are at the beginning. We have a long way to go yet, and there are challenges. The one challenge, of course, is the efficiencies. I mean, as my colleague mentioned, the average efficiency of the mainstream solar today is about 22%. And that's not good enough. That's not good enough. It takes a lot of land. Now, once the efficiencies go up, the efficiencies will go up. We need to keep working at it. Once the efficiencies goes up, then the requirement for land will come down. That is critical. Once the efficiencies goes up, the price of power will come down. That is again critical. Already the price of solar is something which is less than the price of thermal. Already you have solar available at about $2.5 US cents. So that is very competitive. If you had storage which was as competitive, then the fossil fuels would have been ruled out straight away. It's only that the storage has a problem of the price. That will also come down. But once you increase the solar efficiencies, the price will come down to 2 cents, which is again very affordable. And then you can even afford to pay slightly more for the storage to have round-the-clock power. And that is what we are looking at, the price of solar coming down to 2 cents, maybe $1.5 US. That I think would be what I am expecting. So it is going to be affordable. It is something which the poor people can afford. And the price of fossil fuel will keep on going up. Because I don't see the cartels, seeing this writing on the wall that ultimately whatever, come a decade or come 15 years, thereafter whatever is left below the ground will remain below the ground. Because the transition would have happened. They haven't seen that as yet. Or perhaps they have seen it and they have decided that in the next 15 years, let's make as much money as possible. Probably that could be another train of thought which they are following. Otherwise, why they would cut supplies at this juncture, it beats me. I can give it to you in writing that all the oil or whatever is below the fossil fuel gas which is below the ground is not going to be exploited, because the world would have transitioned out. Either the world would have transitioned out or it would have been overwhelmed by natural calamity. One of the two things would have happened. Either the transition or overwhelming by the natural calamity. But this writing on the wall, people have not seen it. So the transition will happen. And we have to make it happen. And we have to all work together to make it happen. As I said, there are challenges. The transmission is a challenge. And transmission is a huge challenge because renewable energy is intermittent in nature. So you have surges, and then suddenly the wind will stop. So you have a surge down. Now that requires a number of technologies which we have deployed, because we have added a huge quantity of renewables in our system. You leave aside nuclear. My total non-fossil capacity today is about 170 gigawatts, out of which 7 gigawatts is nuclear. So that makes it 163 gigawatts is renewable. So it's huge. It's huge. And I have another about the 60, 70 gigawatts under construction of renewable. So that's huge. So I am adding capacitors, I am adding green corridors, just to make sure that my grid stays balanced. So that is another challenge which we have. In the past 7 years, we've constructed 172,000 circuit kilometers of transmission lines. That is a challenge. Transmission is a challenge. So we'll have to face all this together. Now, for those who can get investment, there's no issue. But where investment is not coming, we'll have to make sure that the investment goes there by de-risking, by putting in place systems so that we de-risk the investment, payment security mechanisms, insurance, so that more and more investment goes into those sectors. Because if we don't do that in transition, if the access does not happen, transition will not happen. Now we have to work at making solar more efficient. 21, 22% is just not good enough. I'm sure that you will discuss that today. And then after that, we'll have to also come out with standards. Because if we, and we have to, of course, bring down the prices of the modules. Because if we expect the common man to go out and buy solar panels to put on his roof, we expect the prices to be lower than they are now. And we expect the efficiencies to be higher. And we expect standardization. That is another thing which is necessary for the people. They need to have certainty about what the standards are and what they are buying. So that is again a system which all countries will need to put into place. We have put a certain system of ensuring standards in place, but that will have to be replicated through all countries. We also have to ensure that the existing systems where you have a strong system, the existing systems will provide hurdles. So you will have vested interests which will impede the progress to transition. You will have to overcome that. We've seen that. We've felt that. We came out with a set of rules called the rights of prosumers. We've declared a separate category, prosumers, those who are producers and consumers. So when the world, as the world evolves, you will see this category growing. Prosumers come consumers, everybody having a rooftop and everybody having a windmill. So there will be prosumers. There will also be consumers of large scale, the industry, the large scale malls, etc. So that will also remain. So basically you are going to move away from a system which was unitary in nature to a system which is actually a collection of different grids, mini grids, etc., all coming together at some point, because for balancing all will come together. So we'll have to have software for grid balancing and combining all these sources, switching in and switching off. Now that again is a challenge, and that again is something which as we are going forward, we are going forward into a new world, and as we go forward, we try new things. We have many new things to try. Yesterday, I realized that there was one more challenge. We have floating solar, but we don't have floating solar on the sea. Now we will have to try that. So I will try it. I'll tell my people to put floating solar on the sea. Once you do that, then you have solved the problem for the island states. Of course, not fully solved, because they'll still need storage for round the clock. But you have floating solar out there in the sea, then the lack of land is less of a problem. So these are the things, of course, desalination is something which has already been sorted out. Only this has to be reached out to all the island states, etc., so that you have solar desalination, renewable desalination at very cheap rates. It's possible now to get it at very cheap rates. But this has to be multiplied. The whole world will change. The whole world is changing. And as I said, we are a part of the change. We are making it happen, and we are happy that we are making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for highlighting the very pertinent point that renewable energy has to be looked upon as a substitute for fossil fuels and not just climate change. Thank you very much, sir, for showing us the path ahead in renewable energy, that for this industry, academia, industry, collaboration is very important, and also policies and alliances will facilitate the way. Thank you once again for a very ardent inaugural address. Ladies and gentlemen, International Solar Alliance aims to make solar energy as the preferred energy source towards near zero emissions. ISA has developed 3 flagship reports on technology, market, and investments as invaluable points of reference and sources of insight providing up-to-date information serving as a basis for dialogue, enabling international collaboration vital to reach international climate goals. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we will all be a witness to the launch of World Solar Reports on Technology, Investments and Markets, for which I would request His Excellency, the Honorable Minister, Shri Rajkumar Singh, to please oblige, and the other dignitaries on the dais, please do join in. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Solar Reports on Technology, Investments and Markets, now unveiled by His Excellency, the Honorable Minister, Shri Rajkumar Singh. The report, ladies and gentlemen, is available on the ISA website, www.isolaralliance.org, on the publication section. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for doing the honors. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister has a very important appointment to meet. So I'm going to request all of you to please put your hands together once again in a resounding round of applause. But please stay with us. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have an audio visual that we'd like to play before the rest of the inaugural proceedings, which is on Modhera, Gujarat, as well as women in renewable energy. Can we play that audio visual, please? Thank you very much, sir.
Towards the infinity source of energy, the sun. While it has been the embodiment of worshipping the biggest foundation of energy on the planet, now Modhera is India's first 24/7 solar-powered village that would propel our nation's dream of 500 gigawatts of power generation via solar energy. On October 9, 2022, Honorable Prime Minister dedicated India's first self-sufficient and 24/7 solar-powered village to the country. With 1,300 plus homes equipped with solar panels and a 6 megawatt solar project, a first in the country 15 megawatt hour battery energy storage system, solar-powered EV chargers, smart energy meters, and a smart energy center, Modhera has set a new milestone for others to follow. This is indeed a step towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat, with the entire village generating 100% of their electricity needs. This isn't just a solar project. This is an initiative of uplifting the lives of our people, aiding better employment opportunities for our youth, and creating a balance on income versus spending. The solar success story of Modhera is a testament to the result effective planning and dedicated efforts can do towards the progress of a village and state. It is not only a modern-day achievement but a lesson to the future generation on the maximum utilization of clean energy. Modhera, the real definition of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
That was a film on the Modhera project. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with that, in order to speed up their solar transition, it is really essential for member countries, policy leaders, and decision makers to know the evolutions in technology, market, and investment scenario. Keeping this in mind, the ISA has published 3 flagship reports on technology, market, and investments, which were just revealed. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, it gives me a lot of privilege to invite on stage Dr. Philip Malebranche, Assistant Director General, ISA, to kindly join us on stage and give us a brief introduction to the reports. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Philip Malebranche.
Good morning, ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to present you this World Solar Report that we are just released. Why? We have heard the word of our ISA president, our ministry. We need to change the world. As I had written, it's time to take action. We need to go faster. It's all about the main pillar of ISA activities, which are advocacy and analytics and capacity building. So it's all about raising awareness that solar is the cheapest electricity so far, with many advantages. It's nevertheless a very specific energy, no sun at night. It's very modular. You have never one size or one design fits all, so you need dedicated design. It's a fast-moving, fast-evolving technology, so that's why we need to raise awareness everywhere with as accurate information as possible. So our objective with this report is to give hope about the feasibility of the transition, to provide insights, to provide perspectives, and most important, to enable action by all actors, you as citizens, you as professionals within corporates, within governments, everybody can take action. How we can do this with reports? It's by entering into the detail in order to trigger discussion, bringing clarity, because solar, you can say many things about solar, solar is nice, etc., but then you have to get to the point, or how do you put it on the house, how you leave it in the field, how you make big system out of these small pieces. You need to go into the detail. You need to bring clarity. It's not always sure everything is working well, so you need indicator. You need to enable data collection and easier monitoring. So this report are trying to contribute to all this, and it's really in line with the ISA as a knowledge center. So our approach is triple: a technology report, a market and policy report, it's really related, an investment and finance report. So it was just presented. We have been adopting an approach as global as possible, but also focusing on a representative example of stakeholders, of countries, of applications, reviewing, and here it's an important word, the diversity of options. I will go on with several examples about diversity and showing trends. I will go quickly. You know, for the technology report, one key issue is the improvement. Everything is improving. The cost is decreasing, the efficiency is increasing, and very important, as you can see, we are preparing the future. The yellow part, the yellow bar, are increasing that much, that it's almost 50% now, and we are preparing the future. Solar is coming in above wind, hydro, and above all, above fossil fuel, coal and gas and oil. Diversification of technology option. Here it's an example of how should countries go, whether with grid connection, with hybrid mini-grid system, with off-grid system. You have always a multiple of options. I will finish by 3 examples on the technology report. Everybody is always thinking of power with off-grid system, rooftops, and utility scale. I will go a bit beyond. Minister Singh talked about floating solar. It could be BIPV as well. All these are well known. But I would like you to know about transportation. Solar can do a lot also in transportation. You can drive with solar, with two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheelers, bus, vans, trucks, of course, carports, PV charging station, etc. Second topic where it's not so obvious to think of solar is agriculture. Here again, many examples of many designs. It can be vertically mounted, it can be inserted in greenhouses like that. like this. You can have interrow crops. It's really new design. You have to optimize both PV and the crops. And last, I would say the big thing coming in soon, we have seen PV at the watt level for solar home system, at the kilowatt level for residential rooftop, at the megawatt level for utility scale. We have even reached gigawatt level, but the next scale is tens of gigawatts to produce oil, to produce solar hydrogen. It will be the new oil, cleaner, except it will be cleaner and cheaper. And first, we will start with the application in the steel industry and the fertilizer industry. We are just starting studies together with African Union and EIB on how it could be done, not in 50 years, in 2050, not in 20 years from now, but how we can get off-taker, most important, for steel or fertilizer industry, plus sun, plus water. You need water. And also some storage facility. So we are looking at how it would be possible in Egypt, in South Africa, also in Morocco and Mauritania. So we start with few local regions, I would say, but of course we will extend this to all Africa and all continent. We will make a presentation on this study at COP27 with the African Union, EIB, on the 8th. You are invited. You can invite your minister, your colleagues at this. For the market report, I will be very quick because we will have a presentation, dedicated presentation later on. It's a way to provide a dashboard with key indicators to be able to drive the policies. One thing which is important is to highlight disparities among region, countries, and market segment. You can be happy with a 10% growth, 20% growth, but be aware that it's always a mixture, a trade-off between segment growing at 50% and segments which are still not addressed. So then you end up with an average of 20%, which may look nice, but everybody can do better. So it's also to estimate about future prospects and to review the challenge and policies. Most of the figures are growing. I will skip this one. An interesting figure is about how PV can integrate the mix. So the best countries are small countries, Luxembourg, Yemen, Chile, Australia, above 10% of solar PV in the mix. But what is important is how you can do the best in 1 year. And in 1 year, some countries have been increasing by 3%, even 7% was done in 1 year by Vietnam. So you will have more in the dedicated presentation. In fact, for the PV presentation, for the technology report, it will be done soon after. For the investment report, same approach. We are looking at the various behavior in various regions for various applications. We want to highlight disparities. You know, some regions are doing better than others. The stakeholders like banks, corporate, utility, oil and gas company, all of them behave differently. So we will be reviewing all that and also the financing and de-risking tools. This is my last 2 slides. On the investment report, you will see the share of solar slightly increasing. It's the technology which is increasing the most among all over, among coal, oil. This graph is in billion. How many billion are investing? And you see the share of solar increasing. And coal is decreasing, not quickly enough, but still decreasing. Banks, for instance, some banks are doing well, but not all of them. You see, this is how much they spent on solar, close to zero. It's in the range of 10 or 20 billion. How much they still spent in fossil fuel activities. With that, I thank you for your attention. That was all just to give you an overlook of what is in this report. We have still 2 weeks to receive comment. So if you, the final release would say will be done for COP27. So in the meantime, if you download the report, which is already available on our website, you can send comment, and we are ready to tweak few things within the 2 coming weeks. With that, I thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to see you again into the more dedicated session on technology, which will start now, and this afternoon on market and policies, and then on investment and financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Malbranche. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to break for tea, coffee, but this is going to be a very short 15 minutes break. So I'm going to request you to please come back in 15 minutes. The tea, coffee area remains the same as last night's dinner, but for those of you who are joining us today, I'm going to request you to go to the hard court area, which is actually in that direction, the opposite direction of the stage. I would request you to ask the hotel. The volunteers here will also assist you to tea, coffee. Hard court is where tea, coffee is organized, ladies and gentlemen. And then we will request you to come back a little before 15 minutes so that we can take it to the next session on time. Even though we're lagging behind a little bit, we're about 10 minutes late, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to request you to come back by 11:25 a.m. Thank you very much once again for being here with us, ladies and gentlemen, for the inaugural session. The technical session 1 is going to take place in this room itself on the theme. There's a panel discussion on global solar technology landscape. So we've got a panel discussion on global solar technology landscape, which is going to take place in this room itself. If you see the arrangements, there are 2 rooms. There will be parallel sessions taking place post-lunch, which is 2 p.m. onwards. But for now, technical session 1, the venue will remain the same. I'm going to request and urge you to come back to this room itself after your tea, coffee break. Please try to come back, ladies and gentlemen, a few minutes before 11:25. Thank you very much. This will be a 15 minutes tea break. Thank you. across the world for this particular session. I'm going to request you to please take seats. We will be starting shortly. For members in the theatre seating, I would request and urge you to procure your translation headsets if required, ladies and gentlemen. For switching channels, channel 1 is for English, channel 2 for Arabic, channel 3 for French, and channel 4 for Spanish. Please take seats, ladies and gentlemen, because we will start very shortly. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you for reassembling, ladies and gentlemen. Now may I request you to please take seats. Members in the audience seated in the theatre seating, I would request you to procure your translation headsets from the desk outside in case the need so arises, in case you need one. And by switching channels, you can actually access languages, English, Arabic, French, and Spanish. Switch to channel 1 for English, 2 for Arabic, 3 for French, and 4 for Spanish. We're soon going to be starting with the first technical session, ladies and gentlemen, a panel discussion on global solar technology update. This is going to be a hybrid session, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier today, the Honorable Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, His Excellency Shri R.K. Singh, launched the World Solar Technology Report, which was put together by the International Solar Alliance. The objective of this discussion will be to share the findings of the report, exchange expert viewpoints on importance and usage of data and information in key decision-making processes, as well as adopting technological advancement by ISA member countries. It is my privilege indeed to invite on stage our session chair, Mr. Ibrahim Yakubu, Honorable Minister and ISA Vice President for Africa Region. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Namaskar and welcome, Honorable Minister. I'd like to invite the moderator for this session, Dr. Philip Malbranche, Assistant Director General, ISA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Assistant Director General, International Solar Alliance, Dr. Philip Malbranche, on stage with a big round of applause. He's going to be moderating the proceedings for this session. Welcome, sir. And let me invite our eminent panelists, Mr. Mate Hayes, Director of Global Affairs, Solar Power Europe, Belgium, and Chair-elect of Global Solar Council. Please help me welcome him on stage. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you would put your hands together and welcome online Mr. Neil Span, CEO, Power Roll, United Kingdom. Welcome, sir. May I invite on stage Ms. Mahua Acharya, MD and CEO, CESL, Ministry of Power, India. Let's welcome the lady with a big round of applause. Ms. Mahua Acharya, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Kristen Breer, Professor Solar Economy, University of Technology, Finland, Lappeenranta Lahti. He's going to be joining us. And Mr. Gaetan Masson, Managing Director, Becquerel Institute, Belgium, is here with us. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. And may I invite on stage Mr. Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya, Director Projects, NTPC Limited. There he is. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause, please. Thank you very much, sir. Very warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now begin with a special address by our session chair. It is my privilege to invite our session chair, Mr. Ibrahim Yakubu, Honorable Minister and ISA Vice President for Africa Region, to please address all of us, sir.
Mesdames et messieurs, I will speak in French. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. C'est un honneur et un privilège pour moi de présider cette session importante. Donc, je voudrais souhaiter la bienvenue aux membres de ce panel, aux experts et à toutes les personnes qui sont là. Aujourd'hui, le débat public, il est marqué par un consensus large sur les conséquences néfastes du changement climatique que nous vivons dans la plupart de nos États. Et il est aussi marqué par un autre consensus tout aussi fort, c'est la nécessité d'une transition énergétique mondiale. Les menaces des émissions mondiales de gaz à effet de serre sont mises en évidence chaque jour par des conditions et des conséquences climatiques de plus en plus anormales et aussi le renforcement de la probabilité de catastrophes naturelles. Les émissions sont principalement dues aux sources d'énergie fossiles dans tous les secteurs et la nécessité de remplacer progressivement ces carburants est devenue une nécessité au niveau local et au niveau mondial. Dans ce contexte, il est nécessaire que le monde invente d'autres sources d'énergie propres et durables, accessibles au plus grand nombre. Et c'est dans cette configuration que la technologie de l'énergie solaire est devenue la principale technologie d'énergie renouvelable au cours de la dernière décennie, avec des installations cumulées multipliées par plus de 20 en 10 ans pour atteindre 920 gigawatts dans le monde en 2021. Ces technologies comprennent une gamme d'options diversifiées et en constante progression, telles que les technologies solaires photovoltaïques et les solaires thermiques. Le solaire photovoltaïque est devenu la technologie dominante, le solaire thermique attirant l'attention pour certaines applications. La croissance rapide du déploiement de l'énergie solaire a été stimulée par des dépenses de recherche importantes et dans beaucoup de pays pour rendre l'énergie solaire techniquement et financièrement mature, accessible et disponible pour la plupart de nos États. Certaines de ces avancées, parmi les plus importantes, ont contribué à la transition vers une énergie propre. Avec donc l'introduction de nouvelles technologies et d'applications innovantes de production d'énergie solaire, l'énergie solaire offre de plus en plus un grand nombre d'opportunités pour beaucoup de secteurs et beaucoup d'utilisations. L'ISA, notre alliance commune, vise à faire de l'énergie solaire la source d'énergie privilégiée vers des émissions proches de zéro. C'est pourquoi, au cours de cette session, nous allons discuter des grandes lignes du rapport mondial sur la technologie solaire et requérir l'avis, les contributions et les expériences des éminents panélistes que nous avons aujourd'hui. Cette session réunit diverses parties prenantes issues de la technologie, des gouvernements, des secteurs privés et de tous les acteurs qui sont intéressés par le développement du solaire dans nos États. Donc c'est dans cet esprit que je renouvelle nos remerciements pour toutes les personnes qui ont pu assister à ce panel et remercier encore une fois à nouveau les panélistes qui ont accepté de contribuer à l'enrichissement de nos discussions de ce matin. Je vais donc donner la parole à notre modérateur pour diriger le débat au cours de cette session. Merci encore une fois pour votre présence. Philippe, vous avez la parole. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur Ibrahim Yacoubou, pour cette introduction. I will switch to English, and now I will invite Mr. Rishikesh Muthial from KPMG, who has been involved in the writing and the releasing of this technology report. So, Rishikesh, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, so there will be a KPMG presentation. Of course, Dr. Malbranch is also going to be joining Mr. Muthial. We have Mr. Rishikesh Muthial, Manager KPMG India, who's going to be making that presentation. Thank you, moderator, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Rishikesh, I'm part of KPMG. We've been supporting ISA in drafting these reports for the last few months. I'll be quick in terms of, highlighting some of the key findings, what we have been done in the last few months. The structure of the report, we captured like 5 key segments, what we're trying to cover. First, beginning with the role of energy transition and the role of solar technologies helping in this transition. So we would be capturing solar growth in terms of various technologies and also the key levers which have been supporting this transition. And then followed by the solar technologies. Basically, we would be reviewing all the technologies which are applicable in solar and then also identifying which are moving fast and which are moving back and what are the key developments happening across different regions. Then followed by technological solutions, the report just not only captures the standalone segment of solar technologies, but we are also trying to involve the technologies which would accelerate solar further, like green hydrogen, energy storage, and other aspects. The other key aspect of this report is also on the solar manufacturing. In solar manufacturing, we are covering geographic specific trends and also the different technological process which have been evolving within the manufacturing and also reviewing different components in terms of their efficiencies, in terms of their growth, etc. And followed by the last segment, which we would be highlighting the key recommendations which would assist ISA member countries accelerating the solar technologies in the regions. Yeah, so the first slides talk about the evolution of solar technology in terms of overall renewable energies, which Philip has already highlighted in the first session, where solar is growing at a faster pace. And now we are currently standing at 920 gigawatt as of 2021 in terms of installed capacity. Solar is occupying more than 50% share in terms of overall renewable energy capacity additions. And as a part of the report, although we are covering various technologies in terms of the performance, this curve talks about what are the different cell technologies are evolving since 2013. So it's evident that there is an increase in more than 20% efficiency when you compare to 2013 levels, and when you look at the cost, it's been reduced by more than 50%. So these are the two trends which are driving the solar adoption in the past few years. And also, it's not just about the cost, we are also capturing the applications within the solar technologies, which includes utility segment, C&I segment, and also residential segment. So for all these cost reduction drivers, what we have seen is module cost reduction played a key role in terms of overall cost reduction. And also there has been improvements in terms of balance of systems, which includes inverter and other components. Every 2 to 3 years, what we've seen was there is a change in technology, and there is change in efficiencies, there is change in the kind of improvements what we are seeing at a cell level. Currently, the market is dominated by mono, which occupies 82% of the market. And within mono, we are also tracking what technologies are evolving currently and what technologies would capture in the near-term future. So what we see in PERC is definitely dominating the market now. But it's been challenged by new technologies, which includes TOPCon, HJT, and black contact. So going forward, these are the three technologies in the near term, what we see would definitely take a key share in the market. So although there are some other technologies which are not yet commercially deployed, which are gaining traction and are in the range of 29 to 30% efficiency, but not for the near term, what they can compete with the existing technologies, what we see in the market. So this slide is generic overview, which we have highlighted in the first session as well. So solar is not just into power generation, it's been penetrating into different segments, and also since globally the focus is more on electrification, so solar is getting integrated into each and every other aspects, which includes agriculture, transport, and other segments as well. So these slides talk about the manufacturing part. Even today, Minister has also highlighted there is a need for diversification in terms of manufacturing. That's the trend what we also see globally. So far there is around 500 gigawatt of installed capacities there globally, but it's majorly focused in one region in China. And in terms of utilization of manufacturing capacity, it's around 60%. So in 2021, there has been production of around 280 gigawatts of module capacity. So we are expecting a huge uptick in 2022 in terms of installed capacity for manufacturing. That would be around 600 gigawatt by end of 2022. So the question remains whether the capacity which is there currently is sufficient to meet the annual targets what we are projecting. So based on different scenarios, we analyzed across these three reports. What we have seen is like in the coming years, there is a capacity addition of at maximum of 1 terawatt, which you can see annually. So to meet this demand, so the manufacturing needs to be ramped up, and it should happen at different geographies to avoid supply chain shocks. And other aspect in terms of material composition, what we see in the future, the glass would dominate the overall composition in the module. So one has to also focus upon different components which are going into this production of module technologies. So, like I said, manufacturing, if you look a decade back, it was costing around 1 billion to set up a 1 gigawatt integrated factory. Now it's around 100 to 150 million. So there is a reduction in capex to set up factories, so which you can see evidently in terms of trends. The installed capacity has been growing rapidly, and it's going to reach around terawatt scale in the near future. So what we also seen, there is a learning curve in terms of silicon technologies, which is around 28%. So this is going to move forward. So this will also further reduce the cost and also accelerate solar adoption. Other key important point what we are also covering as a part of the technology report is on the socio-economic and environmental benefits, which also needs to be looked upon. So in the 2021, solar has benefited 4.5 million jobs globally. So, and this is going to lead further, and 50 million of jobs what we are expecting based on different scenarios by 2050. So the focus now has to move on, skilling and more into solar enabling technologies as well. Other aspect on the environmental front, currently solar, if you look at the solar life cycle emissions, it's around 40 to 50 grams of CO2 per kWh, but due to process improvements, due to efficiency improvements, and moving towards green supply chains, we are seeing this would be in the range of 4 to 10 grams of CO2 per kWh by 2050. So this is a slight an overview of what we are broadly covering in the report. You can find much more details in the reports which are uploaded on online, and please send your feedback or comment suggestions to improve upon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruchikesh. To have covered all the aspects of technology, from the component to the system, and also addressing a little bit manufacturing issue. With that, I would like to first turn to Marwa Acharya from CESL to tell us about the current vision from your company regarding all this technological advancement. What are your vision regarding the use of various technology and the various components and the various systems regarding the current implementation of PV system with your company?
Sure, thank you. Firstly, thank you to ISA for having me at this event. And of course, Philippe, thank you for doing this session and inviting me to the panel. If you will allow me, before I answer specifically what I do and what the company does, I see in the audience several familiar faces, people from ministries that I know across the world. I think I've been here since the morning, and we spent the last few hours seeing where technology lies today. And I think the Honorable Minister of Power of my government gave you a very good sense of what's going on internationally. Prices are going up for gas, prices are going up. European energy prices are very bad right now. So this is a great time to come back to the discussion on solar. Now, I see familiar faces, and the reason I say that is, let me start. I have the Honorable Minister from Niger here. I spent 13 years of my life in a village in Tanzania. There was no power supply. We used diesel. I was just looking to see what is the number of people in Africa, since I see many African friends here, who don't have access to basic energy supply or consistent, non-intermittent energy supply, meaning 24/7 power. It's 600 million. I mean, it's still quite bad from when I was a child in a village. Some years ago, I worked very closely in Burkina Faso in Senegal. One of the most important and most powerful things that can be done to leverage investment, because I'm sure you're all thinking, well, I can use this technology, but how do I get it into my country? 60% of the world's resources, solar resources, sit in the African continent. Only 1% of that is counted in the installed capacity. Now, there's a huge, and you would think, how does one change that? From basic energy needs, where decentralized power and decentralized solutions are picking up. You're all from governments. The first thing on your mind is, where does the policy sit? What do I need to do for the policy? That's one. The other thing is, well, where's the money going to come from? And the third one is, what is the business model we should be having? And I would actually say out here, for some, there's a business model necessary for every part. For microgrids are expensive, but they're absolutely necessary. Individual solar systems are expensive on a per unit basis, but people pay 20 cents a kilowatt in interior Zambia for power supply, because it is such a basic need. And until the grid goes in, and even after the grid goes in, until that power purchase agreement can be kept stable, despite governmental changes, investment will not come in. So that is number one. We just have to respond with whatever technology to that segment. The second segment that's coming up is what India calls CNI, commercial and industrial. South Africa has a lot. Egypt, Tunisia, Senegal. There's a big amount of rooftop that can be put for commercial and industrial because they're willing to pay, and wherever there's willingness to pay, finance will come in. So that's the next piece. Now, where does technology become really important? All of it. We just need much more efficiency, and it's happening. But none of us, I think, at least me, I'm not inside the technology piece. I'm not able to control the R&D. What I can control is the business model around how we use it, and that's something that I do on a daily basis. I manage a company that sits inside the Ministry of Power, and we put solar panel installations across the country. Now, we're not doing large scale. We're doing small, little 1 megawatt is the biggest, to tiny little 300 kilowatts. And we put that across large spots across the country. And you're probably asking, what's the use of that? No, it's not supplying a rural home. It is situated in an area that is supplying renewable power. It is displacing what is on the grid, and it's creating about a 30 to 40% reduction of the cost of bringing power inside the grid. Just to put it in context, forget the currency. I'm supplying power at about 3 rupees a unit, so forget the currency. But by the time it reaches the user, by the time it comes to you, it costs the grid about 6 rupees because I've got to take it from a whole lot of places. So I'm in village areas putting up these panels. We really need much more efficiency. This is completely bankable. We've got 1 gigawatt that's under various stages of installation. And it's extremely lucrative for the grid. It's really good for the local people because the power is produced exactly where it is used. So I'm at the application end.
Let me ask you one question. Do you need efficiency or affordability for the people?
I think affordability is a function. I'm a big believer that affordability is a function of the business model that you use. The world of finance, where I've spent a lot of time trying to use the creative means of finance, has any number of structures to make something affordable. And then, of course, when that doesn't work, there's policy support. And in policy support, a lot of governments put financial support as well. So yes, affordability, but affordability is a function of what kind of business model you're going to structure.
Okay, thank you. I will turn to my neighbor, Ujjal Kanti, to go into more detail about technology. We are in a technological session. So what about, we have seen efficiency increasing, we have seen the development of new technology and many new systems. What is important for, to your opinion, for the end user? Is it, I would say, high efficiency, or is it the cost? Is it the reliability? Is it the sustainability? What is your opinion regarding that?
Thank you, Philip. And I'll come back to this answer of the last question, that which one is more important. But I'll start with that also. So I'll make it a circular journey. First and foremost, that efficiency is important, but ultimate importance is whether I can pay for that efficiency. For example, there are solar panels which are of the order of 22%, 22.5% efficiency, which are used worldwide today. But there are panels and systems which are used in spacecraft, where the efficiency is far, far more higher, almost double of it. But can I afford to have that? Should I put it on the rooftop? Should I put it in the ground mounted today? No. So efficiency is important, and efficiency is important in the quest of improving the solar system, the panel, and once we break that efficiency barrier, then our ultimate journey should be to bring down the cost. And once it becomes affordable efficiency, then it becomes acceptable. Then it makes a revolution. and I coined the word that it should be affordable efficiency. Coming to the journey of affordable efficiency, if we look at from not very far off days, not very far in the past, from 2008 or 9 that India came into big way in the solar PV and solar system, the things have changed heavily. It started with simple silicon cells. It is still continuing with silicon, although other things have also come into. But it has gone into various forms, and the efficiency have started changing. Now, if we look at the original earlier days in 2010, the efficiency range was of the order of 12 to 12.5%. Now, then came the mono, but mono was discarded very soon because there are some problems in the production and we could not get the right kind of efficiency out of it and reliability. So went to the polycrystalline. Then we are now coming back to the mono with a better improved production and technology. And we are also doping it with P, that is mono, P mono. And then we came to the park. So P mono park is the flavor of the day. But in the horizon, which is technically already available and which is knocking at the door for adoption, is the N mono park, where we have also improved upon the light-induced stabilization problem. That is the initial days, the degradation of, say, 1.5 to 3%, which takes place in case of normal mono. This has been stabilized by N mono park. And that's the journey of technology. But I'll also bring this another issue to this August gathering, that there is a limit up to which silicon can provide us the efficiency, which you all know. It is of the order of 33.7% as per the Shockley theory. Now, if you have to break free, you have to go for the multi-junctions and heterojunctions. Then we can go beyond 40, 43%. Thank you.
Thank you for this covering of your needs, I would say. I will turn to because you show the way of the innovation, you know, and going starting with monocrystalline, going to polycrystalline, back to monocrystalline. Among this journey of innovation, I would say, let me turn to our colleague who is online from PowerRoll, who is quite involved in innovation. And Neil, if you can hear me, I would like to see or to get your opinion about innovation and how to go further beyond the current technology on silicon. What are your vision on future development? Should we have one single technology doing everything, or are you seeing a portfolio of various technologies? So, Neil, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yes, good. Sorry, the sound quality from this end is a little challenging, so hopefully I picked up that question, Philip, in terms of increasing trends of module efficiencies. Firstly, thank you for the chance to speak. Thank you to the International Solar Alliance, the Honourable Minister, and yourself for chairing this session. I'm Neil Spahn. I'm the CEO of a technology development company. We are bringing a new type of flexible, lightweight solar panel to the market. I guess just to help you understand that, this is our solar panel that I'm holding in my hand, so it's easy for people to see. I think the trend for increasing efficiency will continue. So we're seeing, I work at quite the cutting edge of technology. So we work with the people who are working on tandem devices, perovskites, emerging materials and architectures. So there is a lot of opportunity to drive new improvements for solar technologies. I would like to make 3 points though. I think efficiency is clearly very important. But from our perspective, from my perspective, I think affordability, dispatchability, and ability to address multiple applications is very, very important for new technologies that are coming to market. So if I take we're working with some clinics in Zambia. Quite frankly, whether the panel is 22% efficient or 23% efficient really doesn't matter. What matters is, can it be installed locally? Can it be transported easily? And most importantly, is it affordable at the basic level? And I think the conversation on technology development for solar, has to bring in new types of technology that are more dispatchable and lightweight. The second point I would note is because there are very, very high efficiency panels already on the market, or already available. You can have 40% solar panels, but they're very, very expensive. So our view here at PowerRoll, and certainly some of my colleagues' views, is that if we can drive the cost of adoption down so it limits those barriers to take up, that is equally important as the development of efficiency in its own right. The second is making technologies that are lower capital to produce. So at the moment, technologies, even silicon, it's centralized in China. We'll maybe talk about that later. That put a lot of challenges on supply chain and transport. If we can manufacture a technology locally in all parts of the world that is low capital to manufacture, that brings the barriers down to bringing manufacturing into Africa, into Southeast Asia, into other parts of the world where it is lower than it can be. So there are some very exciting technologies coming to market, and I think the report was excellent. The technology update report in highlighting some of those. And we'll maybe talk a little bit later about what can we do as a community and as governments and the International Solar Alliance to help bring new technologies to market. Silicon is the dominant player. It's 95% of the market. It will get more efficient, but actually the economics with new technologies coming along, such as perovskites and technologies like ourselves, can bring new and complementary technologies. And I think that's the final point I want to make is this is not a race. This is about adding new complementary technologies to address applications that can't be addressed with current silicon technology. So non-load bearing roof surfaces, for example, unusual structures. So this is where we need to be bringing more technologies to the market rather than almost sort of coming too narrow and having a one solution size fits all, because we don't think that will be the right way for the market in the future. But in summary, the future is very bright for solar technology development. There's literally billions of pounds being invested around the world. Our challenge to work with the ISA is how do we bring those new technologies into some of the developing countries and developing markets? So hopefully, as I say, sorry the sound was a little bit poor at my end, but hopefully that's answered the question that was asked, Philip.
No, but thank you, because you are really showing that we are in front not of going toward one direction with one technology, but at the opposite. We are having more and more a whole portfolio of technology to cover many applications, from the one which require low efficiency to the one which require higher efficiencies. I'm seeing that the online connection is working well. I will turn to Gaëtan Masson from Becquerel Institute to get his own view on these technologies and with regard to efficiencies and sustainability and perhaps cost as well. So Gaëtan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Philippe. Do you hear me well? Because I don't hear the sounds perfectly, so I hope that I have understood your question. When we're discussing about efficiency, we should discuss about what efficiency means at the end. So the goal of increase efficiencies is at the end to reduce the levelized cost of electricity. It remains the key driver of this industry, and in order to produce, for instance, green hydrogen at competitive cost in the coming years, we'll have to continue reducing costs. And one of the opportunities that we have is definitively to reduce efficiency. But efficiencies can be much higher. We see with tandem cells, with efficiency significantly higher, but the question behind is, since we will have to multiply PV production by at least a factor 10 in the coming years, in addition to increase efficiencies, we should start to think about the materials that we are going to use. So avoiding as much as possible scarce materials, and materials which are not scarce for the time being at cell level, but also at module level, could become scarce if we have to multiply by 10 or 15 annual production. So I would say that we cannot disconnect the question of efficiency from all the other ones. We cannot disconnect it from sustainability. We cannot disconnect it from the final levelized cost of electricity, and we cannot disconnect it from sustainability issues. And when we put everything in the same basket, at the end, we realize that the question is much more complex than just rising efficiencies. And that's also the reason why a certain number of existing technologies are just making the market as it is for the time being. It's because they succeeded, at least until now, in fulfilling all the aspects which I have mentioned before. And I think maybe in this industry, we have too much of a tendency to consider efficiency as the absolute graal. And we should start to think about optimizing all factors. And my feeling is that at the horizon 2030, we will see most probably a very large share of technologies almost similar to what we see for the time being, with slightly higher efficiencies, with a totally different way of conceiving PV modules.
Thank you, Gaëtan, for this interesting view. So we have seen previously, this diversification of technologies available, and you pointed out the fact that it's always a trade-off among various parameters, which are efficiency, cost, reliability, and availability of resources. Thank you for pointing this out. I see we are running a little bit out of time. I would like to address also from the technology point of view the challenge of grid integration. Solar, we know very often that there's no sun at night. Sun is very variable. I would say it's also a bit predictable. There's day, night, winter, summer. But nevertheless, it remains a challenge to integrate renewables on a very large scale in a grid. So we had one panelist which was forecast, that was Christian Breyer, who couldn't show up, and I was expecting on him to discuss about this topic. But I will turn to Uwash Kanti. As NTPC, you have also this challenge of providing around-the-clock power. So how do you deal with that? How do you see, the gradual PV penetration linked to the need for this additional storage, whether it is short-term storage or long-term storage? So please, can you comment a little bit about this grid integration challenge and providing electricity when it is needed?
Yes, Phillips, but I'll like to split into two parts. One is pure technical part, that's the integration part of it. And second is, which is techno-commercial part, that is the 24/7 RTC power supply. Slightly different. So I'll start with the technical point first. You are aware, and all panelists, as well as my honorable audience, if you remember that even for the coal-fired power station or gas-fired power station, which is conventional grid, when we design a system and want to add up a new higher size unit, we always look at the impact that particular unit will have on the grid. Because of one fundamental thing, what if that particular unit trips? What impact does it bring to the grid? So gone are the days in India, because now we are an infinite grid, but I remember during my childhood when we were bringing 500 megawatt units in the grid, There are a lot of furores here and there and a lot of objections whether our grid can sustain that. Now, coming back to the integration of the solar, why I raised the issue of unit size in a predictable power generator like a coal or gas turbine here into integration of solar, because the importance of the fundamental issue is same. The grid remains stable and runs at 50 hertz or 60 hertz as it is designed for, provided there is a balance between the demand and supply. That's a fundamental of grid operation. The moment there is an imbalance, the grid slows down or goes out of sync. Now the supply side or demand side, both sides become important when you think of solar integration. First of all, solar is very intermittent. And intermittency in terms of is dawn to dusk. Second is throughout the day there might be cloud cover or there might be other reasons that why suddenly generation from a solar installation may go down or even come to zero. And solar doesn't remain after the dusk. So even in during summer and winter there will be variation. So we have diurnal variation as well as annual variations, apart from the hazard of intermittency in terms of cloud and other things. How do you handle this situation in a grid? Now, if you want to integrate this in a grid, you have to be ready with two things. First, if there is a sudden collapse from a supply injection from the supply side, that is solar, and if you are not able to forecast it, then you should have a backup. Now, the backup should be in terms of BESS, which is a simple battery, to keep the frequency stable for 10, 15, 30 minutes, depending on what is your system design and system size. Or you can have a standby supply. Now, standby supply will be in terms of either hydro, or it can be pump storage, or it can be a flexibly operating thermal, good old thermal or gas turbine operators. Second issue is the voltage instability which is brought by the solar system in the grid because of its very nature. Now, voltage instability, because the variation and intermittency, this creates voltage instability in the grid. A third is that solars do not provide what is known as the grid inertia to keep the system running in unison and synchronization. Now there are researches going on to create synthetic inertia by manipulating the inverter itself. The issue of reactive power, which is a basic need for an AC grid, has also created problem with the solar system, because ideally it operates in a zero power factor, unity power factor, doesn't provide any kind of reactive power. But now we are coming with inverters, and very soon those will be fully available commercially, where you can change the angles and you can create synthetic reactive power also. Then issues come in terms of cyber security. That cyber security is as bad or as good with thermal as coal-fired power station or gas turbine power station as in solar. But solar probably will have more impact on this in terms of cyber security, because probably it will be slightly easier to manipulate, having a lot of electronics and the digital systems inbuilt and directly connected and coupled to the supply systems. In case of power station, we isolate them through IT and OT system. In solar system, we have to develop similar kinds of natural barrier or firewall. Now, how do I address then? Summarizing the entire thing, we have to be able to first have the load management and also have the capability to forecast the RE power generation. This is most fundamental. Then we should have some additional spinning reserve in the form of either flexible operation, a coal-fired or gas turbine power station operating at a lesser load than it is supposed to be. The cost goes up, but that's at the cost of the grid stability. You should have ancillary services available with the grid operator, so that in case of emergencies it can be brought. BESS, as I have told, that can be improved further by making it a battery storage as a standby. You can go for pump storage, which in India we are taking in a very big way, because I think in the near future that is going to be the biggest solution. Batteries may not be as cheap, and batteries may have a geopolitical issues going forward. So pump storage will be a solution, and good old normal hydro, which provides a very simple and efficient grid operation flexibility, will be a solution for that.
Thank you, Ujjwal, for covering this topic and also extended it to the issue of cybersecurity and protection of data and so on. Mate, from Solar Power Europe, I know that you usually or periodically release guidelines. Could you tell us more about, this recommendation for operation and maintenance? So if you can tell us a bit more about your vision, what type of guidelines do you provide to your members? So the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Philippe, and thank you to the International Solar Alliance for having me here on this distinguished panel. So indeed, just a few words about Solar Power Europe to give you a context. Solar Power Europe is the association that represents the solar industry in Europe. We have about 300 members covering the entire solar value chain, and also internationally active members that operate in countries like India, but also in many African countries. And so indeed, we have a number of working groups, including a working group that's called Life Cycle Quality. And what did we see 5-10 years ago when we first established this task force dedicated to operation and maintenance? We saw a lot of very big inconsistencies in terms of quality in operation and maintenance services in Europe. And that's why we brought together our members to develop the best practice guidelines, industry-driven best practice guidelines, together with our members on operation and maintenance. And the purpose, the objective of these guidelines is to harmonize standards, to agree within the industry on common standards, common best practices, to reduce transaction costs, to increase the return on investment, to reduce the levelized cost of electricity. And so this work was continued. We then developed best practice guidelines for EPC, so for engineering, procurement, and construction of solar power plants. Then we also developed best practice guidelines for asset management, so that is the commercial and financial management of the assets. And so this has now become a real suite of best practice guidelines. And so this is also something that we've been discussing with our partners from outside of Europe. So together with partners such as IGEF, the Indo-German Energy Forum, the India-EU CECP, the Clean Energy and Climate Partnership, we adapted these guidelines to the Indian context. So now there is also a suite of guidelines specifically for the Indian context. And with an EU-funded program called Get Invest, we also adapted these best practice guidelines to the the African context. So now we also have the O&M and EPC best practice guidelines available for Africa. Can be downloaded from our website. So I invite the participants today to download these guidelines. And I think I will stop here.
And as you have a lot of manufacturers in your association, could you tell us a bit more about your vision of the supply chain in terms of resilience, how your members feel comfortable with the current situation, I would say. So could you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for the question. And this has been a recurring theme in the past days, I think, increasing supply chain resilience, supply chain sustainability. And I think that a very important part of the answer to these challenges is, of course, global supply chain diversification, which we as Solar Power Europe are very much supporting. And our approach consists of, well, two pillars, let's say, pretty obvious. First, we support the reshoring of manufacturing to Europe. So many of you know probably that Europe used to be a leader in solar manufacturing 10, 15 years ago, but we obviously lost that place. But now there is a strong political will supported by the industry and initiated by the industry to reshore manufacturing to Europe with the objective, and this is an objective that was put forward by the European Commission, to develop 20, now it's becoming 30 gigawatts of solar manufacturing from polysilicon to modules by 2025. And just for your information, these 20 to 30 gigawatts would cover approximately 1/3 to half of the demand that we forecast for 2025. And the European Commission is now actively developing an approach and measures to make this possible. So just a couple of weeks ago, or maybe last week, the so-called European Solar Industry Alliance was initiated, and Solar Power Europe, together with other key players in the solar sector, is part of it, and also part of the steering committee. And this is part of a bigger package, the so-called Repower EU package, that is the European Commission's proposed answer to the current energy crisis. And of course, the other pillar, I mentioned two pillars, is that we, Europeans, we want to cooperate with global partners on global supply chain diversification. So we are very happy to see the ambition of India and also other countries to develop solar manufacturing locally. The PLI scheme is something that is very successful, very promising in our opinion, and something that European companies are also interested in. I understand there will be a new call under the PLI scheme, and I'm sure many of our members will be interested in that as well. And we, as Solar Power Europe, together with our counterpart association in India, NSCFI, are also closely cooperating to enable synergies between the EU and India on solar manufacturing. And we really think that the EU and India can reinforce each other's position and hopefully leading position in solar energy and in solar manufacturing in particular.
And maybe one more question. Beyond this EU-India partnership that you would like to have, how can we think of increasing the local content where you go to Africa or somewhere else? I think it's an important part. And could you say a few words on that?
So we understand that in many African countries, local content requirements are considered as very important, and we acknowledge this importance. Our members are fully aware of these requirements and happy to support these requirements. So we've been talking to our members about approaches to invest in countries in Africa, for example. And one of the recurring themes is obviously local content requirements, which is fully understandable from a local developmental point of view as well. So this is something that we're fully aware of, and our members are happy to support.
On this need, and before we are going to, you can get prepared. We are going to see if you want to propose some question. But regarding this need for local manufacturing, maybe Gaëtan Masson from Becquerel, would you be willing to comment on this local manufacturing issue? Gaëtan, we cannot hear you, so just wanted to know if you wanted to, if you wanted to say something about local content or local manufacturing, but if not, no issue.
So I assume you're talking to me, but the sound is so bad that I cannot understand what you were saying before. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to comment on the last part. If you want, I can just do a comment on local manufacturing in general, if it's what you were referring to. I will take a different hat than my Becquerel Institute hat and my hat of co-chair of the European Solar Manufacturing Council. I really think that we are changing paradigm for the time being with regard to manufacturing. And when I see the influence that solar is taking in the speeches of policymakers, there is definitely something that we have to achieve in the coming years globally. It's the creation of local jobs, well-paid local jobs, engineering jobs, but also industrial jobs. And this is something which, if we do not succeed to develop these jobs, will have a detrimental impact on the development of PV globally. I'm not saying that the industry can develop everywhere in all segments. We all know that it's a highly technological industry that requires IP, it requires years of research, but I'm extremely pleased to see a massive industry development in India, in several other countries around the world, which are showing that it's possible to develop PV industry outside of the countries which have developed it until now. And I continue to believe that it's something so essential that in countries where we will destroy hundreds of thousands of millions of jobs in the conventional energy industry, if we cannot replace them by jobs in the renewable energy industry, it will delay even more the energy transition. And we see it already in Europe, and I can comment on what's happening in many European countries where we have lost 10 years. And we have lost 10 years because the major point was basically that most PV modules used in Europe were imported. And some didn't want it to acknowledge it in time because PV was still a little part of the energy transition. But now that PV is taking the major part, the lion's share of the energy transition, we cannot hide anymore in the sand, and we need to develop the local industry. In a report that we have realized for the International Solar Alliance, we showed that in most countries, we should start from the downstream part of the PV industrial value chain, so producing modules locally, and then progressively going up in the value chain and developing cells, and after that wafers, polysilicon, and other aspects. And I continue to believe that in most countries, this is definitively the direction that will be taken and that will have to be taken. And that if this succeeds, the acceleration of the energy transition based on solar PV will go significantly faster than what we could do without the local manufacturing development.
Thank you, Gaëtan. Very interesting viewpoint. Mr. Rujal would like to add a few things on.
Yeah, thank you, Mason. You have painted the entire canvas appropriately, but with your permission, I would like to add something more from our Indian experience on the local component and value addition. See, if we look at the value chain for an entire solar PV, say solar park of 100 megawatt, you will see the percentage-wise, the module constitutes almost 68% of the total cost. And 7 to 9% become the cost of the MMS, the module mounting structure. The inverter takes around 9 to 12% depending on the design of the inverter and type of the plot, etc. And rest comes from the land cost, the cost of cable, cost of transformer, connector, and all these things. You are very right, and you have emphatically said it's a highly IP intensive industry. So creating a manufacturing base just like that in one corner of the earth is not possible. Yes, while agreeing to that, I will put one more side of it, which will be very useful for not only for Indians, but a lot of my honorable colleagues from the other countries, that a lot of value adds can be done. Now, if we leave that module and inverter for the moment, rest of the things, most of the countries in the world are in one way or other producing. The MMS is nothing but GI, iron structures. It can be fabricated, it can be produced locally. The cables, depending on the level of production and technology of different countries, in many of the countries, such DC cables, which are very simple things, are produced. Transformers may not be in every country, but in many countries, these are available. Coming to the even modules, if we break down the module, the most important and IP intensive part is the cell, which constitutes almost 50% of the cost of a module. The rest of the 50% you have a lot of opportunities. Think of the glass, think of the frame, which is an aluminum, think of the back sheets, and think of the rest of the clamps, connectors, etc. In India, we started with importing of cell. Now we are going back into the value chain. We are now thinking of going to the wafer and maybe someday ingot, and then we'll be integrated in the entire thing. Similar thing for the inverter. The inverter, the most important part is the PC, the PCB, and the electronics inside it, along with that IP and the design part of it. But around 15 to 20% value addition in terms of the connectors, sockets, the frames can be done by any country to start with. So my suggestion will be that yes, it can be started with a completely knockdown assembly, then semi-knockdown and value adds, and as you progress further, you can aspire to add much and much more and more local component addition to that.
Thank you very much for this addition. I will now open the floor to give the floor to the room. We will start a question and answer session. So if you would like to raise a question, yes. 1, 2. So first, there. Yeah.
My question would be to Mr. Neil Span on thin films concept which he shared. The region that we are having, the tropical region, has high incidence of storms and hurricanes. Even in India, it has become an annual fact as such. In the month of May, second week of month of May, wherein the coastal cities get affected due to these cyclones. My question is, to what extent these thin films can withstand these cyclones and hurricanes? Do you have any experimental inference to draw? So your views on that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. I picked that up. So in terms of thin films, I mean, there's a lot of development, across the globe on thin films such as ours. Now, we are predominantly aiming for rooftop installations. So rather than solar farms, where clearly in cyclones that would be challenging, but in a rooftop situation, our film will be directly adhered to the roof surface. So actually, the ability for the wind to take the film off the roof is actually diminished, as opposed to a panel that's sitting proud to the roof surface on a racking system. So I actually think from a building integrated PV and an installed PV perspective, that wind will be a lower factor for a thin film such as ours, because we're directly adhered to the roof surface. Now, unfortunately, if the roof is taking off the building, then unfortunately the panel will go with it. So I think thin film offers a lot of potential solutions for certain situations, but for others, such as big ground mounted solutions, we don't believe that's probably going to be the way forward. So hopefully that was the question that was asked there, and we've done quite a few experiments here in the UK, about the durability of our flexible film, and we're pretty excited about it. Hopefully that asked the question, because the sound is a little patchy.
Thank you, Neil. There was another question, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Seth. I'm from Ghana. I work with the Ministry of Energy. Thanks very much for the discussion so far. You have presented some interesting statistics, particularly about Africa, where, the uptake of solar energy is very low, even though it's one of the regions with the highest, solar energy resources. You would agree with me that markets that have seen significant, increase in solar PV installations are those with robust, energy mix, energy infrastructure, transmission and distribution infrastructure. It looks like this whole conversation most often are being done in silo. To what extent do you think we can broaden this conversation to ensure that there is inclusivity, getting the right people at the table, and to ensure that there is skill and a win-win for all of us? Thank you.
Was that a comment, or do you have do you want to address this question to
Yes, sir.
Okay,
So thank you for that. In fact, your question goes to the very heart of where we are today, even inside the alliance. There's a huge scope especially amongst developing countries, because many of the issues are similar. Affordability, access, infrastructure that's not catching up as quickly, and perhaps riskier, financially riskier environments. And there's a lot of scope for experience sharing. I can at least say from here, from this country, this has been 15 years of solar development, and it's not all been easy. There have been a lot of difficulties along the way as well, and that can be, I cannot say replicated, because that word tends to be oversimplified. But there are definitely issues to be discussed, government to government, importantly private company to private company, and tax. I mean, that's just, I find that again and again in countries, import duties, by the time you put an import duty on the panel that comes in from somewhere else, the landed cost is not justifiable anymore against coal or diesel. And then policymakers said, you know, what are you saying, that solar is not actually so cheap? So some of these tax people experience with different elements inside the policy making, the governmental system. I think there's a very large scope for topic-based discussions amongst select countries that are interested, have a plan, where the plan is near-term. Without near-term, you know, by the time you make your investment pipeline, the baseline has changed, or financial markets have changed, or some other geopolitical thing has happened. So very high, and I hope that this kind of thing can be fostered inside the alliance.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Prakash Kumar from Special Invitee from Tamil Nadu. This is for Director Projects NTPC. So may I know when NTPC is the largest organization in power sector. May I know when NTPC come in offshore wind energy in Tamil Nadu and Gujarat, sir.
I'll take you a bit back in the history. When CWET was formed, which is based in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu, NTPC was probably one of the first entity, at least the commercial entity, which took membership of CWET and started working directly with them to create and understand the paradigm. First understand, they create the paradigm for offshore wind. Second, we are internal planning wise, we have taken a big step that onshore and offshore wind, both are our targets, and we have already identified the Mannar region, you know, of the Tamil Nadu, where there is the maximum offshore wind potential as of now in Indian context. We have already identified that and looking for certain acreage to be allocated to NTPC, and we'll go all way to develop them.
Thank you.
Thank you. How many, can you raise your hand? Yes, there's one question there. How many questions next?
Hello.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Saurabh Bon Saxena. And my question to the panelists is that hydrogen is the new kid on the block. Okay, and solar is like there. The combination as green hydrogen and its application not rather far in decades, rather now. How is it evolving into the policy, and because the technology is available, how it is means, and it makes a lot of sense to use that. How it is getting put into the policy system to get more implementation.
Thank you. That's a question for the next roundtable, next panel discussion. You know, it's about market and policies. But I know everything is quite intricate. But I would prefer a question on technological issue.
Philip, yes, you have rightly said there is a full-fledged session on this, and probably we have already overstepped into other sessions at a time. But to quickly give you a connect to the RE and hydrogen, green hydrogen can be produced with RE power. The problem is where the policy intervention is required. The hydrogen production is very costly. And why it is costly? Because it is highly electricity intensive. 1 kg of hydrogen production today as per the electrolyzers and the normal electrolysis process, takes around 55 kilowatt hour of energy, 55. Now, depending on what is the cost of kilowatt hour in your country or by your own production, the cost of hydrogen at the electrolysis ends will depend. Now, assuming that becomes $4 equivalent for per kg, now comes the question of bottling it, then compressing it, transporting it. As per US data, that at the burner tip, if I take it for a gas turbine power station, at 300 bar, 700 bar is ideal, the cost of hydrogen will be around $11+. Now, how do you make hydrogen applicable and acceptable? There the policy intervention from the government will be coming, and we'll be listening to the session next time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would like to come to a close, but before that, I would like to check with our panelists if they want to say something, maybe a few words from each panelist, maybe starting with our online partner. I don't know if you can hear me, but what would be your final word as a conclusion on this session? So who would like to start with Neil or Gaetan? So, yes, Neil, start first.
Oh, sorry, was that to me, Philip? Was it? Sorry. Well, thank you for letting me participate in this session. Apologies for the sound quality. I would just say two things. I think the future for solar is absolutely phenomenal. The new technologies will help us address some massive challenges. 700 million people in the world still without electricity. Only 2% of the world's roofs have solar on, and there is 200,000 square kilometers of roof space available. I think new technologies can help address those challenges, and in particular for some of the island state nations to get solar to everybody almost in this world. So I think the potential is massive. I think as a collective, we can use this report that's been drafted, this excellent report, to springboard future technologies in the solar sector. So thank you for allowing me to participate.
Thank you, Neil. Gaetan, few words as well.
Yeah, I could I could just focus on something which was announced during the last World PV conference in Milan a few weeks ago. Dr. Christian Breyer revised upwards its scenario for PV penetration by the end of the century if we want to decarbonize all aspects of the economy. And what would be needed in 2050 would be 80 terawatt of PV and even more 170 terawatt of PV by the end of the century. What lies behind is that everything that we are doing is going to take an importance that we haven't seen before. A market multiplied by a factor 10, at least, as I was mentioning, a consumption of raw materials multiplied by a factor 10, but also an importance in the economy in general that will be so tremendous that PV will become, without any doubt, what oil was to the economy in the 20th century. And we should better start to be ready, because in terms of influence and in terms of difficulties to manage that, it will be extraordinarily complex compared to all the energy transition that we have seen in the future. But I'm also super confident that with the level of technology that we have reached now, with the extremely low price and the high competitiveness of PV, that's basically by 2050 we will achieve an extremely high level of decarbonization thanks to this technology, to what's in the already available technologically speaking and what's going to come in the coming years. Thank you, and my apologies for not being able to follow everything due to the poor sound, but thanks a lot for the invitation, Philippe.
Okay, thank you, Gaetan. I will follow this direction. So, Mate, if you can start with your few words for conclusion.
In short, cooperation remains key. So supply chain diversification that we talked about a lot today in this panel, but also in the last couple of days is important, very important, in fact. It means strengthening of local manufacturing capacities around the world, but we also see a certain level of deglobalization around the world. And I just want to say that diversification shouldn't mean that we turn too much inwards. The solar industry should remain a globally integrated industry, and cooperation among all of us here remains key.
Thank you, Mate. Yeah.
Whenever we talk about solar, I find that we're talking about solar and its generation for the electricity sector. And in a lot of conferences, in fact most, this is in fact the discussion that I'm going to supply and I'm going to green the grid. And absolutely correct. But remember, in the last 2-3 years, electric mobility has picked up to points that is extremely viable and becoming more and more viable. And if you don't do something about that sector, that's about 15 to 20% of emissions. So unless we think, and we should think now, of using this solar power not just to green the grid, of course, but figure out very quickly how you can green transportation. And I'll do just a small little plug. We have just, and it's a first of its kind. It's not a pilot because it's big and it's functional. It's at 14,000 feet. So some of you that come from capital areas or cities that are high, we've put up a charging station that is solar powered, battery fed as well. It's doing absolutely fine. It charges cars, it charges buses. It's not small, it's about 1 megawatt. And it works very, very well. The solar generation up at that altitude, and I see friends from Bhutan here, up at that altitude is fantastic. So that means it's completely viable for us to do this. And if we can test it out technologically at that height, outside of land issues in cities, it's very, very doable.
Okay, thank you for enlightening us with such an example. Bhattacharya, yes, you want me to call the Bhattacharya. Your last few words?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much to provide me this opportunity, and I got further educated with the wisdom of my fellow panelists. Quick addition of 2 things. First of all, ISA is a solar alliance, and today in panel and most of the cases we are talking of only solar PV. There is another application which is there, which is real and which is also gaining ground, is the application of solar thermal. Now solar PV suffers from the intermittency, solar thermal provides the stable possibility. Solar PV suffers from the round the clock problem, solar thermal can provide you the solution. So I suggest that in discourse, now onwards we should integrate solar PV and solar thermal. One will complement and supplement other. And with the right application of these 2, we can really reach to what I told as affordable efficiency, which will serve the humanity in every country. Thank you.
Thank you for this words associating solar thermal and solar PV. And in fact, in the technology report, we address, to a lesser extent, for sure, but we address solar thermal as well. But it's true that the market and the technology is increasing much less than what we can see, what we can witness. Yeah. What we can see for the solar thermal. Mr. Ibrahim, voulez-vous dire quelque chose? If you would like to say something to conclude the session.
Non, je vais dire des choses brèves. J'ai écouté les questions sur les technologies solaires. Moi, ma conviction, c'est que le développement du solaire doit passer par des étapes. Je voudrais attirer notre attention à tous. En Afrique, très peu de gens ont encore accès à l'électricité maintenant en 2022. Si je parle du Niger, c'est moins de 20%. Dans le monde rural, c'est souvent moins de 3% qui ont accès à l'énergie. Et l'énergie principale qui est utilisée, c'est encore le bois dans la plupart des pays africains. Donc je voudrais que nous soyons concentrés sur les défis de chaque région. Et le défi de la région Afrique aujourd'hui, c'est comment avoir une technologie accessible, abordable et qui permette l'accès au plus grand nombre. Donc, concentrons-nous sur les étapes pour chaque région et c'est comme ça qu'on peut assurer l'accès à l'énergie. Merci beaucoup.
Merci pour ces derniers mots qui nous montrent who are telling us where to put the focus and not to forget cooking needs and basic needs, I would say. With that, I'm going to thank all the panelists, especially the online ones, and the ones which are on stage. So thank you very much. Thank you to the audience for your questions, for your participation. I hope it was interesting to all of you. And with that, I give back the floor to our Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malbranche, for steering that session ever so wonderfully. Thank you very much to the session chair, Mr. Ibrahim Yakubu, Honorable Minister and ISA Vice President for Africa region, also Minister for Energy, Republic of Niger. Thank you very much. I also thank our eminent panelists, Mr. Mate Hayes. We have seated on the dais Ms. Mahua Acharya, Mr. Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya, also our online speakers, Mr. Gato Masson and Mr. Neil Span. Thank you very much once again. I request the dignitaries seated on the dais to please give us a group photo opportunity. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, before we disband, I have some very important announcements to make. This session was the technical session, ladies and gentlemen, and now this was a discussion, of course, on global solar energy, global solar technology update. We will split the rooms now. The rooms have already been split, but the technical sessions are going to be split out because there will be parallel sessions running from 2 p.m. onwards, which is when we come back from lunch. In this venue, you will be a part of a panel discussion on global solar markets update at 2 o'clock. And in the adjoining room, there will be a very important panel discussion on new technologies in solar energy. Right after that, at 4 o'clock, there is going to be a tea break between 3:30 to 4 o'clock, which is a half an hour tea break between the parallel sessions. We come back at 4 o'clock after the tea break in this room for the panel discussion on global solar investment update, and in the adjoining room, a panel discussion on technology transfer and absorption in solar energy will follow, post which there will be a closing plenary in this room at 6 p.m. With that, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is being served at the hard court area where there is also an exhibition laid out. I would request and urge you to please visit the exhibition stalls and also enjoy your lunch. Dignitaries, will you please give me a group photo opportunity ahead of the dais? Thank you very much. There is also an announcement for the overseas delegation. Those of you who are interested in the site visit that takes place tomorrow, the solar PV installation site visit at the Indira Gandhi International Airport, you could give us our names at the registration desk. There will be a pickup at 9:30 a.m. sharp tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, from the hotel, and the dignitaries will be escorted to the cargo terminal of the Indira Gandhi Airport. I would request you to please give us your names at the registration desk outside. Thank you very much once again. Enjoy your lunch and please do visit the exhibition stalls and come back here in this room for a panel discussion on global solar markets update, and in the adjoining room there will be a very important panel discussion on new technologies in solar energy. So I'm going to request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please be a part of the sessions that take place post-lunch. Thank you very much once again.
Modhera, the synonym to worship and respect towards the infinity source of energy, the sun. While it has been the embodiment of worshipping the biggest foundation of energy on the planet, now Modhera is India's first 24/7 solar-powered village that would propel our nation's dream of 500 gigawatts of power generation via solar energy. On October 9, 2022, Honorable Prime Minister dedicated India's first self-sufficient and 24/7 solar-powered village to the country. With 1300 plus homes equipped with solar panels and a 6 megawatt solar project, a first in the country 15 megawatt hour battery energy storage system, solar-powered EV chargers, smart energy meters, and a smart energy center, Modhera has set a new milestone for others to follow. This is indeed a step towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat, with the entire village generating 100% of their electricity needs. This isn't just a solar project. This is an initiative of uplifting the lives of our people, aiding better employment opportunities for our youth, and creating a balance on income versus spending. The solar success story of Modhera is a testament to the result effective planning and dedicated efforts can do towards the progress of a village and state. It is not only a modern day achievement but a lesson to the future generation on the maximum utilization of clean energy. Modhera, the real definition of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
With the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam at heart, India realizes that the world together needs to be protected. We must leave a healthier and cleaner planet for our future generations. India has committed to achieve 40% of its installed electricity generation capacity from non-fossil fuels by 2030. By 2030, India's electricity requirement will be 814 gigawatts. Out of this, 450 gigawatt capacity is planned to come from renewable energy sources, including 280 gigawatts from solar energy. To achieve this target, around 30 gigawatts of solar energy capacity is needed to be installed every year till 2030. Atmanirbhar Bharat has geared up the country towards scaling up domestic manufacturing. Scaling up of domestic solar manufacturing would also enable India to export polysilicon, wafers, solar cells and modules, apart from cutting down imports. This will provide other countries an alternate avenue to procure solar cells, modules and their raw materials. To incentivize solar manufacturing in the country, the government has created a large market of more than 36 gigawatts for solar products made in India. India understands that a level playing field and protection from unfair competition from imports is necessary for encouraging investments. In line with this vision, the Government of India has announced imposition of basic customs duty on imports of solar PV cells and modules. Import duties on solar inverters have also been raised. To expedite this shift and create a complete solar manufacturing ecosystem, the Indian government has recently launched a production-linked incentive scheme in line with our vision for 2030. The PLI scheme will provide financial incentives for manufacturing of polysilicon, solar wafers, solar cells and modules, and localization of raw materials for these items. In addition, this scheme rewards cutting-edge, higher efficiency technologies. To ensure reliability and highest quality in production of solar PV cells and modules, the government has prescribed quality standards, issued quality control, and come up with an approved list of models and manufacturers. India plans to set up renewable energy manufacturing zones to provide basic infrastructure facilities at concessional rates to manufacturers. And last but not the least, ease of doing business is a top priority for the Government of India. The government has set up a project development cell in its Ministry of New and Renewable Energy to handhold and facilitate domestic and foreign investors taking part in India's renewable energy journey. Are you ready to become a part of the success story called India?
Our planet Earth is getting warmer. The ice caps are melting, resulting in higher sea levels. Rainfall patterns are shifting and low-lying countries are under threat, with livelihoods of millions on the line. Climate change is real, and the urgency to shift to cleaner, greener energy is more urgent than ever. In the backdrop of this urgency to act, and days before the UN Climate Change Conference, COP21, India and France came up with the idea of a global intergovernmental body for quick climate action. On November 30th, 2015, more than 40 countries lying in the sunbelt between the two tropics came together and formed the International Solar Alliance, a treaty-based intergovernmental body. The founding conference of ISA, held in March 2018, a few months after the framework agreement came into force, was graced by President Emmanuel Macron of France and Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India. ISA works with governments to approve energy access and energy security around the world, and promote solar power as a sustainable way to transition to a carbon-neutral future. ISA's mission is to unlock $1 trillion of investment in solar and deploy 1,000 gigawatts of solar power by 2030, while reducing the cost of the technology and finance, even while pledging to develop concrete actions towards mitigating climate change by 2030. Let us together build a brighter future.
India, the land that worships the sun, has 300 days of sunshine in a year. Its large population and rapidly growing economy need clean, affordable and reliable energy to power their progress. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is on a mission to seek path-breaking schemes and projects to fulfill the nation's need for green energy. India looks to transform its solar energy landscape over the next few years by facilitating investments in projects as diverse as solar parks, green energy corridors, and floating solar. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy introduced the innovative concepts of solar parks to address the issues of land acquisition, transmission system, and other delays in traditional solar power projects. A solar park is a concentrated zone for the development of solar power generation projects. Solar parks offer many unique benefits to developers by ensuring availability of land, providing readily available transmission and power evacuation facilities, approachable roads, water facilities, and facilitation of all statutory clearances. In December 2014, MNRE rolled out a flagship scheme for the development of solar parks and ultra-mega solar power projects, with an aggregate capacity of 20,000 megawatts. This was enhanced in March 2017 to an impressive 40,000 megawatts. The total central grant approved under the scheme is a massive 81 billion rupees. The Solar Energy Corporation of India and the Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency are the implementing agencies of the scheme. As of the 31st of August 2021, 46 solar parks with an aggregate capacity of around 37,000 megawatts have been approved. India has solar parks that are among the world's largest. At solar park, these include 2,000 megawatt solar park at Pavgada in the state of Karnataka, 1,400 megawatts at Anantapuram, and 1,000 megawatts at Kurnool in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and 1,000 megawatts at Bhadla Phase 3 Park in the state of Rajasthan. The Green Energy Corridor scheme was initiated for evacuation of power from large-scale renewable energy projects in renewable energy resource-rich states. Its implementation began in 2015. GECs have both interstate transmission systems and intrastate transmission systems. Under the interstate transmission system to transmit power across Indian states, a total 3,200 circuit kilometers interstate transmission lines and 17,000 megavolt ampere substations have been commissioned. Under the intrastate transmission system for transmitting power within a state, with a total of 9,700 circuit kilometers intrastate transmission lines and 22,600 megavolt ampere capacity substations were approved in 2015. The 101 billion rupee intrastate transmission projects are currently under implementation in 8 renewable energy-rich states. As of the 31st of August 2021, a staggering 8,237 circuit kilometers of transmission lines have been constructed and 14,808 megavolt ampere of substations have been charged under the Intrastate Transmission Systems project, which will be completed by June 2022. India's reservoirs have an expansive area of approximately 18,000 square kilometers, with the potential to generate a colossal 280 gigawatts of solar power through floating solar PV plants. Floating solar PV plants in reservoirs of existing hydroelectric dams can utilize existing power evacuation infrastructure and can minimize the requirement of additional transmission infrastructure. The cooling effect of water on the solar panels can result in better capacity utilization. The Government of India has put several policy measures into place to support and promote floating solar PV projects. Under the able stewardship of the MNRE, the next decade will be one of exciting innovation and cutting-edge technology that will transform India's energy landscape. Come, invest, and be a part of India's ambitious solar plans.
Modhera, the synonym to worship and respect towards the infinity source of energy, the sun. While it has been the embodiment of worshipping the biggest foundation of energy on the planet, now Modhera is India's first 24/7 solar-powered village that would propel our nation's dream of 500 gigawatts of power generation via solar energy. On October 9, 2022, Honorable Prime Minister dedicated India's first self-sufficient and 24/7 solar-powered village to the country. With 1300 plus homes equipped with solar panels and a 6 megawatt solar project, a first in the country 15 megawatt hour battery energy storage system, solar-powered EV chargers, smart energy meters, and a smart energy center, Modhera has set a new milestone for others to follow. This is indeed a step towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat, with the entire village generating 100% of their electricity needs. This isn't just a solar project. This is an initiative of uplifting the lives of our people, aiding better employment opportunities for our youth, and creating a balance on income versus spending. The solar success story of Modhera is a testament to the result effective planning and dedicated efforts can do towards the progress of a village and state. It is not only a modern day achievement but a lesson to the future generation on the maximum utilization of clean energy. Modhera, the real definition of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
With the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam at heart, India realizes that the world together needs to be protected. We must leave a healthier and cleaner planet for our future generations. India has committed to achieve 40% of its installed electricity generation capacity from non-fossil fuels by 2030. By 2030, India's electricity requirement will be 814 gigawatts. Out of this, 450 gigawatt capacity is planned to come from renewable energy sources, including 280 gigawatts from solar energy. To achieve this target, around 30 gigawatts of solar energy capacity is needed to be installed every year till 2030. Atmanirbhar Bharat has geared up the country towards scaling up domestic manufacturing. Scaling up of domestic solar manufacturing would also enable India to export polysilicon, wafers, solar cells and modules, apart from cutting down imports. This will provide other countries an alternate avenue to procure solar cells, modules and their raw materials. To incentivize solar manufacturing in the country, the government has created a large market of more than 36 gigawatts for solar products made in India. India understands that a level playing field and protection from unfair competition from imports is necessary for encouraging investments. In line with this vision, the Government of India has announced imposition of basic customs duty on imports of solar PV cells and modules. Import duties on solar inverters have also been raised. To expedite this shift and create a complete solar manufacturing ecosystem, the Indian government has recently launched a production-linked incentive scheme in line with our vision for 2030. The PLI scheme will provide financial incentives for manufacturing of polysilicon, solar wafers, solar cells and modules, and localization of raw materials for these items. In addition, this scheme rewards cutting-edge, higher efficiency technologies. To ensure reliability and highest quality in production of solar PV cells and modules, the government has prescribed quality standards, issued quality control, and come up with an approved list of models and manufacturers. India plans to set up renewable energy manufacturing zones to provide basic infrastructure facilities at concessional rates to manufacturers. And last but not the least, ease of doing business is a top priority for the Government of India. The government has set up a project development cell in its Ministry of New and Renewable Energy to handhold and facilitate domestic and foreign investors taking part in India's renewable energy journey. Are you ready to become a part of the success story called India?
Our planet Earth is getting warmer. The ice caps are melting, resulting in higher sea levels. Rainfall patterns are shifting and low-lying countries are under threat, with livelihoods of millions on the line. Climate change is real, and the urgency to shift to cleaner, greener energy is more urgent than ever. In the backdrop of this urgency to act, and days before the UN Climate Change Conference, COP21, India and France came up with the idea of a global intergovernmental body for quick climate action. On November 30th, 2015, more than 40 countries lying in the sunbelt between the two tropics came together and formed the International Solar Alliance, a treaty-based intergovernmental body. The founding conference of ISA, held in March 2018, a few months after the framework agreement came into force, was graced by President Emmanuel Macron of France and Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India. ISA works with governments to approve energy access and energy security around the world, and promotes solar power as a sustainable way to transition to a carbon-neutral future. ISA's mission is to unlock $1 trillion of investment in solar and deploy 1,000 gigawatts of solar power by 2030, while reducing the cost of the technology and finance, even while pledging to develop concrete actions towards mitigating climate change by 2030. Let us together build a brighter future.
India, the land that worships the sun, has 300 days of sunshine in a year. Its large population and rapidly growing economy need clean, affordable and reliable energy to power their progress. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is on a mission to seek path-breaking schemes and projects to fulfill the nation's need for green energy. India looks to transform its solar energy landscape over the next few years by facilitating investments in projects as diverse as solar parks, green energy corridors, and floating solar. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy introduced the innovative concepts of solar parks to address the issues of land acquisition, transmission system, and other delays in traditional solar power projects. A solar park is a concentrated zone for the development of solar power generation projects. Solar parks offer many unique benefits to developers by ensuring availability of land, providing readily available transmission and power evacuation facilities, approachable roads, water facilities, and facilitation of all statutory clearances. In December 2014, MNRE rolled out a flagship scheme for the development of solar parks and ultra-mega solar power projects, with an aggregate capacity of 20,000 megawatts. This was enhanced in March 2017 to an impressive 40,000 megawatts. The total central grant approved under the scheme is a massive 81 billion rupees. The Solar Energy Corporation of India and the Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency are the implementing agencies of the scheme. As of the 31st of August 2021, 46 solar parks with an aggregate capacity of around 37,000 megawatts have been approved. India has solar parks that are among the world's largest. At solar park, these include 2,000 megawatt solar park at Pavgada in the state of Karnataka, 1,400 megawatts at Anantapuram, and 1,000 megawatts at Kurnool in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and 1,000 megawatts at Bhadla Phase 3 Park in the state of Rajasthan. The Green Energy Corridor scheme was initiated for evacuation of power from large-scale renewable energy projects in renewable energy resource-rich states. Its implementation began in 2015. GECs have both interstate transmission systems and intrastate transmission systems. Under the interstate transmission system to transmit power across Indian states, a total 3,200 circuit kilometers interstate transmission lines and 17,000 megavolt ampere substations have been commissioned. Under the intrastate transmission system for transmitting power within a state, with a total of 9,700 circuit kilometers intrastate transmission lines and 22,600 megavolt ampere capacity substations were approved in 2015. The 101 billion rupee intrastate transmission projects are currently under implementation in 8 renewable energy-rich states. As of the 31st of August 2021, a staggering 8,237 circuit kilometers of transmission lines have been constructed and 14,808 megavolt ampere of substations have been charged under the Intrastate Transmission Systems project, which will be completed by June 2022. India's reservoirs have an expansive area of approximately 18,000 square kilometers, with the potential to generate a colossal 280 gigawatts of solar power through floating solar PV plants. Floating solar PV plants in reservoirs of existing hydroelectric dams can utilize existing power evacuation infrastructure and can minimize the requirement of additional transmission infrastructure. The cooling effect of water on the solar panels can result in better capacity utilization. The Government of India has put several policy measures into place to support and promote floating solar PV projects. Under the able stewardship of the MNRE, the next decade will be one of exciting innovation and cutting-edge technology that will transform India's energy landscape. Come, invest, and be a part of India's ambitious solar plans.
Modhera, the synonym to worship and respect towards the infinity source of energy, the sun. While it has been the embodiment of worshipping the biggest foundation of energy on the planet, now Modhera is India's first 24/7 solar-powered village that would propel our nation's dream of 500 gigawatts of power generation via solar energy. On October 9, 2022, Honorable Prime Minister dedicated India's first self-sufficient and 24/7 solar-powered village to the country. With 1300 plus homes equipped with solar panels and a 6 megawatt solar project, a first in the country 15 megawatt hour battery energy storage system, solar powered EV chargers, smart energy meters and a smart energy center, Modhera has set a new milestone for others to follow. This is indeed a step towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat, with the entire village generating 100% of their electricity needs. This isn't just a solar project. This is an initiative of uplifting the lives of our people, aiding better employment opportunities for our youth, and creating a balance on income versus spending. The solar success story of Modhera is a testament to the result effective planning and dedicated efforts can do towards the progress of a village and state. It is not only a modern day achievement but a lesson to the future generation on the maximum utilization of clean energy. Modhera, the real definition of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
With the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam at heart, India realizes that the world together needs to be protected. We must leave a healthier and cleaner planet for our future generations. India has committed to achieve 40% of its installed electricity generation capacity from non-fossil fuels by 2030. By 2030, India's electricity requirement will be 814 gigawatts. Out of this, 450 gigawatt capacity is planned to come from renewable energy sources, including 280 gigawatts from solar energy. To achieve this target, around 30 gigawatts of solar energy capacity is needed to be installed every year till 2030. Atmanirbhar Bharat has geared up the country towards scaling up domestic manufacturing. Scaling up of domestic solar manufacturing would also enable India to export polysilicon, wafers, solar cells and modules, apart from cutting down imports. This will provide other countries an alternate avenue to procure solar cells, modules and their raw materials. To incentivize solar manufacturing in the country, the government has created a large market of more than 36 gigawatts for solar products made in India. India understands that a level playing field and protection from unfair competition from imports is necessary for encouraging investments. In line with this vision, the Government of India has announced imposition of basic customs duty on imports of solar PV cells and modules. Import duties on solar inverters have also been raised. To expedite this shift and create a complete solar manufacturing ecosystem, the Indian government has recently launched a production-linked incentive scheme in line with our vision for 2030. The PLI scheme will provide financial incentives for manufacturing of polysilicon, solar wafers, solar cells and modules, and localization of raw materials for these items. In addition, this scheme rewards cutting-edge, higher-efficiency technologies. To ensure reliability and highest quality in production of solar PV cells and modules, the government has prescribed quality standards, issued quality control, and come up with an approved list of models and manufacturers. India plans to set up renewable energy manufacturing zones to provide basic infrastructure facilities at concessional rates to manufacturers. And last but not the least, ease of doing business is a top priority for the Government of India. The government has set up a project development cell in its Ministry of New and Renewable Energy to handhold and facilitate domestic and foreign investors taking part in India's renewable energy journey. Are you ready to become a part of the success story called India?
Our planet Earth is getting warmer. The ice caps are melting, resulting in higher sea levels. Rainfall patterns are shifting and low-lying countries are under threat, with livelihoods of millions on the line. Climate change is real, and the urgency to shift to cleaner, greener energy is more urgent than ever. In the backdrop of this urgency to act, and days before the UN Climate Change Conference, COP21, India and France came up with the idea of a global intergovernmental body for quick climate action. On November 30th, 2015, more than 40 countries lying in the sunbelt between the two tropics came together and formed the International Solar Alliance, a treaty-based intergovernmental body. The founding conference of ISA, held in March 2018, a few months after the framework agreement came into force, was graced by President Emmanuel Macron of France and Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India. ISA works with governments to approve energy access and energy security around the world, and promote solar power as a sustainable way to transition to a carbon-neutral future. ISA's mission is to unlock $1 trillion of investment in solar and deploy 1,000 gigawatts of solar power by 2030, while reducing the cost of the technology and finance, even while pledging to develop concrete actions towards mitigating climate change by 2030. Let us together build a brighter future.
India, the land that worships the sun, has 300 days of sunshine in a year. Its large population and rapidly growing economy need clean, affordable and reliable energy to power their progress. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is on a mission to seek path-breaking schemes and projects to fulfill the nation's need for green energy. India looks to transform its solar energy landscape over the next few years by facilitating investments in projects as diverse as solar parks, green energy corridors, and floating solar. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy introduced the innovative concepts of solar parks to address the issues of land acquisition, transmission system, and other delays in traditional solar power projects. A solar park is a concentrated zone for the development of solar power generation projects. Solar parks offer many unique benefits to developers by ensuring availability of land, providing readily available transmission and power evacuation facilities, approachable roads, water facilities, and facilitation of all statutory clearances. In December 2014, MNRE rolled out a flagship scheme for the development of solar parks and ultra-mega solar power projects, with an aggregate capacity of 20,000 megawatts. This was enhanced in March 2017 to an impressive 40,000 megawatts. The total central grant approved under the scheme is a massive 81 billion rupees. The Solar Energy Corporation of India and the Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency are the implementing agencies of the scheme. As of the 31st of August 2021, 46 solar parks with an aggregate capacity of around 37,000 megawatts have been approved. India has solar parks that are among the world's largest. At Solar Park, these include 2,000 megawatt solar park at Pavgada in the state of Karnataka, 1,400 megawatts at Anantapuram, and 1,000 megawatts at Kurnool in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and 1,000 megawatts at Bhadla Phase 3 Park in the state of Rajasthan. The Green Energy Corridor scheme was initiated for evacuation of power from large-scale renewable energy projects in renewable energy resource-rich states. Its implementation began in 2015. GECs have both interstate transmission systems and intrastate transmission systems. Under the interstate transmission system to transmit power across Indian states, a total 3,200 circuit kilometers interstate transmission lines and 17,000 megavolt ampere substations have been commissioned. Under the intrastate transmission system for transmitting power within a state, with a total of 9,700 circuit kilometers intrastate transmission lines and 22,600 megavolt ampere capacity substations were approved in 2015. The 101 billion rupee intrastate transmission projects are currently under implementation in 8 renewable energy-rich states. As of the 31st of August 2021, a staggering 8,237 circuit kilometers of transmission lines have been constructed and 14,808 megavolt ampere of substations have been charged under the Intrastate Transmission Systems project, which will be completed by June 2022. India's reservoirs have an expansive area of approximately 18,000 square kilometers with the potential to generate a colossal 280 gigawatts of solar power through floating solar PV plants. Floating solar PV plants in reservoirs of existing hydroelectric dams can utilize existing power evacuation infrastructure and can minimize the requirement of additional transmission infrastructure. The cooling effect of water on the solar panels can result in better capacity utilization. The Government of India has put several policy measures into place to support and promote floating solar PV projects. Under the able stewardship of the MNRE, the next decade will be one of exciting innovation and cutting-edge technology that will transform India's energy landscape. Come, invest, and be a part of India's ambitious solar plans.
the synonym to worship and respect towards the infinity source of energy, the sun. While it has been the embodiment of worshipping the biggest foundation of energy on the planet, now Modhera is India's first 24/7 solar-powered village that would propel our nation's dream of 500 gigawatts of power generation via solar energy. On October 9, 2022, Honorable Prime Minister dedicated India's first self-sufficient and 24/7 solar-powered village to the country. With 1300 plus homes equipped with solar panels and a 6 megawatt solar project, a first in the country 15 megawatt hour battery energy storage system, solar powered EV chargers, smart energy meters and a smart energy center, Modhera has set a new milestone for others to follow. This is indeed a step towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat, with the entire village generating 100% of their electricity needs. This isn't just a solar project. This is an initiative of uplifting the lives of our people, aiding better employment opportunities for our youth, and creating a balance on income versus spending. The solar success story of Modhera is a testament to the result effective planning and dedicated efforts can do towards the progress of a village and state. It is not only a modern day achievement but a lesson to the future generation on the maximum utilization of clean energy. Modhera, the real definition of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
With the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam at heart, India realizes that the world together needs to be protected. We must leave a healthier and cleaner planet for our future generations. India has committed to achieve 40% of its installed electricity generation capacity from non-fossil fuels by 2030. By 2030, India's electricity requirement will be 814 gigawatts. Out of this, 450 gigawatt capacity is planned to come from renewable energy sources, including 280 gigawatts from solar energy. To achieve this target, around 30 gigawatts of solar energy capacity is needed to be installed every year till 2030. Atmanirbhar Bharat has geared up the country towards scaling up domestic manufacturing. Scaling up of domestic solar manufacturing would also enable India to export polysilicon, wafers, solar cells and modules, apart from cutting down imports. This will provide other countries an alternate avenue to procure solar cells, modules and their raw materials. To incentivize solar manufacturing in the country, the government has created a large market of more than 36 gigawatts for solar products made in India. India understands that a level playing field and protection from unfair competition from imports is necessary for encouraging investments. In line with this vision, the Government of India has announced imposition of basic customs duty on imports of solar PV cells and modules. Import duties on solar inverters have also been raised. To expedite this shift and create a complete solar manufacturing ecosystem, the Indian government has recently launched a production-linked incentive scheme in line with our vision for 2030. The PLI scheme will provide financial incentives for manufacturing of polysilicon, solar wafers, solar cells and modules, and localization of raw materials for these items. In addition, this scheme rewards cutting-edge, higher efficiency technologies. To ensure reliability and highest quality in production of solar PV cells and modules, the government has prescribed quality standards, issued quality control, and come up with an approved list of models and manufacturers. India plans to set up renewable energy manufacturing zones to provide basic infrastructure facilities at concession.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Arnlov, can you hear me? Hello. Hello, Mr. Arnlov. Hello. Hello, Mr. Arnlov, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you too. So is the audio correct from at your end?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
On my end, it's okay.
Okay. Oh. So just keep be there on the platform, and
Okay.
we'll be soon connecting with all the panelists as soon as they will join. So be there. I mean, sir.
Yeah. I stay on the platform.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arnlov, for your feedback about the audio and the testing. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Raffaele.
Hello, Harnaf. Do I need to do audio and video check? I think it's all good on my side.
Hi, Rafael. Hi. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Am I audible, loud and clear?
All good.
Okay, great. Just be there for some moment. The other panelists will be joining soon. Okay, just wait. Okay, thank you.
rates to manufacturers. And last but not the least, ease of doing business is a top priority for the Government of India. The government has set up a project development cell in its Ministry of New and Renewable Energy to handhold and facilitate domestic and foreign investors taking
Ladies
part
and
in
gentlemen,
India's
welcome back after the
renewable
tea
energy
break.
journey.
May I request you to please be seated?
Are you ready to become a part of the
The
success
discussion on
story
global solar
of
markets
India?
update will begin very soon. May I request you to please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We have a panel discussion in this room on
Our
global
planet
solar
Earth
markets
is getting
update.
warmer.
May I invite you to
The
please
ice
be a
cap.
part of this session, ladies and gentlemen. Please take seats. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Gayton. Mr. Mason, can you hear me?
Yes, without any problem.
Okay, okay. So is the sound okay now? I mean, can you
Yeah.
hear us clearly?
Yeah, it's perfect. It was really difficult in the first session, but now I hear you perfectly.
Okay, I think we have worked on that. We'll resolve this issue. So probably this time it will be little okay. And just be there in the panel until other panelists are joining. Okay, just wait for some time, sir.
Hey, hi, this is Michael. Quick question. Hi, Gaetan.
Michael.
sit in the front seats, the front round tables. Let's prioritize those seats first. So we've got some more people joining us, and we will begin very shortly. The online speakers are already on board. And we have our in-person speakers also seated in the audience. So we will start very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start a discussion on global solar markets update. Just give us about 2 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and then we shall begin. Thank you very much for your patience. So welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. We now will take an insightful look at the World Solar Market Report. The objectives of this panel discussion on the same include sharing the highlights of the report, exchanging of expert viewpoints on the importance and usage of data or information in transforming the market for accelerated deployment of solar energy, and identifying indicators of active markets by member countries. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a lot of privilege to invite on stage our session chair. May I invite Ms. Uwaise Patricia, Minister of State in charge of Energy, Ministry of Infrastructure, Republic of Rwanda. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for Honorable Minister Ms. Uwaise Patricia, Minister Energy, Ministry of Infrastructure, Republic of Rwanda. Welcome, ma'am. I'd like to invite, ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for this session, Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, Chief Operations Officer, International Solar Alliance. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed panelists, may I invite on stage Mr. Manish Karna, Head Business Development, Adani Green Energy India. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. Mr. Somesh Kumar, partner E&Y. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Mr. Somesh Kumar, partner Ernst & Young. Welcome, sir. And we also are very privileged to have in our midst Mr. Pranav Mehta, Chairman, National Solar Federation of India. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Namaskar and welcome, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, joining us online, our eminent panelists are Mr. Raffaele Rossi, Head of Market Intelligence, Solar Power Europe, Belgium. We also have Mr. Arnolf Jäger-Waldo, Senior Expert at EU Joint Research Center. And once again, joining us on this session as well, we have Mr. Gaton Masson, Managing Director, Becquerel Institute, Belgium. A very warm welcome to all the esteemed panelists. And with that, I will request our session chair, Ms. Ovaise Patricia, Minister of State in charge of Energy, Ministry of Infrastructure, Republic of Rwanda, to please address all of us. Ma'am.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We hope you had a good lunch and fully energized for this session as well. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the technical session on the World Solar Market Update. Indeed, we've all come to an agreement, and it's across the whole world, that climate change is real. It's no longer talked about as some wild concept. It's real, we live with it day to day. And with that, global energy transition becomes even more urgent. Fossil fuels have been the main driver for the emissions that we know in the world today, and there's no question that we need to replace them with renewable energy systems. In the morning, we had a report on technology, and indeed, the future is bright for renewable energy systems, as well as really us across the spectrum, government, private sector, and everyone else to come together really to figure out how we make these systems more accessible and available to consumers. We know that total energy consumption in end-user sectors at home really contributes more to global greenhouse emissions. And this is an interesting statistic because 31% of the total global annual emissions that we know in the world today come from just heating and electricity consumption. In the last decade alone, solar energy has also grown, has really performed well. They talked about those statistics earlier today, where in just 2010, we were at 0.1%. And today, in our energy mixes across the board, we average 3.7% last year. There's no question that it's the fastest energy source today, and it accounts for a significant portion of the renewable generation capacity. Currently, the solar photovoltaic systems are being deployed in almost all countries in the world. I come from Rwanda, and I'll tell you that it's become more and more prevalent. This technology is recognized to be a pillar of renewable energy transition. And like I said, if we need to begin to work urgently on transitioning, we need to make it more affordable and really available to all markets across the world. Earlier today, one of the speakers talked about some of the most important features we need for this to really thrive, and talking about policy, investment, business models is one thing, but really customizing those to local markets and needs is very important. So the market for solar technologies today is going to continue to grow. We've heard that. We just need to make sure that that growth is felt across the world. Our world is more interconnected today, more so. We've seen it. And the growth has to be equitable across all markets. We know that the growth can be shown by numbers, right? And we know that we reached the gigawatt mark many years ago, in 2004, reached 10 gigawatts in 2010, and we can begin to talk about hundreds of gigawatts today. Gigawatts. 163 gigawatts in 2021. And now terawatt is possible in design. So that says a lot about the potential of this technology, and with that compounded growth, we know that solar PV emerged as the fastest growing energy technology and one with the brightest prospects, as I said earlier. Now, falling costs of the technology, as well as technological options and supportive government programs, are going to come together to continue to sustain that growth. Us in the government of Rwanda have pledged to make solar really a major part of our energy mix, and by 2024 we intend to have universal access to power, with 30% of that being from solar. There's a lot of potential, but there's also going to be intentional political will from governments to make this really the major source of energy. While the growth figures we just talked about in the solar markets are promising, there are several key barriers that still need to be removed. And some of those include the availability of workers who understand how to install these technological components, but also grid integration constraints. It's up to us to figure out how we remove those barriers so that this can thrive in all places. Solar capacities also need to see growth across all regions, like I said earlier, and addressing the challenges will go a long way to make this possible in the regions that need it the most. Driven by a technological and financial maturity, solar PV is going to also lead the way to energy transition. And as a result, we're going to see that this continues to grow as expected in the coming years. ISA has an aim to make solar energy the most preferred energy source, and we all really believe in this. We just need to come together to remove the barriers so that as we launch the flagship reports today, we can understand, we can all come out of this session understanding how to put all this knowledge to use in our policy making and in all the other decisions we make in our businesses. In this technical session, we'll be discussing the outline of the World Solar Market Report, and really we hope that we get views from the esteemed panelists, but also from yourselves, experts in the room, to make sure that really all of us come out of this with a full understanding of how the market is performing today. So in that spirit, I wish us a productive session today, and really welcome to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and our session chair. Thank you very much for getting us to a good start and a very positive one. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, there will be now a presentation on Global Solar Report on the Market, and this will be presented online by Mr. Michael Schmeller, Executive Director, Solar Power Europe. So he's going to join us online. There he is. Sir, take it away. Mr. Schmeller, can you hear us?
Yes.
A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. And then let's see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. We can see the presentation, the first slide.
Okay, wonderful. Then let's go. So good afternoon and greetings from Europe. My name is Michael Schmela, the Executive Advisor of Solar Power Europe, the Association of the European Solar Sector. And we're truly honored that we, together with KPMG India, have been contracted to prepare the first global solar report for ISA. So let's see, here we go. So just in a nutshell, the report provides an overview on the solar market developments around the world, outlines the benefits of solar, and discusses the challenges and drivers for solar to become the leading pillar of our future energy landscape. Okay, nothing compares to solar PV. The technology is the fastest growing energy source around the world, although still small in comparison to fossil fuels. No other technology in global primary energy consumption has seen such a steep growth as solar, growing with a compound annual growth rate of 30% since its beginnings. If you looked at the power sector alone, last year again, more solar PV was installed than all other power generation sources together. Also, if you just look into the solar segment, the story has become more and more a PV story. While solar thermal deployment has more or less plateaued over recent years, these are the yellow bars you can see on the left, and there's little development on the concentrated solar thermal power side. These are the blue bars on the right. Solar PV continues its run on the fast track, primarily on-grid, which has passed actually the terawatt level for its power generation fleet in spring of this year. Here you can still see end of 2021 numbers of 920 gigawatt cumulative, but now we've surpassed the terawatt level. And the same is true also for off-grid solar. It's also thriving, although at a much lower level. Solar PV is a global success story. That's great. But there's obviously big differences in contributions and ambitions. In fact, solar or global solar growth is carried just by a few countries and regions. Mostly it's Asia, as you can see in the line chart, and in particular China, which has been responsible for around 1/3 of all solar PV installed by the end of the 2021 on this planet. China will continue to play a leading role. The country is expected to deploy nearly 100 gigawatt alone this year. Small is often powerful. When you break down growth on a per capita level, it's actually none of the world's largest PV markets from last year, China, the US, or India, that was among the top 10 in this category. Actually, the highest solar density can be seen in less populated countries, such as Australia or Holland. You see that at the bottom of the slide, which both increased their installed PV capacities by over 200 watt per capita last year. That's the middle bar chart you see there. And that's truly impressive because this is basically the same levels of China's or France per capita installed PV capacities in total. So these two countries added actually per capita more in a year than these other established and big markets actually have installed in total. The takeaway here is if governments set the right policy frameworks, rapid solar growth is possible. And if you look to the right, and within nearly 130 countries below the average that we're seeing here, the potential for PV is still huge. It's a similar story for solar in the electrification mix. The highest solar PV shares have been reached in less populated countries. And let me point again at Australia again, which, although the density of distributed solar is already very high, increased within 1 year the solar grid share by over 3% absolute to nearly 12%. And that was mostly from distributed solar system, which end of last year added up to over 3 million. So that meant that nearly 1/3 of all Australian homes had PV systems on their roofs. But again, if you look at the right, showing the different the PV penetration in different countries, you simply see that only very few, in this case, 7 countries with rather small population have more than 10% of their power provided by solar PV. Again, a lot of huge untapped potential. Okay, the sky is the limit for solar growth. So the question is, how quickly can we get into these dimensions? The truth is, it's much faster than most analysts think. So being in solar market analysts for over 20 years, I can tell you that basically everyone has been way too conservative in the past, in particular the large energy agencies. And although they've gotten much better, they are still way too conservative. At the recent PV World Conference in Italy, which took place there two weeks ago, the world's largest vertically integrated PV company, LONGi Solar from China, showed a graph of the PV learning curve. And here you can see that according to this learning curve, you see a doubling of annual capacity taking place every 3 years. If we assume that around 250 gigawatt will be installed this year, we would see 500 gigawatt in 2025, already 1 terawatt in 2028, and 2 terawatts in 2031. Obviously, there's some flattening. That's why LONGi probably cautiously assumed 1 gigawatt in around 2030. But in any case, we will see much, much more solar installations than, for example, IRENA or IEA and the others I haven't shown here have been forecasting in recent reports. Okay, so finally in the report, we've also looked into what different research groups have modeled or forecasted for the cumulative solar global power generation fleet by 2030 and in the long run by 2050. And here you can see, and these are the blue bars, that all but one expect around 5 terawatt totally installed by 2030, while the views on 2050 vary much, much more. Among others, because the scenarios from Stanford and LUT University in Finland, that's the 2 bars on the right, assume 100% renewable scenarios, which most others, especially non-academias, are not looking at. In any case, what we really suggest to look at in particular is this LUT scenario. It stands dramatically out, and you really would wonder why this is so high. But the model as they used is very interesting because it's simply a cost optimization model. And for that reason, as solar is and will be much cheaper and more versatile than all other power generation technologies, its shares are much, much higher. In this LUT model, around 2/3 of primary energy supply in the 100% renewable scenario will come from solar. Coming to the conclusions. So our takeaway, as you could see in the last few slides, is that solar will almost take it all in the long run if solar is able to take citizens on its rapid journey. so that locals can truly benefit from both small and large-scale solar. If the sector can attract enough workers to do the production and installation jobs, because solar needs a lot in the coming years. In Europe here, for example, this is one of the big bottlenecks limiting growth already today. It's also key that policymakers understand the solar dimension, really prioritizing solving the issue of often very lengthy permitting, sometimes several years. And the other big issue is fixing grid constraints, which we are already today seeing causing problems for solar growth in several countries. And it's obviously, especially in emerging markets, the topic of financing. It's not so much of an issue in established markets. There, solar investments are seen as very attractive investments. And finally, it's also about overcoming a SEP, another major roadblock, and that's fossil fuel subsidies, which, that's actually is one topic of serious concern, almost doubled in 2021 for producers and even tripled to consumers, according to the IEA. With today's energy crisis in many countries of the world, we are again seeing massive support of fossil fuels. So in the end, it's the prospects for solars are bright, but we need to overcome some challenges to make that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schmeller, for that very pertinent presentation on the theme. Now, the discussion will begin on Global Solar Markets Update with our moderator steering it, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to request Mr. Joshua Wycliffe, Chief Operations Officer, ISA, to kindly take over.
Thank you very much, Compier. This is one of the most difficult times when we come here after a lunch break to sit in and listen, but it's a very important, relevant topic for us this afternoon. Let me once more welcome the Honorable Uwaisi Patricie and the panel members who are gathered here and also online. There are a group of questions that we have for them to answer this afternoon. ISA is in the business of making solar a preferred energy of choice for policymakers, and it's undertaking several initiatives, as we've heard over yesterday and today as well, aimed at knowledge dissemination and raising awareness and advocating the usage of data and information in solarization, and of course markets and investments as well. So we give a lot of impetus for designing of new policies and making sure markets and organizations remain agile and futuristic. Some of the programs we do also support policy making and data mining in terms of providing reports and regulatory approaches to organizations to go forward. During the past decade, advances in data mining and information technology have ignited a revolution in policy making and decision making internationally. So previously, decisions, as we know, ladies and gentlemen, used to be made which were heavily influenced by factors other than empirical evidence, including personal experience, observation, instinct, hype, and dogma, or even belief. So the ability to collect and analyze large amounts of data, and as we saw in this report, has allowed and will continue to allow the decision makers to cut through these potential distortions to discover what really works within the solarization. So in the world of solar, ladies and gentlemen, a wide variety of data-driven approaches are beginning to take shape and are beginning to deploy, as you can see. For instance, if there is a 30% growth like we saw in the report, questions and decisions towards why there is a 30% growth, and why not the other forms of renewable energy, and why are they not having similar growth and what needs to go. If Africa has the least amount of growth, then what's impeding its growth? And these are valuable information that can be provided to investment groups and to the private sector and to organizations like ISA in being able to provide an effective and an efficient intervention and support, and of course provide the information to the industry as well. So ladies and gentlemen, I have some very interesting questions and a very interesting experienced panel here with me. I've been given some names and questions, and I'm hopeful that if we are able to continue, I'll be able to open it to the audience to have a Q&A session as well. So panel, both here and online, I want to thank you once more for taking the time to come and spare time here with us. So the first question is to Mr. Pranav Mehta. And the question to you, Mr. Mehta, is what are the main segments in which solar deployments are taking place?
Okay. When I'm answering these questions, I would like to mention that I am wearing 3 hats. Number 1 is National Solar Energy Federation of India, of which I am the founder chairman, as also I am the past chairman of the Global Solar Council, which was formed at Paris during the Paris Agreement days, consisting of all the solar leading countries like USA, China, France, Germany, India, all of us. And third hat, also equally important, which was recently at Pittsburgh in a very glittering function announced, ISA has formed what is known as ISA Corporate Advisory Group or Corporate Council, recognizing the role of private sector, of which I am the first chairman. So with these 3 hats, I am answering the question that has just been asked to me. Number 1 is that what we call as utility scale solar plants, and they have done very well. In India's target of 100 gigawatts, we have achieved a very good proportion of utility scale. Second is, of course, the solar rooftop. So solar rooftop worldwide, in fact, Germany has been the leader, and when India's targets were being set in 2014, I had gone to the Prime Minister's office and made sure that solar rooftop is given a big priority. It makes a big difference that where energy is consumed and generated at the same place, no losses are involved. And that is what we should concentrate upon. And third, of course, is distributed solar, which would include some small 1 megawatt kind of plant or maybe 5 megawatt kind of plants elsewhere. Also, plants in the farm, khet pe solar, that means every farm should have a solar plant. And that all is taking place in India in a big way. And I am glad to inform all of you, some of you may be knowing, that world's largest solar park is in India at Rajasthan, known as Bhadrada. And also Gujarat started with Charanka solar park, and since then quite a few solar parks are there, as also floating solar. So these are the various applications. We'll talk about thermal if the question arises little later, but at the same time, these are the main areas where it is deployed. In India and also worldwide, PV has really penetrated, and we expect, and most important feature is that costs have come down in a big way. We started 10 years ago with the slogan, this federation, that making solar energy affordable. That all our efforts, unless it goes into making solar energy affordable, whether private sector or government, it is of no use. But I am very happy that the costs have come down at the end of the day, and solar is affordable and the cheapest source of electricity available. Absolutely no doubt on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. if the maximum penetration is set for the PV set and is to be the only solar technology that's the promise of the future, would you agree with that?
Yes, most certainly, and we expect the cost to still go down further, madam. What you mentioned, 20 cents to this, 3 cents. We expect that in terms of Indian rupees, what is now, say, around 2 rupees 80 paisa, or with the customs duty loaded, it will come down to at least 1.5 rupees, if not 1 rupee.
Thank you, sir. Still staying with you. If so, what do you think is the future of solar thermal market in developing nations?
You see, with my age and experience, I can afford to be plain speaking. And I will say that we are stupid. We have not explored solar thermal to the extent that we should. Because, you see, solar thermal, number one, of course, is the power in terms of megawatts that you generate. But there are other applications for drying in textile and many other similar things, even effluents. If you can dry the effluent, that is a major thing to do. Also solar desalination and similar things that thermal, I think in India in particular we have neglected. And you see, every year in our federation we come out with our wish list. For the past 10 years, we have been coming out with the wish list, which includes that please give more importance to solar thermal. It should be more in focus as much as PV. PV, of course, has its role, but solar thermal equally has its role, which we have not fully exploited. And that is the same story elsewhere also. So I think something drastic needs to be done by not only India, but all other countries put together. And especially when we are talking to developing countries, in that I mentioned about the ISA Corporate Advisory Group, we are going to address the countries which really need, and I had said in my acceptance speech at Pittsburgh that my heart goes out to the energy have-nots. We are all very happy with all electricity that we have, but there are countries which we do not have. And they have all to learn from our experiences. From whatever mistakes we made, we should give them the benefit of really. And as a world community, private sector, government, we should all, we have decided that we will identify 5 countries every year and help them out.
Thank you, sir. The next one goes to Mr. Rafael Rossi. The question to you, Mr. Rossi, is about the market availability for some niche solar applications which are not so common, especially the ones like floating solar, and of course the applications such as agri-PV, desalination units, and hydrogen. But before we go there, I'd also like to request you to, if you could add some insight into some of these uncommon applications like floating solar, which also come with its own questions or with its own concerns from governments in terms of deploying them on water surfaces, let alone looking for placid water bodies, but in terms of the environmental impact these panels can have, et cetera, et cetera. So we'd love to have your insight into this question. Is there a market available? If so, what are the challenges and how would you suggest people go about it?
Okay, thanks. Well, I think that first of all, we tend to think that cost reductions are the only reason for the success of solar. And indeed, it's true that the decrease in the cost has launched solar at the center of the global energy transition already today, but still we should not forget about the other key characteristic of solar technologies, which is versatility, and that was already touched upon in the presentation of the report. And that's a very important feature to me, that ensures that solar is able to dodge any obstacles to deployment and can be a large contributor in the energy transitions across all countries and regions. So for example, one big challenge in densely populated countries is, of course, the space availability and the competition for land. And space availability is something that would normally be required for the construction of large solar parks, of course. So however, it's great to see that through the versatility of the technology, it is possible to allow solar deployment in the most different conditions. So addressing space unavailability, different solutions can be found, and these include, as you mentioned, floating solar, rooftop solar, agri-PV, which is the dual use of land allowing for agricultural practices and energy yield at the same time, but also carports, building integrated solar PV, vehicle integrated PV, and others that are providing a wide set of options that increment the penetration of solar in the electricity mix. Also, it's important to highlight that floating solar is not really a niche product anymore. If you look at the capacity deployed, the total operating PV fleet has already surpassed 3 gigawatts at the end of 2021. And there are examples of very large projects in the pipeline already today. So, for example, South Korea has in the pipeline 2 projects that are of a capacity of more than 2 gigawatt each that are meant to be installed by 2025 and 2030. So all in all, cost was looked at the only factor to consider for the solar investment decisions, and these versatile solutions that we have available today can be perhaps less cost effective, but at the same time, they provide an answer to different types of requirements. For example, BIPV does it for aesthetic requirements where cost is not really the most important factor any longer. Then, of course, as long as the fossil fuel subsidies are still in place, the solar sector has to remain cost competitive. And therefore, the competitiveness relies on the cheapest option, which is large-scale utility-scale solar. But at the same time, it's important that we keep the investment in floating and agri and other solutions so that they are brought to the next growth level. And so the investment support will be needed to bridge the price gap between lowest cost solar competition and these technologies. And maybe let me just conclude that it's important to remember that if we're talking about multi-terawatt deployment, that requires to maintain a high acceptance rate for solar among local communities. So it's really essential that we look at engagement with local communities, and also we ensure the minimum environmental impacts on nature. And best practice such as biodiversity preservation, but even enhancement when building solar parks and operating them are therefore essential. And there are already guidelines from the industry and best practices available, and this should become the new normal.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. There was an interesting point you raised, as well as what was seen on the report. That was the subsidies for fossil fuels. And the rate in which it is being reduced. One of those things that reports and one of those things that ISA works through is to be able to raise awareness and advocacy. So the more the awareness is raised, the more it impacts governments, policymakers, regulators, in terms of what subsidies are being provided. And so reports as these go a long way in supporting the idea of reducing the fossil fuel subsidies that we have. It's a trend, but not fast enough that we would all desire. Let me move to the next one, to Mr. Manish Karna. The question for you, sir, is what is the outlook, in your opinion, for future deployments of solar capacity in India and across other regions and countries for a private sector? So if you could talk about India first for a couple of minutes, and then using your expertise, talk about what is being done elsewhere. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. And this is very, very interesting as far as India is concerned. We've started, as everybody knows, that we started in 2010 with National Solar Mission. Gujarat was one of the pioneer states which deployed solar technologies, and that time solar thermal was cheaper than the solar PV. And as the deployment, as the modular installation of solar PV, which is more quick as compared to solar thermal, started coming in, deploying more, the price started coming down. And that is where, Mehta Sahab, the solar thermal failed to catch up. But I agree with you that the solar thermal is something which we should push on. So when it started, the tariffs have started coming down. The push factor to deploy more solar PV technology have started gradually reducing and making towards the pull factor as the prices started falling down. And when we speak about the Indian journey of solar PV technology, it started with almost about, if I remember it correctly, almost in terms of Indian rupee, 17 rupee 91 paise, way back in 2010. Today we're talking about 2 rupee 50 paisa or so. But tariff, so therefore we have learned how to deploy the PV technology in more and more sustainable and commercial way. But as we grow, the tariffs are not only the factor which is going to contribute towards the deployment of solar PV technologies, particularly utility scale plants. We also need to have a cognizance of the impact of the solar generations during the peak hours, or even not during the peak hours, but the impact of it going to be on the grid, on the national grids, as we are adding more solar PV technologies now as compared to in 2010. And by the way, the target for 2022, which was almost about 22 gigawatt, was achieved at least 4 or 5 years earlier than it was expected to. And therefore, in 2014, post-2014, it was decided to deploy more. And suddenly, from 22 gigawatt, it became 20 gigawatt, it became 100 gigawatt for that matter. But now we have to realize that the comparison of the tariff is only a comparison. When you are providing electricity, it needs to have not only in terms of the tariff, it needs to have a sustainable way to take care of the grid also. And therefore, of late, you would have seen that India has started experimenting with solar being the fulcrum, being the center of the technology, alternative sources of energy, mixing it with wind, making it hybrid so that the grid can be utilized in much more emphatic way compared to the standalone solar. And then suddenly, when that happened, and I'm very proud to say that we as Adani have installed world's largest hybrid power plant in the state of Rajasthan. Recently, we have commissioned that to the tune of almost about 1,000 megawatt, which is almost about 1 gigawatt at a single location, co-located. Now, that was one experiment. Moving forward from that experiment, starting from solar PV to hybrid, now we're talking about RE-RTC, wherein again solar is going to be the main fulcrum of the whole technological solution which you are providing. And then why I'm emphasizing more on the technological front much more than the tariff is it makes only sense for a country to give a technological solutions first and then talk about the tariff. The tariff is anyway going to take care. If the tariffs are not competitive, the product's not going to be sustainable, and hence it's not going to be accepted by any country. But now when we talk about 2 rupees 50 paisa of solar, and as Mehta Sahib has already predicted is going to go down drastically further, barring this couple of years of transient phase, you will see RE-based RTC or solar PV-based RTC, wherein the CF is going to touch almost about 80%. Now, when you're talking about the utilization of the transmission grid to the tune of 80%, that means you are not wasting, or you are improving the utility of the transmission line, which is also a very, very important factor. And that experiment, first experiment has already happened. The deployment is in place, and very soon you are going to see from the Indian context the deployment of the RE-RTC, wherein solar is going to be the main fulcrum of the whole technological solution, to be deployed in another couple of years, if not more. And when that happens, and when that experiment becomes a reality and sustainable, you will see we would be more prone towards making the whole solar a comprehensive solutions as well as far as not only from the tariff perspective, but from the perspective of providing a more technological solutions. So that is one aspect which you talked about as far as the India is concerned. In terms of the global scenario for a private sector, we are also exploring, as you know, and as was already mentioned during the presentation, that China has been the pioneer, has been leading and would be leading in near future at least. It has almost about 1,300 gigawatt to be deployed by 2030, where we are talking about 500 gigawatt by 2030. But the point is that if you have to make world net zero by 2050, we need to deploy the solar PV technology or solar related technology, or solar being the main fulcrum, with a growth rate of almost about 25 years CAGR. And for that to happen, we need to be very about the areas wherein these technologies shall be deployed more aggressively. And we are very happy that we have touched upon US. We are also touched upon the southeastern countries like Sri Lanka. We are also very firm believer of one world, one sun, one world for that matter. So we are talking to Morocco, we are and other African countries, and we are also in touch with certain European countries, which is very, very interesting. But we are also talking to these countries not only from the perspective of the solar PV, we are also talking to the countries from the perspective of the green hydrogen, because that deployment of the green hydrogen per se, would also open up lot many solar PV technologies to be deployed to support these sustainable hydrogen, green hydrogen, which has to happen. And I'm very happy that Government of India is supporting, support is tremendous in this particular regard. And so does the other countries and other governments, as slowly when they've started realizing. Europe had started in 2001, deployed in 2000, I mean, they were the leader till 2011. Suddenly something happened in 2011, and then the deployment started into reducing mode. Fortunately, it has now come back after a lull of almost about 6 to 7 years. But everybody has to understand that the technological comparison and competitiveness among those alternative solutions, the solar PV is going to be the main flag bearer in times to come. And therefore, the countries has to come in a more emphatic way in this particular regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Still staying with you, you described about the world's largest feat that you did, being able to construct the largest plant. Going by your experience, you also spoke about how governments are supporting you. Let me reverse that question to you. What is Adani's experience in supporting the governments in terms of policy planning and implementation? Because it's one thing to plan and help plan policies, but it's another to roll out and implement. We very well know the challenges in it. So what is your experience there, and how have your policies enabled the promotion of solar energy?
So you touched upon, I mean, this is very, very important aspect of the deployment of these technologies are concerned, because they are all mainly policy-driven deployments, and the consultation of the stakeholders are also equally important. In fact, very, very important aspect. As far as Government of India is concerned, it does at every stage. So whenever it comes out with the policies which it needs to deploy or it needs to announce, it does a very, very exhaustive consultation process, wherein all the government stakeholders and the private stakeholders are party to it. And we all sit together and brainstorm that which is the best policy which needs to be deployed to see the deployment of very faster rate, because we believe that if we miss the bus, it is not going to come back very soon. So therefore, as far as the consultative process of the Government of India is concerned, very, very exhaustive and heartwarming. We have also seen these red carpet welcome in African countries, for that matter. They have been very, very supportive. We are seeing Australia and US, wherein they, barring certain issues with the erstwhile leadership, which I'm not going to talk about, but then the present regime in these two countries are very supportive and very, very consultative and very, very welcome. So that is something very nice to see as far as our consultation with these governments are concerned.
Thank you. You spoke about Africa rolling the red carpet for you. I see the chair is from Africa. So do you have any comments on this chair? And what, when I say not on one particular organization, but generally, how does Africa look at organizations coming? And we also saw that the African region seems to have a lesser, and there's more room for Africa to grow. What, in your opinion, should organizations do or to support governments so that this red carpet can be rolled out more, a lot more?
Actually, my question was going to be where in Africa, because when you talk about Africa, it's such a diverse continent. So there's Morocco in the northern, but then there's also the sub-Saharan Africa, and I'm hoping that it's the same welcome that you've received. Particularly in Rwanda, we welcome partnerships like this because we have very ambitious targets. We want to offer access and then go on to the transition, and for that to happen, we really welcome partners like you and others to come and really work with us to figure out how we roll out solar to everyone.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I appreciate your comments. The next one, we'll move to Mr. Arnulf Waldau. For your comments on what are the main countries, regions doing well, in your opinion, on solar PV? What is unique about them in terms of market enablers? So the ones that are doing well, what's unique about them? So the audience here and, of course, people going through this report can also benefit out of that.
Thank you for this question. Well, I think those regions who are doing well have understood that they have to tailor their response to roll out and develop the market to their particular situation. And then there is not a solution which can just be copy-paste from one country to the other. And especially when we were talking about for example, Africa or Asia, the situation is quite different than in Europe or in China. And I think one of the success stories is if the governments design the respective support schemes monetary-wise, but also policy-wise, according to the local conditions. And then especially, I think, those countries who are starting up to deploy solar, they have to understand, and I think that's also one of the main reasons ISA exists, that they have to communicate and have to educate their citizens about the value of solar, which is very often still underestimated. And I think that's really the foundation. When people are starting to see it as a solution for their daily needs, then markets start to develop in a sustainable and good way. Of course, you can jumpstart it with massive projects in one place, large utility scale projects and things like that. But a long-term market can only develop if you have the local workforce. We heard that there is concerns that the workforce is not in place, what we need to achieve the ambitious targets. And I think that, what makes successful markets when all these factors come together.
Thank you. The next question goes to Mr. Gautam Masson. the question to you, Mr. Masson, is what is the future of solar thermal developing countries? Is it, I mean, we heard one of the panelists kind of touch upon this initially, but the follow-up question with that is it solar PV set to be the only solar technology that's futuristic? What is the hope for, if not for any other developments?
It's a very interesting question. I will start with a little comment on the presentation from Michael Schmela before. I think it's a bit a pity to compare the huge development of PV with primary energy demands, and I think it's a mistake. When we compare with primary energy demands, we just compare with the energies of the past. So we should compare with final energy demands. And in that case, the role of PV is significantly more important than what we can see when we compare with primary energy demands. And unfortunately, it's a mistake that we all commonly do. It's comparing PV and also wind with the energies of the past, while we have absolutely nothing in common. Now the question about technology development in emerging countries, this is something that will depend mostly on political choices. As I'm saying very often, is that PV and all sources of energy will always remain policy-driven one way or another. The choice towards small-scale development, distributed PV or centralized development, is mostly a political choice. It's not only an economical choice. When we look at the competitiveness of PV in all market segments, is almost a no-brainer today, except to produce green hydrogen. So it means that basically it could develop in all African countries, in all Latin American countries, in all Southeast Asian countries, just thanks to its competitiveness. But the question will be more complicated than that. It will be how to adapt the grids, or to make sure that the business models are adapted to local communities, to the existing companies, to existing grids. And basically the question about the development of the technology will remain a political choice. I have no problem to say that to a certain extent we will see more than PV. We will continue to see solar thermal, and we might see some CSP in some specific countries, especially for the ability of thermal storage that we see with these technologies. But without any doubt, PV will be the dominant technology. And I really think that I'm joining most of you in saying that it will be completely different from one country to another. And the good news is that if it's different from one country to another, it also means that it's possible to steer PV development in some specific directions. Countries that would prefer to see, at least in the beginning, PV on roofs might decide to do so. Countries which have the possibility to develop PV on water might decide to do so, and so on and so on. So I really think at the end, it's a partnership between citizens, governments, companies, that is needed to find the best solutions, technology speaking, one country or even region by region, rather than trying to impose something decided globally.
Thank you, Mr. Waldorf. Much appreciate your response. And a couple of things that we picked up from there, which is important, is about countries' choice and how we enable them. A key point there would be the advocacy that we provide for the populaces around the world, and how we bring about a partnership between the private sector, the government, and the citizenry. I've just got one more question before I would like to open it to the audience. And then if we have more time, we'll come back to the panelists as well. This one is for you, Mr. Somesh Kumar. How would you compare solar deployments across the countries? In the report we saw today, it said about how the penetration tends to increase when the population intensity is lesser. So there are other areas like growth market segment, what kind of market segment, what per capita, and things like that. So if you were to compare solar deployments across boundaries, across countries and regions that may differ in terms of population and development, you know, what do you think? How do we think we compare? And how do we then use this information to enable the growth of solar power?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. Yeah, I think that's a very important question, particularly in terms of ISA, because it tends to have the a lot of countries as its member organizations. We've also been working with ISA to look at various countries and do country reports. So it becomes very important to ascertain, how do you compare various countries in terms of the progress they've made or are making on solar. Clearly, in my view, a single indicator or an absolute number doesn't work. You can't compare countries with different demographics, population, etc., with a single growth number or a single absolute number, what they've achieved in terms of solar addition, solar capacity addition. So, the second best alternative is to probably use a combination of certain indices. For example, you could look at use per capita, solar use per capita, like you said, watt per capita, or you can look at solar generation per unit of GDP, or you can look at what is the potential versus the generation. So you can have combination of these indices. However, certain countries like was mentioned, Australia probably is having the highest watt per capita. But it also has a lot of land mass which is still not used for solar generation. So if you look at watt per capita and also compare it with the land availability in the country, it does not still fare very well. So in addition to that, there are several countries which are giving a lot of subsidies. They have a lot of progressive policies and other forms of incentives which are not taken into account while comparing these, the progress made. So in my view, I think, an EY also comes out with what is called as a Renewable Energy Country Attractiveness Index, where we look at various factors, ranging from policies to technology, to financing, to actual accomplishment of the targets. So a similar composite index in terms of solar capacity addition, which looks at a variety of factors and then arrives at what is the progress being made by the country. So a comprehensive benchmark or an index like that, if that can be done, and probably ISA is probably the best suited agency to enable that. So if something like that is done, I think that is something which can actually compare the countries very well when they differ significantly in terms of various factors like population, demographics, as you said.
Thank you, sir. Thank you also for the compliments to ISA and the team. We now pass on the mic. Would there be a microphone that you can pass on if there are questions? I see 2 hands up. You can use this one if you want. Please state your name, and if you represent an organization, the name of the organization. And if it's towards, the question is directed towards a particular panelist, please mention the name of the panelist. And then we will endeavor to have them answer. Thank you.
Hi, this is Mohammed Saif. I'm also from EY, and just wanted to add to what Somesh answered your question. The ease of doing solar report, Joshua, that we are doing is primarily addressing that composite, framework covering 7 different areas to assess where a particular country currently is in terms of the solar overall assessment. And it covers multiple streams from rooftop to microgrids, mini-grids, everything. So just wanted to add to that.
Thank you. Thank you for that observation. I saw a hand somewhere there. Yes, that gentleman there.
Hello. My name is Partho Shen. Actually, I was a former Joint Chief Finance from Central Electricity Regulatory Commission. To be honest, central regulator in that way. My question addressed to Mr. Karna and Mr. Mehta also about the prices of solar power in the country. You spoke about it may come down to 1.5 or something like this. Now, what are the lessons, I mean, the learnings that you would like to share with our partners from the emerging market on the auction or the pricing that market has discovered over the years?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll let the business development professional speak first, and then, of course, we talk to the chairman.
Right. I mean, that's a very, very interesting question. In terms of the learning process of India is concerned, or for that matter, our organization is also concerned. As I have said earlier, the tariff is not the only parameter which is going to determine the deployment of any technology for that matter. But yes, one of the most prominent. Why I've said so? Because it has already, in almost all the forums, I see this question that, which is the appropriate tariff? What is the appropriate tariff? Now, tariffs are going to be always comparable. When we're talking about, when 2 rupee happened, everybody thought that the 2 rupees is an appropriate tariff. And then we have Mehta Saab here saying that 1 rupees 50 paisa is going to be achieved. I'm not a speculator, so I'm not going to speculate about the tariffs for that matter. I'm more towards the technological, so what is the product which you are going to offer to the world or to the consumer for that matter? That product has to be, first of all, has to be vetted by the first principle of the technology, right? It has to give a proper solution. Then comes the affordability. If it is not affordable anyway, it's not going to be deployed. So it has to make affordability. But it is not correct to compare tariffs of two technologies and then decide upon the deployment of those technologies in the future to happen. For example, we have seen what has happened in the exchange markets. The power rates have touched 12 rupee. So when you're talking about 4 rupee vis-a-vis 12 rupee, of course 4 rupee will look cheaper. But then that 4 rupees coming from a solar PV technology, then people will say that no, 2 rupees 50 paisa is more affordable technology. So therefore, tariff is a bit controversial, to me at least. So I see this from the perspective of the deployment first. But having said that, the learning is that when you're deploying solar, when talking about the renewable deployment, and particularly solar PV for that matter, how geared up we are in terms of the acceptability of these power at the last mile connectivity. For example, there are 3 aspects which when I said this. Solar PV per se is a very land intrinsic technology, so it would require almost about 4 acres per megawatt. We have 3 deserts in India. One is Ladakh, other is Rajasthan, and third is Khavda, Gujarat, Khavda, where 25 gigawatt is going to come. Rajasthan has got a huge potential. Again, Ladakh is not touched. So how do we develop these deserts to make more viable and technologically sound propositions? So it is not only with the viability in the terms of the tariff, but viability in terms of how does grid take this power, and then of course when it reaches to the consumer, it has to reach at a very affordable. So we need to have a strong grid in these areas, in these deserts, and to make a strong grid, we have seen in Australian grid, for that matter, you have ESS as a first layer of technological support. You have condensers. The thermal power plants is also going to provide inertia into the grid, because if that inertia is not going to happen, the grid is going to be weakened, and therefore it needs to have STATCOM. We're talking about in different forums now. STATCOM is very, very important as far as the technological acceptance of the grid is concerned. So they are the 4 technology which we need to work together now, and therefore we are talking about RERTC, bringing PSP more into the system, bringing ESS more into the system, so that the overall grid setup is more stable, is more security-wise, there's no threat, and then it provides, and I'm told that the recently concluded Solar Energy Corporation of India bid adds only 40 paisa to such kind of a development to happen. And 40 paisa it's perfectly fine, it's meager. So therefore, they are the certain learning which I believe as a nation or as an organization we should look forward to. Thank you.
Thank you. So pricing is relative, and what would you say from a strategic point of view?
Joining him, I would say that he is not a speculator. I am a speculator. I had speculated that the world will reach terawatt figure in 2019. I had said that in the next 2 years, and you know that we have reached terawatt figure in 2022 September. So I will compare this kind of speculation as a dreamer. I am a dreamer. And I give this dream to all our stakeholders, and together we achieve that. So in that sense, I am a speculator. I would love to be speculator, as against you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Number two, as far as tariff is concerned, we have to learn from our experience world over that Germany had the highest tariff given. It was a fixed tariff. India was exporting. Even before we started this program, when India was 0 megawatt, is exporting solar panels and making huge money. Whether you take Moser Bayer, whether you take Tata, they made huge money. So, but learning is, which in India we did it, including Gujarat, that fixed tariff is a good way to start, so that the man knows that I will recover my money. Mr. Modi, when he decided that 2009 policy, he fixed the tariff at 15 rupees for the first 12 years and balance 13 years 5. So, and he ruled out all the finance people that you forget it, I have told you. And that has triggered further development in the country. What Gujarat has sacrificed by way of giving very high tariff. All the investors came, and that collective experience has helped the country. Of course, center started with these tenders and later reverse auction. But all these things started because initially there was fixed tariff. So I always recommend anywhere that for the first 4 or 5 years, go for fixed tariff. You may reduce that tariff every second year by 10% or whatever, but fixed tariff is a must, then investment will come. Number one. After that, there is always improvement, in which you go for tender, you get the best price, because others will see that, see, Manish is making profit, I also want to make profit. Like that, people will do that. So that is my answer for tariff.
Thank you, sir. There was one more hand I saw somewhere. Okay, that gentleman there, where? Ah, sorry. Can the microphone be passed on to this gentleman here?
Bonjour, je m'appelle Bruno Kabwika, je suis du ministère des Ressources hydrauliques et électricité en République démocratique du Congo. Je voudrais juste vous remercier pour les présentations et les exposés. C'est si enrichissant et l'expérience en fait que vous aviez démontrée semble être très intéressant en fait. J'ai juste 2 questions. La première question était sur le coût de l'électrification en fait solaire. Nous avons une expérience en fait assez coûteuse en fait de l'électrification solaire. Les projets solaires que nous sommes en train de vouloir déployer en fait plus dans les milieux ruraux sont des milieux dépourvus d'affordability, de pouvoir, des milieux qui ne savent pas exactement, qui n'ont pas beaucoup de moyens pour pouvoir se payer le kilowattheure d'électricité au prix normal. Mais il s'avère que la technologie solaire soit la technologie la plus efficace en fait pour arriver à ces milieux-là, vu que c'est une technologie qui n'a pas vraiment besoin d'un grand réseau de transmission. Qu'est-ce que nous pouvons faire en fait, et quel apport et quelle expérience nous pouvons adopter en fait pour notre pays et pour l'Afrique en général afin de pouvoir avoir une approche assez fiable pour avoir une électrification solaire, mais à coût réduit. Ma deuxième question, c'est concernant l'expérience sur la technologie solaire sur toit, en fait, les rooftop technologies. Nous aimerions, bien sûr, surtout pour les bâtiments publics, hôpitaux, écoles, essayer de déconnecter ces grands consommateurs de l'énergie du réseau commercial et les rendre un tout petit peu autonomes et indépendants. Et nous serons vraiment intéressés à apprendre de votre expérience comment ça se fait, comment on est arrivé à le faire. Le plus grand challenge, le plus grand défi que nous avons, c'est le manque d'expertise en fait, dans ce secteur-là. Qu'est-ce que nous pouvons apprendre? Comment est-ce qu'on pourrait entamer une sorte de conversation pour avoir une approche en fait, qui pourrait nous aider à avancer dans ce domaine-là? Merci.
May I answer in French?
Yes, please.
Je vais profiter, comme on parle la même langue, pour vous répondre en français. La première, c'est effectivement en Afrique, le coût des installations, et principalement en Afrique noire, est sensiblement plus élevé que ce qu'on voit dans d'autres parties du monde. Et c'est principalement des questions logistiques. Et donc, c'est quelque chose à prendre en compte absolument dans tous les développements, surtout loin des ports et des grands centres urbains. On a des coûts qui peuvent être, dans certains cas, jusqu'à 10 fois supérieurs aux coûts qu'on voit dans des grandes métropoles en Asie ou en Europe. Et donc, c'est vraiment quelque chose d'extrêmement important. Ça reste compétitif par rapport aux générateurs diesel, par exemple, mais c'est vraiment un élément dont on tient trop peu compte dans la distribution des prix de manière générale. Concernant votre deuxième question sur le fait de rendre autonome ou semi-autonome des bâtiments, c'est quelque chose sur lequel il existe énormément d'expérience de par le monde. Si vous le souhaitez, je serai tout à fait prêt à en discuter en bilatéral avec vous par ailleurs.
Thank
Merci.
you. Thank you very much. I've got time for one more question. If yes, please.
Hello, this is Prantik Mitra from Microenergy Credits. Just following up on the gentleman's question, how open is considering getting finances to reduce these tariffs through private direct investments or also other climate financing means like the carbon markets, which takes a very good position in terms of bringing finance to these LDCs and emerging economies through and also catering to the off-grid consumers. So if that would be a solution, instead of not just be the low-hanging fruit instead of waiting for the technologies to develop in the long run.
Good, very good question, especially for LDCs and SIDS. Was there any particular panelists you would want to pose this question to?
Sorry, it can be maybe answered by the Honorable Minister Patrice.
Can you repeat the question?
I will answer that question.
Sure.
You see, affordable finance is a very important aspect, which we had stressed way back in 2014, that amongst the 4 pillars for solar growth, volume, spread, technology, and infrastructure in terms of the grid, and affordable finance. Now, affordable finance is largely available. If I want 1 billion, I'll easily get it. If I want 500 million, I'll easily get it. But for the solar rooftop, the small players, if they want 10 million, if they want 100 million, it is not easily available. And that is what I am seeking for my medium and small enterprises people. And if we can make that available, we'll be making more entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, who are just looking for 20 million. And they will grow from 20 million to 100 million. So that affordable finance, I am seeking world over, that if that is available, for India it is okay. But when we go to these developing countries, Africa, etc., also it will greatly help. Of course, there the what you call risk factor has to be properly factored, but that can be always be sovereign guarantee. Now, whilst on the subject, less than 1 month from now, at Egypt, we are going to form Commonwealth Sustainable Energy Council, and Ms. Patricia, I would like to extend invitation to be the guest of honor, because Rwanda is an important partner in that. And in ISA Pavilion on 14th November, we are going to launch this Commonwealth, all the 54 or 56 countries. And Britain will be involved for Commonwealth, then Canada will be involved, Australia will be involved, New Zealand will be involved, and Rwanda is involved, and quite a few, Kenya is involved. So I am extending that invitation to all of you, whoever is coming to Egypt. And please attend that particular event at 10:30 a.m. on 14th November, the Energy Day. We are going to launch that. And we are going to particularly address all the Commonwealth countries, which includes so many African countries.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the insight.
Maybe if I may just add a quick bit to it. I think indeed his question is very important, because access to finance remains one of the other challenging things we need to unlock, especially like he just said in the context of developing nations. But I think, again, this brings to attention what you're launching, the de-risking mechanism, because most investors, so in Rwanda, for instance, we've really prepared the environment, the business environment, to attract any investors, but most investors won't see that as a viable option because of the risk involved in terms of payment and all that. So I think what the ISA is doing to de-risk these investments is going to even be more important going forward.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Appreciate your comments. And sir, thank you very much for your input as well. We'll wrap up this session with a few thoughts. And yes, ISA has recognized affordable finance and, of course, the risk mitigation requirements, especially when it comes to Africa, as a key priority area. And so what we are trying to do is, as some of you who attended the assembly yesterday would have noticed, introduced instruments like SolarX, which will also look at a risk mitigation instrument and also an assurance component towards investments. So the first seed funding goes to assure and raise the confidence of investors, to especially markets that would not have as much as positive impact. So do speak to us further about these products that ISA is developing and launching as well. So we saw that markets require affordable and effective instruments that need to be developed, so that solar technologies like solar PVs would further continue to be successful. In terms of government policy, it's a huge ocean, and how we can support them and how we can also raise awareness and advocacy through being able to provide intervention into the government agencies around the world that would also make available incentives for investment companies and private sector groups to increase workers and labor force who are trained and being able to be deployed into adequate required markets as well. And what can I say? Private sector, we keep talking about private sector all the time. And if the governments can set the right policy and the right pathway towards investments, and there could be regulatory instruments that will further support investments, the private sector groups will flourish. And that's what ISA is trying to also work through various governments. We today have 110 member states. We are growing at a very fast pace. Through the work that we're doing with the governments, we can provide numerous examples from India to several other countries and across the globe. And so if you further have any questions, please feel free to talk to any of these panelists who are here. And I thank you for your time and attention. I'm going to hand this over to the compeer.
In the meanwhile, a big applause for Mr. Joshua for conducting this particular event, finishing it in time, still giving question answer properly to all of you, and also to the chairwoman, Patricia. that we are able to do things from.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Mehta, I think wonderful steering of the session. Thank you so much to moderator, Mr. Wycliffe, and also, of course, a special thank you to the Honorable Minister of State in charge of Energy, Ministry of Infrastructure, Republic of Rwanda, Ms. Uwaise Patricia. Thank you very much, ma'am, once again. And the eminent panelists online and in person. I'd like to request you, esteemed panelists, to kindly step ahead of the dais while I thank our online panelists, Mr. Raffaele Rossi, thank you very much, sir. Also, Mr. Arnolf Jäger Waldo and Mr. Gatto Messo once again. Thank you very much. With that, I also thank Mr. Manish Karna. I thank Mr. Somesh Kumar and Mr. Pranav Mehta, of course. Can I request you to please step ahead of the dais for a group photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, I would like to inform all of you that we will take a very short 15 minutes tea coffee break. Also, we have placed feedback forms on your tables and in the theatre seating on the chairs. I'm going to request you to please fill those out for us. We will greatly benefit from your cooperation on filling out the feedback forms. Other than that, after this tea break, at 4 o'clock sharp, we will have 2 parallel sessions again. In this room, you will have a panel discussion on global solar investment update. And in the adjoining room, there will be a panel discussion on technology transfer and absorption in solar energy. So you know the 2 rooms now. These are the 2 panel discussions that will take place. We now break for tea, which is again in the hard court area. And then we come back in 15 minutes so that we can start this dot at 3:30. Please don't miss it, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a very significant session. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You did so well, really. It's a very crisp and very strategized, well planned, thought out session. Thank you so much.
The synonym to worship and respect towards the infinity source of energy, the sun. While it has been the embodiment of worshipping the biggest foundation of energy on the planet, now Modhera is India's first 24/7 solar-powered village that would propel our nation's dream of 500 gigawatts of power generation via solar energy. On October 9, 2022, Honorable Prime Minister dedicated India's first self-sufficient and 24/7 solar-powered village to the country. With 1,300 plus homes equipped with solar panels and a 6 megawatt solar project, a first in the country 15 megawatt hour battery energy storage system, solar-powered EV chargers, smart energy meters, and a smart energy center, Modhera has set a new milestone for others to follow. This is indeed a step towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat, with the entire village generating 100% of their electricity needs. This isn't just a solar project. This is an initiative of uplifting the lives of our people, aiding better employment opportunities for our youth, and creating a balance on income versus spending. The solar success story of Modhera is a testament to the result effective planning and dedicated efforts can do towards the progress of a village and state. It is not only a modern-day achievement but a lesson to the future generation on the maximum utilization of clean energy. Modhera, the real definition of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
With the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam at heart, India realizes that the world together needs to be protected. We must leave a healthier and cleaner planet for our future generations. India has committed to achieve 40% of its installed electricity generation capacity from non-fossil fuels by 2030. By 2030, India's electricity requirement will be 814 gigawatts. Out of this, 450 gigawatt capacity is planned to come from renewable energy sources, including 280 gigawatts from solar energy. To achieve this target, around 30 gigawatts of solar energy capacity is needed to be installed every year till 2030. Atmanirbhar Bharat has geared up the country towards scaling up domestic manufacturing. Scaling up of domestic solar manufacturing would also enable India to export polysilicon, wafers, solar cells and modules, apart from cutting down imports. This will provide other countries an alternate avenue to procure solar cells, modules and their raw materials. To incentivize solar manufacturing in the country, the government has created a large market of more than 36 gigawatts for solar products made in India. India understands that a level playing field and protection from unfair competition from imports is necessary for encouraging investments. In line with this vision, the Government of India has announced imposition of basic customs duty on imports of solar PV cells and modules. Import duties on solar inverters have also been raised. To expedite this shift and create a complete solar manufacturing ecosystem, the Indian government has recently launched a production-linked incentive scheme in line with our vision for 2030. The PLI scheme will provide financial incentives for manufacturing of polysilicon, solar wafers, solar cells and modules, and localization of raw materials for these items. In addition, this scheme rewards cutting-edge, higher efficiency technologies. To ensure reliability and highest quality in production of solar PV cells and modules, the government has prescribed quality standards, issued quality control, and come up with an approved list of models and manufacturers. India plans to set up renewable energy manufacturing zones to provide basic infrastructure facilities at concessional rates to manufacturers. And last but not the least, ease of doing business is a top priority for the Government of India. The government has set up a project development cell in its Ministry of New and Renewable Energy to handhold and facilitate domestic and foreign investors taking part in India's renewable energy journey. Are you ready to become a part of the success story called India?
Our planet Earth is getting warmer. The ice caps are melting, resulting in higher sea levels. Rainfall patterns are shifting, and low-lying countries are under threat, with livelihoods of millions on the line. Climate change is real, and the urgency to shift to cleaner, greener energy is more urgent than ever. In the backdrop of this urgency to act, and days before the UN Climate Change Conference, COP21, India and France came up with the idea of a global intergovernmental body for quick climate action. On November 30th, 2015, more than 40 countries lying in the sunbelt between the two tropics came together and formed the International Solar Alliance, a treaty-based intergovernmental body. The founding conference of ISA, held in March 2018, a few months after the framework agreement came into force, was graced by President Emmanuel Macron of France and Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India. ISA works with governments to approve energy access and energy security around the world, and promote solar power as a sustainable way to transition to a carbon-neutral future. ISA's mission is to unlock $1 trillion of investment in solar and deploy 1,000 gigawatts of solar power by 2030, while reducing the cost of the technology and finance, even while pledging to develop concrete actions towards mitigating climate change by 2030. Let us together build a brighter future.
India, the land that worships the sun, has 300 days of sunshine in a year. Its large population and rapidly growing economy need clean, affordable, and reliable energy to power their progress. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is on a mission to seek path-breaking schemes and projects to fulfill the nation's need for green energy. India looks to transform its solar energy landscape over the next few years by facilitating investments in projects as diverse as solar parks, green energy corridors, and floating solar. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy introduced the innovative concepts of solar parks to address the issues of land acquisition, transmission system, and other delays in traditional solar power projects. A solar park is a concentrated zone for the development of solar power generation projects. Solar parks offer many unique benefits to developers by ensuring availability of land, providing readily available transmission and power evacuation facilities, approachable roads, water facilities, and facilitation of all statutory clearances. In December 2014, MNRE rolled out a flagship scheme for the development of solar parks and ultra-mega solar power projects, with an aggregate capacity of 20,000 megawatts. This was enhanced in March 2017 to an impressive 40,000 megawatts. The total central grant approved under the scheme is a massive 81 billion rupees. The Solar Energy Corporation of India and the Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency are the implementing agencies of the scheme. As of the 31st of August 2021, 46 solar parks with an aggregate capacity of around 37,000 megawatts have been approved. India has solar parks that are among the world's largest. At solar park, these include 2,000 megawatt solar park at Pavgada in the state of Karnataka, 1,400 megawatts at Anantapuram, and 1,000 megawatts at Kurnool in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and 1,000 megawatts at Bhadla Phase 3 Park in the state of Rajasthan. The Green Energy Corridor scheme was initiated for evacuation of power from large-scale renewable energy projects in renewable energy resource-rich states. Its implementation began in 2015. GECs have both interstate transmission systems and intrastate transmission systems. Under the interstate transmission system to transmit power across Indian states, a total 3,200 circuit kilometers interstate transmission lines and 17,000 megavolt ampere substations have been commissioned. Under the intrastate transmission system for transmitting power within a state, with a total of 9,700 circuit kilometers intrastate transmission lines and 22,600 megavolt ampere capacity substations were approved in 2015. The 101 billion rupee intrastate transmission projects are currently under implementation in 8 renewable energy-rich states. As of the 31st of August 2021, a staggering 8,237 circuit kilometers of transmission lines have been constructed and 14,808 megavolt ampere of substations have been charged under the Intrastate Transmission Systems project, which will be completed by June 2022. India's reservoirs have an expansive area of approximately 18,000 square kilometers with the potential to generate a colossal 280 gigawatts of solar power through floating solar PV plants. Floating solar PV plants in reservoirs of existing hydroelectric dams can utilize existing power evacuation infrastructure and can minimize the requirement of additional transmission infrastructure. The cooling effect of water on the solar panels can result in better capacity utilization. The Government of India has put several policy measures into place to support and promote floating solar PV projects. Under the able stewardship of the MNRE, the next decade will be one of exciting innovation and cutting-edge technology that will transform India's energy landscape. Come, invest, and be a part of India's ambitious solar plans.
The synonym to worship and respect towards the infinity source of energy, the sun. While it has been the embodiment of worshipping the biggest foundation of energy on the planet, now Modhera is India's first 24/7 solar-powered village that would propel our nation's dream of 500 gigawatts of power generation via solar energy. On October 9, 2022, Honorable Prime Minister dedicated India's first self-sufficient and 24/7 solar-powered village to the country. With 1,300 plus homes equipped with solar panels, and a 6 megawatt solar project, a first in the country 15 megawatt hour battery energy storage system, solar powered EV chargers, smart energy meters, and a smart energy center, Modhera has set a new milestone for others to follow. This is indeed a step towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat, with the entire village generating 100% of their electricity needs. This isn't just a solar project. This is an initiative of uplifting the lives of our people, aiding better employment opportunities for our youth, and creating a balance on income versus spending. The solar success story of Modhera is a testament to the result effective planning and dedicated efforts can do towards the progress of a village and state. It is not only a modern day achievement but a lesson to the future generation on the maximum utilization of clean energy. Modhera, the real definition of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
With the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam at heart, India realizes that the world together needs to be protected. We must leave a healthier and cleaner planet for our future generations. India has committed to achieve 40% of its installed electricity generation capacity from non-fossil fuels by 2030. By 2030, India's electricity requirement will be 814 gigawatts. Out of this, 450 gigawatt capacity is planned to come from renewable energy sources, including 280 gigawatts from solar energy. To achieve this target, around 30 gigawatts of solar energy capacity is needed to be installed every year till 2030. Atmanirbhar Bharat has geared up the country towards scaling up domestic manufacturing. Scaling up of domestic solar manufacturing would also enable India to export polysilicon, wafers, solar cells and modules, apart from cutting down imports. This will provide other countries an alternate avenue to procure solar cells, modules and their raw materials. To incentivize solar manufacturing in the country, the government has created a large market of more than 36 gigawatts for solar products made in India. India understands that a level playing field and protection from unfair competition from imports is necessary for encouraging investments. In line with this vision, the Government of India has announced imposition of basic customs duty on imports of solar PV cells and modules.
Hi Neha, hi Sabine, hi Edwarders. Good afternoon to all of you. This is Shubhankar from ISA IT team, and there is a break going on, so just be there for some moment until the other panelists are joining. So just be there, okay? That's the only request. Is my volume or audio, everything is clear to you?
Yeah.
You can hear me properly?
Yes.
Okay, that's
Yes.
good. Yeah. So just
Can
be
you
there
hear
for-
me?
Yes, of course. I can hear all of you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just be there for some moment. Yeah, thanks.
Sure. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you to please be seated. We will now have a panel discussion in this room on global solar investment update. And this session will highlight the changing trends of investments in renewable energy with a detailed trend analysis of changing solar assets globally as well as regionally. The panel discussion on global solar investment update aims at sharing the highlights of the World Solar Investment Report, which was released earlier this morning by the Honorable Minister of Power, New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri R.K. Singh. Exchanging of expert viewpoints on importance and usage of data or information in key decision-making processes for mobilizing investments on deployment of solar energy will also be a theme which will be discussed through this session. And there will also be, ladies and gentlemen, thoughts shared on assessing financing tools for driving investments by ISA member countries. So with that said, let me first invite, and let me take the privilege, in fact, of inviting on stage our session chair, the Honorable Minister and ISA Vice President for Asia and Pacific Region, Ministry of Infrastructure, Meteorological Services, Meteorological Services, Lands and Mineral Resources, Mr. Jone Usaimete. May I request Mr. Jone Usaimete to kindly join us on stage, the Honorable Minister and ISA Vice President for Asia and Pacific Region. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir. Let me now invite our moderator, Dr. Philip Malbranche, to kindly join us on stage, Assistant Director General ISA. Please help me welcome him with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now I'd like to request our eminent panelists to kindly join us on stage. May I invite our in-person panelists on stage first, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chintan N. Shah, Director Technical, IREDA. May I request you to kindly join us on stage. Mr. Chintan N. Shah, Director Technical, IREDA. May I invite Mr. Dushyant Thakur, Senior Vice President, Invest India and Senior Advisor, WIPA. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Mr. Dushyant Thakur, Senior Vice President, Invest India and Senior Advisor, WAIPA. Welcome, sir. Mr. Gagan Sidhu, Director of the CEEW Center for Energy Finance. Let's welcome him on stage with a big round of applause. Mr. Gagan Sidhu, Director of the CEEW Center for Energy Finance. And ladies and gentlemen, joining us online, we have with us Ms. Sabine Cornetti, Energy Specialist at World Bank Group, France. Welcome, ma'am. Let's welcome the lady with a big round of applause. We also have Ms. Neha Kumar joining us online. She is Head India Program Climate Bonds Initiative. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause as well. There she is. She's going to be joining us online. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, first I would request our Honorable Session Chair to please address all of us, and then we will take it from there. So please.
Thank you very much, Madam MC. Our esteemed session panelists, our moderator, and delegates from the ISA member countries, partner organizations, and experts. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to the technical session on the World Solar Investment Update. Energy is at the heart of development and the key to solving climate change. The science is clear. To avoid the worst impacts of climate change, emissions need to be reduced by almost half by 2030 and reach net zero by the year 2050. To achieve this, we need to end our reliance on fossil fuels, and we must invest in clean, accessible, affordable, sustainable, and reliable energy. But investments in solar energy technologies, while having reached record levels, are still not large enough and are concentrated in just a few countries and regions. The majority of the developing world is still facing great challenges in mobilizing financing for critically needed energy projects, ranging from electrifying health clinics to powering industry and development. Investment in renewable energy projects soared to new heights in 2021, thanks to new solar and wind power installations. In order to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050, Bloomberg New Energy Finance predicts that solar and wind plants will need an average of $1.5 trillion per year between 2026 and 2030. Emerging markets saw record increases in climate investments, led by the Asia-Pacific region with $368 billion. However, those investments will have to continue growing over the next decades in order to reach net zero carbon emissions by the year 2050. The worldwide investment will have to triple over the next few years. Now more than ever, it's vital that member countries put solar energy and other low-carbon technologies at the fore to build back after COVID-19, creating new jobs and rebooting their economies. Member countries have a host of potential financial tools, including direct grants and investments whereby funding is transferred directly to recipients, often for research and development. Secondly, loans and loan guarantees, catering for the risks that the private sector and investors face in either R&D or commercialization and expansion stages. And thirdly, tax incentives that help improve the economics of either initial investment or operations in renewable technologies. ISA aims to make solar energy as the preferred energy source towards near zero emissions. ISA has developed 3 flagship reports on technology, market and investments as invaluable points of references and source of insights, providing up-to-date information, serving as a basis for dialogue, for enabling international collaboration, vital to reach international climate goals. In this technical session, we will be discussing the outline of the World Solar Investment Report and will seek views of the panelists. This technical session has brought together various stakeholders from financing sector, governments and the private sector to discuss the landscape of financing instruments to support solar energy and developing countries and the energy transition as a whole while benefiting multiple SDGs. Thank you, and I hope that you will find this a very fruitful session this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President ISA and Honorable Chair. I think that was the perfect way to set the context for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have joining us online our other speaker, Mr. Edvardus Boomsteinus. So a big round of applause as we welcome him. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before I hand it over to our moderator to take the proceedings further, I'm going to invite Mr. Paritosh Moge, Manager KPMG India, to please come and make the theme presentation, and then we will start with the discussions. May I request Mr. Paritosh Moge to kindly join us on stage. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So I will be taking you through the key findings of the solar investment report and what we have covered. So as we discussed in the morning also, the aim of this report is to track global energy investments, and when I say energy, we specifically mean to track solar investments as well. Now within solar investments, we also are looking at where we are compared to our climate commitments with respect to achieving net zero targets. What are some of the innovative tools which countries are using for scaling up both grid scale as well as decentralized solar technology, and what kind of ecosystem is needed to accelerate investments in this space? So starting with the total investments in energy sector were about $2.2 trillion in 2021, and one would expect that after a renewed focus on renewable energy in the past few years, renewable energy would occupy a major share of this, but renewable currently occupy only 20% of the total investment in energy sector. The major contributor in energy sector is power, which contribute 40%. Within power, renewable is 50%. Solar currently occupies only 10% of the share in the total energy investments. From 2020 to 2021, we see that almost all of these three different kind of investment sources have seen an increase. We also see that fossil fuel investments have also risen by almost 16% during this period. Now, moving on to power sector investments, as I told you that 20% of the energy basket is currently occupied by renewables, but within power, renewables occupy around 50% of share, around roughly $440 billion. Within that, solar occupies around 50% of share, around $220 billion. Now, what we see here is that from 2015 to 2021, the share of solar in the total power investments have increased from 21 to 27%. There have also been increase on new technologies such as storage, and you would see a high growth rate of storage in this period, but that is primarily because in the initial years there was not much investment, so the base itself was low. Another interesting point is that we have talked throughout the day about making our grid resilient, how we can augment the investments in grid as well to support the renewable energy infrastructure. But if you see the contribution of electricity networks within this power basket, we see that they have more or less hovered around 30 to 35%, and in 2021 they occupied only about 33% of the total share. Moving on to fossil fuels, so one point that we have noted is that from 2020 to 2021, there has been an increase in fossil fuel investments. Now, that can be primarily because of COVID as well as some supply chain disruption events that we saw. Many of the countries switched to fossil fuel to meet their energy requirements. Now, if these investments would have redirected to solar, we would have a much better share of solar in the total energy basket. But what we see here is that fossil fuel subsidies in 2021 were about $440 billion. And if you see the graph on the left, you could imagine that we are almost at the same level as we were in 2010. Same is the case for financing by the top 16 banks. The financing was on the rise till 2019. It stabilized or downsided a bit in 2020, but then increased again in 2021. If you compare this financing between fossil fuel and solar, you will see that solar hardly occupies a major share. It's roughly about $1 to $2 billion or even less than that. Between 16 to 20, the total investments by largest 60 commercial banks were about $3.8 trillion into fossil fuels. So while we are talking about clean energy transition and shifting away from fossil fuel, in the last 1 or 2 years, we have kind of going back to it and financing these kind of projects. Now, moving specifically into the aspects of solar. So within solar, which is $220 billion of investment, we see that project development constituted $205 billion. Manufacturing had actually seen a downside in 2021 and had occupied 5 to 6 billion of investment, and R&D occupied 7 to 8 billion of investment. So while investments in the last decade have only grown by 9%, the capacity have grown by 20x, which is also an indicator that costs have also come down significantly, but still the level of investments that we are talking about are still not close to what we want to achieve. Now moving on to, we have talked about where these investments or how much is the investment quantum. I will shift towards where this investment quantum is directed at. So we see that there is a skewed investment direction towards Asia Pacific and Europe, which occupies around 80% share globally, and in African continent, which is 17% of the world's population, the investment corpus is only about 2%. So, and if we analyze within these regions as well, we would see that within Asia Pacific and Europe also there is almost a single country concentration, which would mean that the investments are not only concentrated geography-wise, but they are concentrated country-wise as well. Now, what kind of segments have seen the growth in solar? We see that from 2019 onwards, residential sector have picked up significantly. It has seen a growth rate of 31% year on year, 2021 compared to 2020. Utility scale have also grown. In fact, all the three segments have grown, but residential sector is now occupying a major space. One important point to highlight is that we discussed about having a mix of decentralized as well as grid scale solar in each countries or across globally. But what we see here is that decentralized investments were only $450 million in 2021, which is not even 1% of the total investments. So we need to scale up the investments, because in many of the geographies, decentralized projects will be acting as a foundational base for promoting solar and renewable energy in these geographies. Within manufacturing, we saw that manufacturing investment actually gone down in 2021, but we expect that with the new capacity announcements by various players, it will go up significantly. But within manufacturing also, while we talk about diversification of supply chain, we see that China is the dominant player currently, and it occupies almost all of ingot and wafer capacity currently in the country, and more than 3/4 of the capacity in other parts of the value chain. Now, why is there a gap in financing? We see that there are some avenues which are not optimally utilized right now. So if I move towards private sector investment, we see that currently 80% of the total solar investments are made by private sector, which has seen a growth rate of around 64% compared to 56% for public sector. Within the private sector, project developer financing is the predominant share, followed by commercial financial institutions as well. What we see analyzing this data deeper is that institutional investor financing has been fairly saturated in the last few years, and we need these kind of investments to come in, especially to finance projects in least developed countries as well as in island nations, because getting equity and debt financing in these countries is difficult because of high risk perception and other factors. If I talk about banks, we saw that solar investments within banks were only a minuscule portion of the fossil fuel investment. We see that the investment of top 16 commercial banks in 2021 actually come down by around 21%. And the investment by top 10 DFIs have also gone down significantly, and they are almost at the 2016 level. Now, this is a concern because DFI financing as well as financing by banks are absolutely essential, especially for geographies which are difficult to tap in right now. So this kind of trend that we are seeing, we need to try to reverse it, which will be very important for developing and underdeveloped countries. We talked about institutional investment. We have not been able to unlock it to that level. Institutional investment is hardly $2 billion right now. Now, another source of investment that many of us talk about is how the traditional oil and gas companies are diversifying into clean energy investment. While this is an encouraging trend in terms of from a strategic point of view, but what we see here is that the investments by top oil and gas players in total clean energy sources, not only solar, is about $20 billion, which is not even 5% of the total profits that they're earning right now. And hence there is a need that not only we need to increase those investments, try to encourage these companies to increase investments, but we also need to disclose or make some kind of a mandate to disclose how much percentage is specifically going into renewable energy. To 600 gigawatt capacity additions per year. After 2030, we would need more than 1,000 to even 2,000 gigawatts per year going forward. Now, what this translates into investments from 220 billion to 565 billion till 2030, and then $1 trillion annually from 2030 to 2050. Manufacturing, we saw that in 2020, it was roughly about $12 billion of investment. It come down to about $5 to $6 billion. But we need to diversify manufacturing as well as scale up the manufacturing capacities. As per estimates, we need to scale it up as high as 1,400 gigawatt till 2030 annually, and to 3,700 gigawatt by 2050 thereafter. Now, I talked about how the quantum of grid infrastructure investments have been fairly limited, but they also need augmentation to support the growth in RE and solar. And we see that we would need around 636 billion of investment till 2030 for augmentation and improvement of this grid infrastructure. So this is the gap that we want to fill. Now, some of the key things that got highlighted during these trends was, first, we are still relying heavily on fossil fuel subsidies. So if we redirect these subsidies to solar, we can partly meet some portion of our investment requirement. Second, the investment currently is skewed towards particular geographies and particular countries. So we need to mobilize investments in other regions also by various means such as strengthening of their markets, enhancing flows from FDI, introducing blended financing mechanism, building capacities among those countries so that they're able to develop the bankable projects. The third point which I highlighted was that we are not utilizing or haven't been able to unlock institutional investor capital. So we need new kind of innovative tools to capture this financing. That can only happen if we use some de-risking mechanism, because unlocking this financing would mean having some patient capital in place, which would need some kind of risk mitigation mechanism, and new sources of financing as well. All this can only happen if all the different kind of stakeholders collaborate with one another and estimate the requirements and then bring in mechanisms where this financing can take place. If I club it on to everything into one picture, this will also lead to enhancement of the manufacturing sector, which is one of the important areas if you want to achieve the net zero target, and also uptake of R&D and new technologies, because as we have highlighted throughout the day, with new technologies, greater efficiency, more viability, and more financing can come into the sector. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paritosh Muge, for this very comprehensive, very detailed, very insightful presentation, covering well the trend and the role of the various stakeholders. We have seen that, I would start with a first observation. We have seen the importance, relative importance of the private sector and the public sector. I think we will have to address both, but I would like to start with the public sector. In fact, I was thinking of starting with IREDA, but our representative from IREDA is not there. So I will turn to our two persons. To our two persons online from EIB and from the World Bank. So maybe to start, ladies first. So to start with Sabine from the World Bank. How to say that? Maybe you were not here at the last session, but we had a previous session on the market, and the final conclusion of this market session was how to unlock access to finance, how to implement de-risking mechanism, and how to implement the right regulatory instruments. So the key issue is how to speed up investment growth. So as the World Bank, you had already many initiatives in developed countries and in many developing countries. So from your own point of view, what would you think is needed? How do you envisage your role? Consider your past experience, and what would you like to push now as the best instrument, financing mechanism? So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and very happy to be here with everyone. So I think what we've been doing with ISA and AFD, the French Development Agency, and other partners is we bundle together all our efforts into a new initiative, which was created now for 5 years ago, called SRMI. And this renewable-specific initiative, which started on PV and now has been growing to wind and geothermal, is really focusing on leveraging private investments. So I think the perfect topic for today. And the idea is not just leverage private investment, looking at procurement, which is what we've been mostly focusing on, or on the type of guarantees needed, but actually thinking about the overall enabling environment. Because when you want to attract private investors, and I myself, I used to work for Total Eren, a very big IPP, when you're looking into entering a market, what you want to see is a clear plan. You want to see that the government has a realistic plan with, targets that would actually make sense with, megawatts or gigawatt plans. Every 2 years, they would launch tenders, and that that they can be integrated, because we have many tenders that we've been supporting in the past that unfortunately, even though they got very low prices, were not able to be completed because the sites selected were in a connection point in the grid, which was just not good enough. And so the grid wasn't there. So you need to actually think further than just having an announcement of solar and wind projects that you want to have investment for, but you need to have the right roadblocks there and presented. And so the strategies need to be a bit larger than just on procurement and launching tenders, but thinking about, do you have the right policy in place to have IPP? That has been, for example, a major bottleneck in Vietnam, where you are not able to launch tenders because of the local policies and regulations, the availability of foreign exchange. We've been facing this major problem in Ethiopia, where we've been with the IST supporting scaling solar and scaling wind, and now we're working with the GCF on getting funding for the central bank on FX availability and convertibility. So this, even though you've got 2 cents PPA signed, in the end, all of it got cancelled because you don't have foreign exchange available. And deep down, like after you look at all of the risks being perceived by the IPPs, you always end up with residual risk. So you're trying to fix as much as possible from a lending perspective, so giving, in our case, lending to the government, if it means we need to strengthen the grid, if we need to look at utility reforms, improving the bankability of the utility in the long term. But then the residual risk will always need some instruments, risk mitigation instruments that will need to be looking at liquidity potentially, and other aspects that we can discuss later. But I think really, in conclusion, from an IPP perspective and a government perspective, you need to have the right plan, the right strategy, and then think about the last bottlenecks to be covered by instruments. Thank you.
Thank you. So we need a clear plan, and especially clear planning, and yes, a timeline of everything. I mean, infrastructure, maybe some storage, addressing the whole thing for the power system to be operating well. Any comment from the EIB on this issue? So I will give the floor to Eduardas Boomsteinas. I don't know if I pronounce well.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the floor, Dr. Philippe Malebranche, and I'm very happy to be here. Unfortunately, virtually. I'm a regular visitor to New Delhi, so hope next time I'll be able to see more of you together. And also my best also acknowledgement to Honorable Minister John Usamate of Fiji. It's one of the countries we also cover in my team. And so I just wanted to very briefly reflect on your question, but also on some of the key recommendations of the World Solar Investment Report. And as you rightly noted, also in the report, private sector contributes to nearly 90% of solar investments in International Solar Alliance member countries. So that's obviously a significant share, and also what I understood from the main recommendations is that there are still outstanding challenges such as unlocking institutional capital and using some of the instruments such as blending instruments to actually unlock that capital in order to satisfy still many outstanding needs that have not been met and that need to be met in order to reach those ambitious targets. And I think in this context, actually, the multilateral development banks and EIB is among those. We are a bank of the European Union member states, are very well positioned, I think, to address some of these, let's say, recommendations, or to facilitate, to implement some of these recommendations outlined in the World Solar Investment Report. We can do that in a number of ways. First of all, MDBs, you can look at them as aggregators. We are able to bring together a lot of facilities that help promoters to do upstream work to make sure projects are bankable. We are also aggregators in terms of bringing different partners together. As you know, European Union is promoting the Team Europe initiative. And as part of that Team Europe, obviously EIB is part of it, but also many other European agencies. But what is also important is that it is key to be inclusive of partners such as the Green Climate Fund and other sources, budgetary sources provided both by European Union and non-EU, obviously, member states, to create the base where this institutional capital could be unlocked. What is also key, and that I think underscores a lot of EIB work, but also work of our other partner organizations, is that we do implement projects in close collaboration with local partners. And I noted that on this panel there is a representative of IREDA. IREDA is one of our partners in India. There are many others, of course, and we also apply the same approach whilst working in other countries of the world. So, and I just want to leave it here. Perhaps I have more to say, but maybe for another question. Thank you.
Maybe, thank you. But maybe one reaction to what you just said. You need to be inclusive and to yes, to gather. You were citing the GCF. Why is it to share the risk? Is it? Could you explain why it's important for you as a banking facility to have several other partners?
It's a very good question. In my opinion, the key is to have local capacity and to have sustainability over long term. And European Investment Bank, just as many other MDBs, are long-term investors. So our prerogative is to build capacities in partner countries on the ground. And we do that in many ways. Financing is one of them, but we also do that, for example, with ISA, International Solar Alliance. We published a study on scaling of off-grid solar across Africa. And this study helped to identify solutions to unlock energy across access for 120 million households. So to reach the scale, you need to be inclusive and you need to promote local capacity. And also, I think what is important is to promote also this South-South cooperation. It has to be really based on the experiences and knowledge acquired, and both incorporating successes, but also where we did not succeed. And this you cannot, I think, sort of just export. You need to have that in-house, and that's what I mean by being inclusive. Thank you.
Does it mean, also it's a question for both of you, World Bank and EIB, does it mean that this aggregation should be only within a solar system, whether they are small or big ones, or should it be also aggregation at the same time with some infrastructure assets? Or are you thinking of this type of bundling of infrastructure assets and generating asset, or should it be always kept aside, kept separate? Who would like to answer?
Happy to. On aggregation, I mean, it's interesting because we've been having exactly those discussions over the last few months. At the bank, we don't do insurance, that's media doing it. So they are doing at their level insurance aggregation, but at the bank, we do guarantees. And it's a bit of a different animal in this case. And it is very difficult to do aggregation even at regional level, because we've been thinking about, for example, in the Caribbean islands, we have multiple islands with similar risk, with some regional entities going for them. But the issue is that you have one utility signing one PPA every time, and it's not one regional actor who will be signing it. So we are here facing a bit of a constraint on how to bundle smaller projects across smaller countries, because indeed there is a huge cost to developing a guarantee product or an insurance product. And aggregation sounds like an amazing idea, but in practice, it's actually very difficult, at least for us, not being a very flexible institution, to make it happen.
Thank you very much. Let me turn, or in fact, it was a transition almost done by the EIP, because they are partnering as well with commercial banks, and so we are getting closer to the institutional investor. So let me turn to my neighbor, Mr. Sorry. Yeah, excuse me.
Gagan Sidhu.
Yeah. So yes, if you can explain us about who are the main stakeholder, and how to promote, how to go further with this investment development.
Sure. Thanks, Philippe. So I think, working at a think tank, at a policy research institution, one gets to look at things from a top level, from a so-called 30,000-foot perspective, as well as trying to understand the challenges on the ground. Let me start by giving a little bit of a perspective-setting commentary from the perspective, or from the idea of locating where solar is in the broader energy transition that we hear about the energy transition. So where does solar fit into the energy transition, as well as really trying to pinpoint the kind of financing challenges, because apart from solar, we're also talking about investments. And then I'll get to the question at hand, Philippe. So the way I see it, there are three sub-transitions that are happening under the energy transition as a whole. There's the power sector transition, which is a shift from fossil fuel-based generation to generation from renewables. So that's where solar fits in. There's the mobility transition, which is a shift from ICE vehicles to EVs. And then there's industrial decarbonization. Why it's important is in many, many countries, these three segments contribute to the bulk of emissions. In fact, the power sector itself is typically in developing economies, the largest contributor to emissions. In India's case, these three segments account for about 70% of emissions. Now, it's also the case that all three of these transitions are actually evolving in parallel, but at different phases of evolution. And really what we want to see happening is these three transitions intersecting. And just like you have three transitions that are happening, most of the financing challenges that lie in the way of mobilizing that capital or mobilizing that investment required to affect them. And of course, as I said, solar is very integral to the power sector transition. These challenges also tend to be of three types. In some instances, the challenge is the capital is just not flowing. So what do we need to do there? We need to get it to flow. In other cases, the challenge is that the capital is flowing, but it's kind of expensive or too costly. So what do we need to do there? We need to bring the cost down. And in altogether, other circumstances, it's quite ironic that the capital is flowing, it's flowing at pace, it's quite cheap, but the ambitions at the national level or the international level are so huge that the conventional sources of capital are just not adequate enough to mobilize that. So what do we need to do there? We need to unlock new sources of capital. So having, given that perspective setting in terms of where solar lies in the broader energy transition and the kind of financing challenges that we face, and getting back specifically to solar and the role of the private sector and private capital, let's start now after moving from that top-level view to the ground level. And the reality is, in almost across the world, in most countries, solar projects are predominantly debt financed at a project level. So what we find is 75% of the capital for a project comes from banks or financial institutions or the bond market. And the bond market comes in, of course, at a second level to take out the bank loans. And then 25% of the capital is the equity. So if I were to put the 75% aside for a minute, because it gets a bit complex if we mix up equity and debt, and say for a moment that when we talk of private capital, we're talking of equity, it's useful to see how India's solar sort of story has evolved. In the past, a lot of the equity that has funded these projects, and of course that equity comes from typically a holding company, has come from overseas institutions. Again, I'm making very broad statements here. There are always exceptions. But by and large, a lot of that equity has come from overseas institutions, and it's a mix of institutions. It's private equity funds, so that's really where this long story is sort of getting to. Private equity funds that specialize in infrastructure, that understand infrastructure, as well as pension funds. So those are the two big engines of equity capital for projects in India, if you were to really trace where that money came from. Now that's changing. We heard in the presentation about oil and gas companies looking to move into renewables. They're facing pressure from their shareholders. So the shareholders saying, hey guys, where are your green credentials? It's not just about emissions scope. In fact, in the oil and gas company cases, it's probably scope 2 or scope 3. Actually, more likely scope 3. But it's where are your green credentials? So there's some shareholder pressure happening. There's also an understanding that and I'm going to get back to the three transitions here, as these three transitions evolve, the second transition, particularly mobility transition, has deep ramifications for the way oil and gas companies operate. So that's, it should be no surprise that in the case of India, you've seen some of the oil retailing giants talk about setting up 10, 15, 20,000 charging stations in the coming years. So some of it is pressure, some of it is just pragmatic business sense. Beyond the guys who are operating or actually have something to lose as these transitions evolve, is also folks who understand the fact that solar or renewables is just one component in that broader energy transition, and the fact that three transitions are happening in parallel. And these are folks, again, maybe involved in moving molecules, for example, refiners. So they understand that this is going to be highly complex going forward, and they have an advantage. So again, they're seizing opportunity. And then finally, from a private sector perspective, I think it's corporates who are looking to decarbonize their own power purchase. Of course, they can do it in some instances by artificially, achieve it by buying things such as renewable energy certificates. But more likely than not, they're interested in going for direct purchase through corporate PPAs. So maybe I'll stop there because that's a fair bit of ground, and happy to answer follow-up questions later.
Yes. Thank you for all this development. I would like to turn to our colleague Dushyant Thakur from WIPA. We need to increase the investment. You are an investment promotion agency. So what would be your, can you share your thought on our issue?
Okay. So thank you so much. Just two quick thoughts. First, I think we've had some discussions around institutional investments. We, when we were setting up Invest India, one of the first teams that we set up was a team which was focusing on institutional investments. Just zooming a little bit more into it and then building on some of the thoughts which Mr. Sidhu mentioned about. In India, when we talk about institutional investments, it's not come on day one. It has been a three-step sort of a process. The first step was essentially, where there was viability gap funding from the government and, the DFIs came in. Step two is where the corporates came in and, that's the time when long-term PPAs were being done. And stage three is where the institutional investments came in. It was essentially, the PE-backed, power providers who'd come in. Now, why did they come in and what was it that they were finding so interesting? One, they could see that India had given, those larger numbers here. And obviously, financial investors really need to look at that long-term sort of a view. So that was one thought. Number two was the whole thing around ease of doing business. The way the tenders were coming out, there was a lot more clarity. The PPAs were in place. The third thing, that they were established players who were already there, and the fact that they would be able to get the ROIs. So I think there's a whole lot of learnings, we looked at, and that's what the report also talks about, that institutional investments is one pocket of money which can be tapped in a much deeper way. There's a whole lot of investors lying out there. It needs, good investable projects to be, created. Now, just zooming on to what is the role of an investment promotion agency. Like I said, we at Invest India created this team which was focusing on institutional investors. We currently work with more than 100 institutional investors. We're really on a day-to-day basis. We are doing desktop analysis along with them, the identification of opportunities on one side and the creation of the opportunities on the other side. Those are the sort of things that we are focusing on. Zooming again a little more into investment promotion agencies. An IPA is very interestingly placed. On one side, it's somebody who will be working very closely with the governments. In Africa, and IPAs are generally connected with the Honorable Prime Minister's or the President's office. And the other side is where you'll have the private investors who are there. So an IPA is very interestingly placed. Three quick things. The IPAs can work with governments to create this investment ecosystem. Second thing is where this whole investable projects pipeline. That's the second thing the IPA can actually focus on. And third is understanding institutional investors, understanding corporates and going after them, the real investor targeting. We at WIPA, which is an association of more than 105 countries, very clearly, we did a survey recently and we figured out that renewable energy was the #1 sector for all of those IPAs. Now that's an opportunity which needs to be tapped more. And that's how, we've got into a trilateral MOU with ISA being there. And, the first testimonial, we did the World Investment Conference in Geneva last month, and it started with the solar $1 trillion as the first roundtable happening there. And then ISA was there in almost all the panels. But I'll just stop here just to say that, this whole pocket, investment promotion agencies can be leveraged in a much more deeper way. And that's something which WIPA and Invest India, together with ISA, would make it happen. I'll just stop here.
But maybe just to go on what you were saying, what is your geographical scope? Could you say something as a difference or as disparities you may see among comparing, for instance, benchmarking India to African countries, or what would recommend.
Absolutely, I think the report does bring this out very clearly. We know that, we talk about Latin America, we talk about Africa. That's the one place where you have a lot of sun already there. So, but however, I believe only 8% is what the report points out. Now, that's what is clear, that there is a huge opportunity lying there. African IPAs are also fairly powerful. You talk about Nigeria, Ghana, and one by one, as you go through each of those countries, they've got very good agencies in place. What is required is for the IPA to become a part of this jigsaw puzzle, which maybe currently they may be in certain countries, and some of them they're not really there. So we really need to, and that was the whole thought behind, getting this MOU happening between WIPA and ISA. That let's bring these investment agencies into the part of the picture, and we are doing now a whole lot of coaching to them, really taking them through workshop of how to tap investable projects. Creation of projects is where they can come as one of the entities, but also, ensuring that you're able to tap the right capital for these projects. So WIPA is very strong in Africa, it's very strong in Latin America, the whole Pacific, Caribbean, all of these areas is where, we can really see a lot more action happening, especially in the next 12 months. And we were just trying to look at, how and what are the points at which ISA and WIPA are going to touch each other. So we are going to have COP, and it was wonderful to have the SolarX, Grand Challenge announcement yesterday. So COP is there. We'll be having Davos. We have the UN LDCs that's going to take place, the World Investment Conference, and G20. So many points where, we are going to be working along with you, but making sure that, Africa, Middle East, and Caribbean get a lot more of, solar projects happening. I'll just stop here.
Okay, thank you. Let me turn now to Neha Kumar from the, she's online, from the Clean Bond Initiatives. So, Neha, we've been discussing maybe not a lot, but we have been discussing about debt and equity and how to address this. You know quite well this issue of clean bonds as a financing tool which would enable investment or make easier the investment into solar projects. Could you tell us more about that?
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me, and it's a pity that I'm not there in person. So I think it is the way the discussion has been moving, I think it is just the right moment to say that what are these innovative financial instruments, and what is the trend right now, and what is the kind of opportunity do we see, and while putting that in perspective, we should also look at certain challenges, and the pickup of these instruments that can also slow down or accelerate and things like that. So I thought I would just give an idea of the opportunity landscape, and then look at challenges, and also do some sort of a conceptual differentiation between mobilizing or financing green and greening finance, and both of these are important and interlinked in order to be able to grow the investment through these innovative financial instruments. And of course, hopefully, either in this round or next, look at some of the solutions that are absolutely required in order to accelerate the flow of finance through these instruments. So everybody talked about renewable energy being the in the green sector, being that sector which got most of the financing through traditional finance or through innovative, and this is a global picture, and this got mirrored even in India. And some of you might not know that the size of the green economy right now, and this was a report done recently. I forget the author of this report, but the size of the green economy right now stands at about $7 trillion USD, with a market cap, with a CAGR of 14% growth over the last 12 years. So in terms of comparability, the green economy is the 5th largest industry comparable in size to the fossil fuel sector. It is diversified with a growing range of technologies, and it is also geographically diversified. And going back to what was mentioned, that even though this is geographically sort of spreading, still the concentration of the maximum kind of financing and is still located and concentrated in certain countries like US, EU, and an emerging economy, China takes the lead. What has really prompted the growth of this is that, and who is it led by? It is basically led by investors who have green mandates. And these investors, they are located in the EU, in Japan, and US. And over the last, say, 7 or 8 years, there is something else which has been very interesting, which also made emerging economies pretty attractive to these global investors who have green mandates to look at investing in emerging economies. And this was that long-term interest rates sat at record lows. So on average, and this is a report done by The Economist, on average, between 2015 and 2021, and I'm reading this right now, 10-year government bond yielded 1.9% in America, 1.1% in Britain, and 0 in Germany. So that sort of historically low rates got investors extremely interested in looking at emerging economies where they were getting better returns, 2 to 3 times more returns than in the developed economies, to actually chase green projects. And when I say chase, it was literally a chase, by which I mean that demand continues to outstrip supply. These are the pipelines that they're trying to fund. They do not exist in ample number. And hence, this very dedicated pool of investors also is leading to something called greenium, that the pricing benefits that are accruing to issuers because of this dedicated pool of investors is happening, and it is probably going to keep on continuing for some time, as long as the demand keeps outstripping supply. Now, just very shortly, why these things became very interesting and attractive, it was simply because of the simplicity of the structure. Green bonds are regular bonds. Everybody knows what bonds are. And the importance of capital debt markets is important for climate investments because of high upfront cost and long investment horizon. So the bonus factor, which is the green factor, is basically embedded in transparency of the use of proceeds. And that was critical, and that was attractive for these investors who wanted to actually put their money into credible green projects. And solar, and Gagan talked about other transitions in mobility and in industrial decarbonization. Things start getting a little bit more complex, in terms of the instruments that can actually be applied. But as far as pure play green is concerned, solar and wind, green bonds today, they are about, $2 trillion worth of USD outstanding globally. In India, it is about $25 billion since 2015. And we have seen that despite the instability or volatility of the market, green bonds have held value. And it is for the reason that these investors are buy and hold investors. So, I might even just, during the pandemic, the initial 2 months, they saw a squeeze in issuances globally, and green bonds also got affected. But these were the first instruments to surge, and surge rather rapidly. And we see that oversubscription is a norm, 2 to 3 times oversubscription of these issuances. Sometimes they even go to 11 to 12 times. And the main thing, the benefit that comes to the issuer by using this is that it diversifies their investor pool. So in India, for example, we have known that 14 to 24% of added investors. These were investors who were interested only if you were labeled green. That got added to the issuances, which does a couple of things. It diversifies your risks, then it makes your pricing more competitive. So you land at a better pricing deal in the transaction. For investors, because of transparency, this really makes a great sense. Now, while all of these things are great, which means that you have this global pools of capital which are lying there. So can you finance your local needs using this global pool of capital? Yes and no is the answer, because there are certain structural barriers. Just to point out a few, most of the investment flows still remain limited within the developed markets. And the reason is pretty clear, that the real and perceived risks associated with emerging market economies are high. So if there is something like, political uncertainty and things like that, and right now, for example, like you're seeing the rise in interest rate, the first thing that the investors do is take money out of emerging economies. That said, this particular asset class, if it is credible, I mean, this is something that I'm telling you, talking to the treasuries and the investors who we regularly engage with. So they not only say green bonds, they say good green bonds. And I think that is the key factor, that you not only need pipelines that need to be made visible, but you also need high levels of integrity in the market, so that investor confidence can maintain and can be because that is directly linked to the growth of the market, which will bring actually the cost of capital down. The challenge in terms of making these kind of investments flow into, developing economies are a couple, and I'm sure Gagan will add more. One is simply the size. The volume that becomes an interesting sort of consideration for international investors generally begins after $200 million. Okay, so we are looking at a whole range of renewable energy, solar projects, which actually lie in the volume which is lower, and it doesn't really make sense for international investors to actually, get involved in that. So a lot of this doesn't really, a lot of this international pool doesn't really flow into that range of projects that you would have. Second, most of our projects, okay, let me rephrase. Who has been tapping this international offshore market, which is mainly denominated in UST, and I'll give you Indian example, and this is also, some of it is, is also happening in other developing countries.
If you can give examples of, an African country with a project of a large-scale utility scale project, or bundling of several, let's say 100 mini-grids. Could you give such example? Because I'm always afraid with these green bonds of some kind of greenwashing. You were talking at the beginning about greening the finance. So, and you were explaining about good, clean bonds. So how can we make, from an operational point of view, from this, we are all involved in solar projects, so how to make this happen, how to be assessed as a good, clean bond?
Yeah, so I think the question that you raise is that what is a good green bond is basically come down to a couple of things. Are you following the right kind of criteria, which means a little bit more than broad principles, okay? Now, solar projects, their emissions are so, I mean, they do have carbon emissions, but they're so low that they, pass the definition of green, okay? And yet, when you come to other sectors like transport, like decarbonization, these criteria start becoming more complex, and that need a lot more definitional clarity. And what we have seen is that investors, they like what is becoming a term oft used, and EU has done a considerable amount of work, that either standards which go beyond principles, okay, which have very, very clearly outlined science-based criteria in terms of emissions limits that are able to reduce the arbitrariness in understanding that what you're raising money for will be actually the right kind of asset that will get invested into because it will have that kind of low emissions threshold. That needs to be built, that is getting built in different jurisdictions, and that is also being supplied by certain independent agencies like Climate Bond itself, the standards. So the standards become a very, very important criteria when it comes to credibility. Now, this is not to say that certain principles which are widely recognized, like ICMA principles, which is International Capital Markets Association, they give broad categories. But the essential part of a green bond and the difference that I really want to bring on the table for everyone, that there is greenwashing can happen even in these thematic debt instruments, but the greenwashing that happens, say ESG greenwashing, is slightly different in this green bond space. The transparency and the reporting framework or requirement embedded in the process of developing a green bond framework reduces the chances of greenwashing. So by definition, a green bond is backed by a very systematic and robust green bond framework. And that robustness is something that you have to ascertain so that investors can see that. So reporting is part of that. External verification is part of that. Now, the principles-based guidelines will not make external verification mandatory. EU is now making external verification mandatory. Certification, a certified green bond, will make external verification mandatory. So when you are externally verified, when your reporting framework is robust, then the chances of greenwashing in green bond space become largely minimized. ESG greenwashing is slightly different because you don't have that kind of any external mandatory assurance framework. But I think the question linked to what you're asking, what is a good green bond and how do you go about it, is do these disclosures, there are different kinds of disclosures and there's different kind of regulations, do they actually help the flow of finance? There is enough evidence and the studies being done that the disclosures, comparable disclosures, consistent disclosures, and a level of data granularity, interoperable disclosures actually ease the flow of finance simply by establishing a baseline, which is agreed upon and which is transparent. I have to say just one thing over here, and there is this, international regulatory, so voluntary mechanisms are there, mandatory, EU has mandated disclosures based on not only corporate ESG performance, but also taxonomy aligned disclosures. India has, ESG disclosures, which are mandated for top 1,000 companies. But now we are moving towards, Reserve Bank of India said that you should have TCFD kind of disclosures, which are looking more into forward kind of scenarios. So it is a major concern in the regulatory community that greenwashing needs to be prevented as much as possible. Where things are moving is perhaps towards more mandatory regulations coming, in terms of disclosures. And the idea is not only to get comparability out and more data out, but also if you kept it voluntary, and I think this is debatable and people will have different views, that if you kept it voluntary, you will get the data which is not comparable, you will probably not get enough data, and then there's always this talk about, oh, we don't have enough data, so now what do we do? So this is sort of a vicious circle. So if you make it mandatory, you're supposed to give out data. That said, quality of disclosures is extremely important.
Okay.
Yes.
Could you very shortly recommend us what should be the criteria? You know, you talk about CO2 emission. It could be, I presume, avoided imported energy, whether it is coal, gas, or oil, or whatever. Job creation, you know, what would be this standardized criteria to evaluate? Very shortly, please.
Very shortly. The green standards are basically looking at emissions produced and a very strict threshold, which is the EU threshold is about 100 grams equivalent of CO2 produced per kilowatt hour in terms of generation. Now, there is a controversy already over there that they have relaxed it for gas and they have included gas in the taxonomy. It's a pretty controversial thing. How do these thresholds get calculated, and can these thresholds vary? I think they can vary because our net zero targets can be different. Our stages of development of maturity of decarbonization pathways is different. So for example, India, right now, the emissions from coal are about 700, 800 or something. But if you really wanted to keep the coal out, and if you can't go up to 100, you can perhaps, because if you look at IEA scenarios and others, in the best case scenario, you can say come around 200 and 300, but that is an area of modeling and coming to those quantities or threshold quantities in a very scientific manner. So I think the only point that I'm trying to make is that these thresholds need to be science-based. They need to be net zero based, and that is why they will vary. But the idea that there is a threshold, and just another, and I will conclude there.
We have to conclude, you know, if you can really be short, we have to conclude.
So the social aspect of it is right now becoming an interesting G, etc. But mostly these standards are dominated by green standards, and the social part is still evolving. And there are different kind of approaches being taken on deciding on how do you look at job creation, what kind of indicators do you actually employ. So I'll conclude it over here.
Thank you for this very comprehensive description. I would like to give the floor to give the opportunity for you to ask questions, and then I will come back to our panelists to make a final review of your recommendation or commenting on each other discussion. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, I see one here. If you can get a microphone and if you can give your name and affiliation, please.
Hi, this is Prantik Mitra from Microenergy Credits. I just wanted the panel to maybe just briefly touch upon the role of affordable finance in the perspective of distributed technologies that are catering to extremely low-income households, and the investment that is coming in from that in terms of the climate financing in this sector.
I'm not sure we have anybody specialized in microfinance. I don't know if HIB, through his partner, have some experience in financing banks which would in turn organize some microcredit. Who would like to say something on this issue? Eduardas?
Yes, actually, thank you. As I already, thank you. It's a very good question because basically this has two dimensions. One is the dimension is how do you reach the last mile? So when we talk about large installations, power generation, that's something where many MDBs are very good at. financing this critical infrastructure. The question is how you actually make sure that the end user has access to it. And there are many technical solutions, and including also working with local partners, including with microfinance institutions. And there is a lot of, in fact, knowledge now built. I used to be on the executive committee of CGAP, which is the World Bank's trust to promote financial inclusion. And CGAP does publish a lot of material that, in fact, gives some technical solutions for policymakers, central bankers, etc., to ensure that the regulatory environment is conducive. Second, I think speaking more about technology itself, and here maybe our colleagues also from IREDA could say something, is in fact these solutions that allow to install off-grid solar panels and similar solutions for communities. And we have many examples of very successful projects, both implemented by microfinance institutions, but also implemented by dedicated technology providers who work, for example, with mobile telephone firms that allow for financing and collection of payments for these solutions. So here, EIB, in fact, we do have a lot of experience, and some of it was already captured in the study that I mentioned, which we have carried out together with International Solar Alliance, which you can download from the EIB and probably ISA website, a study on scaling off-grid solar across Africa. But this applies, some of the recommendations would apply to countries like Micronesia and island states, etc. So this is very quick reply in view of, I think, short time allocated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was not expecting EIB being finally involved in microfinance. Some word from the World Bank on this issue of microfinance?
Maybe not microfinance, but affordable finance in general. We have two programs in SHS and mini-grids that are linked to that. So we have a big program called ROJEP, which has 19 countries in West Africa, where we got funding from the CTF and the Norwegians. It's a big program, which is around $150 to $200 million, that is supporting, a bit like Eduardo was saying, the technology risk on SHS to leverage private financing. So it's a regional program, which is being led by ECOWAS and the regional banks of West Africa. And we have a second program still under SRMI, which is focusing on mini-grids. So it's a bit larger, of course, than SHS. But when speaking about the last mile, it's always hard to not speak about mini-grids and how to attract private investment in mini-grids. And there we have a big new program in DRC, in the Congo, and for which we are focusing on trying to fix one key risk, which is the demand risk. You know, it's when you have a mini-grid, you need to size it for demand that will be the future demand in 5, 6, 7 years, not necessarily the demand that you have today, because you need to assume that there's going to be a certain increase in pickup in demand. And you're not going to add solar panels and battery storage after every year with the demand increase, because it would be too costly. And so we're working on, with the GCF, on using, I think it's $20 million of reimbursable grants that is being mobilized in a way that it can be triggered the minute that the demand is not matching what has been set in the business plan. So we're basically creating a viability gap financing for demand risk to ensure that the lenders and the equity providers will actually get their revenues the way it has been set up in the financial models. So two ways for us to really think about innovative solutions to attract private financing in difficult contexts such as the last mile. Thank you.
Thank you for this interesting comment. Do we have some more questions? It doesn't look so. You are looking for a microphone or no? Okay. So if there's no more question, I would like to turn to my panelists. We have to close in 5 minutes, so 1 minute each to say a few words on, you know, something you would like to comment on, or something you have not been able to say. So shall we start again with World Bank, with Sabine, if you want to add something as a conclusion? And then we will go through all the personnel online, and then we will finish on stage.
Maybe one key point from us, I think the issue is not necessarily the type of guarantees available or even the financing available. There is money. There is money for the transition. It's not necessarily a problem of having money in the market. The problem is having the right environment for that money to be leveraged and mobilized. And so that's it's a bit of a change in mindset, because when you don't have at the government level the right roadblocks in place, you will never be able to mobilize private investment in the terms that you want and attract the right private investors that you want. So I think we need to really work together between government and private sector, and that's really what the bank and with ISA we're trying to do, bridge the gap between both and not necessarily having two separate discussions, because altogether they need to find a way to make it work on both sides, the public and the private sector. And thank you very much for inviting the bank to this very interesting panel.
Thank you very much. Eduardas, your last word?
Yes, thank you. I'll be very brief, as I try to be all the time today. Thank you very much for inviting EIB to this panel. I enjoyed a lot also the panelists' interventions, which were very well informed. And I do hope to pay a visit to Fiji, where we hope to officially open our representation to the Pacific. Probably this will happen early next year. So I hope to meet Honorable Minister also in his home country very soon. And just a little bit reflection on 1 or 2 points that were made. One was about accessibility of capital. So yes, capital is available, but you know, how do you access it? And as I explained in my intervention, MDBs can facilitate that through the different mechanisms, blending, Team Europe, etc. But one mechanism that maybe was not very clearly mentioned earlier today is that there are already, for example, green stock exchanges established, like the one in Luxembourg, which has mobilized, I think, close to 1 trillion, I think, dollars of financing through hundreds of issuances. So there are already mechanisms, and in fact, Indian partners are already listing. So that is one of the channels, and maybe, you know, in future debates we can explore what are the bottlenecks and what can be done to actually ensure that those channels are wide open, and that also such concerns as were raised earlier today, such as greenwashing, you know, can be addressed. And EIB would be very happy to be part of that discussion, because EIB was one of the pioneers in climate awareness bonds issuances, as we call them, which are green bonds, but also for other social matters. We have social awareness bonds. So our expertise is available, and we would be very happy to continue sharing that with our partners, including this International Solar alliance partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eduardas. Neha, not
Yes,
more
quickly.
than 1 minute, yes.
Just quickly, I think while the private finance will flow, but it will flow where it perceives the risk to be low. And hence, even for private finance to flow at scale and at pace, you need more government action. You need states, you need sovereign issuances to promote local currency issuances. You need national development banks actually to be fully and sufficiently capitalized to de-risk investments, to give credit enhancement and guarantees that can bring a larger segment of issuers and borrowers into the market to be able to tap these financing sources.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I will turn to my colleague on stage. So maybe you first. Yeah.
So institutional investors are having the money that we're looking for. It requires a lot of understanding of them and a lot of work to be done. We believe investment promotion agencies can really play an important role in this whole space. And that's where, ISA and WIPA can come in together and really, try and see that more and more funding comes in. We've been able to do it in India through Invest India and our work with a lot of institutional investors. Let's make it happen in Africa, in Latin America, and other parts of the world. I'll just stop here.
Thank you, Dushyant. Gagan, your last word?
Yes. Thank you. I think because we're talking about solar and because this is, International Solar Alliance, which brings many countries together on a single platform. Let me just say that of any business that I know, I think solar is one which has the most amount of common ground across countries, the most amount of commonality. You just need to put that solar panel down, you need to install it, you need to make sure the sun's going to shine, with a reasonable amount of predictability when it will. You need to have an off-taker to sign a PPA. And again, I'm talking about utility scale here. And there you go. So it is very similar, very uniform. And therefore, I think the learnings from one country are also very transferable. And it just gets down to understanding where you are in that evolution of your transition, of your power sector transition, and then figuring out what financing challenge you are looking to address and solve for. Is it the case that money is just not flowing, or is it too expensive, or there's just not enough of it? And I think there's countries at the ISA which have probably dealt with each one of these financing challenges. So I think it's a great platform to actually get those cross learnings to different countries. So maybe I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Mr. Minister, would you like to say a few words to comment what
just a few words. I'm not an expert in this field, so having chaired it, I say it was the most enlightening experience to be here. But I think it's trying to address an issue that is fundamental to making use of the opportunities that the sun provides, has been elaborated by my colleague here. And I've seen that we're on a pathway of discussing here some of the issues that we need to do to address, for instance, the issue of inequality of where investment is taking place. And I'm hoping that forums like this can help us move towards a space where that investment becomes a reality. And I appreciated the questions at the end, talking about low-income households or small island states that might not be able to attract the level of investment that will bring the private sector in. So I'm hoping that this conversation that will taking place today will move us to that time where those investments do take place across the areas that are not getting them, and not forgetting those small islands that do not have the population that will attract private investment capital. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me thank you again our panelists online, our panelists which were present on stage, and our audience which has been listening to us till the end. So thank you all, and I will hand over back to our Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our fabulous moderator, Dr. Philip Malbranche. Thank you, sir, for steering this conversation so well. And thank you very much, Session Chair, Mr. Jone Usmete, the Honorable Minister, and ISA Vice President. Honorable Minister, thank you very much. You set the context, you put us on a very positive note, and I think the session's gone very well. Thank you very much once again. A big round of applause for our Session Chair and our esteemed panelists. I'd like to let me first thank our online panelists, Ms. Sabine Cornetti, Energy Specialist at World Bank Group, France, Ms. Neha Kumar, Head India Program Climate Bonds Initiative, and Mr. Eduardus Boomsteinus, Head of Asia and Pacific Division at European Investment Bank. I'd also like to thank our in-person esteemed panelists. We have Mr. Gagan Sidhu, Director of the CEEW Center for Energy Finance, and we also have Mr. Dushyant Thakur, Senior Vice President, Invest India, and Senior Advisor, WIPA. Thank you very much indeed once again for enlightening us. I'd request you to please step ahead of the dais and give us a group photo opportunity. Esteemed dignitaries seated on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, a very important announcement before we head to the adjoining room for the closing ceremony of the 5th Assembly of the International Solar Alliance. I'd request all of you, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, to please listen to me about tomorrow's details about the site visit at the Indira Gandhi International Airport. All you have to do is that you have to go to the registration desk and give us your names. At 9:30 a.m. in the morning, there will be a pickup for all delegates who will be attending the visit to the solar PV installation at the Delhi airport. And we're just going to request you to be there in the lobby sharp at 9:30 a.m. You'll be taken to the cargo terminal of the Delhi airport tomorrow, the 20th of October. But you have to give your names to us at the registration desk for that. Thank you very much. With that, we will be moving on to the adjoining room now. There will be no break. We will straight away go to the closing ceremony of the technical high-level conference, this high-level conference on technology and clean energy. I'd request all of you to please proceed to the adjoining room, ladies and gentlemen, so that we can now be a witness to the closing ceremony of the technical conference today. So thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to request you